Chapter 62:19. In his initial plan, Lin Feng would set up a killing array outside and let Tang Jiro guard it for the time being. Lin Feng would think of a way to lure Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen over. However, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen didn't appear. Since Lin Feng had a new method to deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen, he planned to use it. As for the place where the array was set up, he didn't plan to go there for the time being. Lin Feng felt that it was better to not let Tang Jiro expose herself. He would deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen by himself. He hoped that everything would go smoothly. Although Lin Feng knew that the process might not go according to his wishes, he had to give it a try no matter what. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the nearest transmission channel. Lin Feng reckoned that if Qi Ming and Yang Tian saw him taking the transmission channel to the third layer, they might try to stop him. There was a reason why he thought so. The first reason: in the second level of the world, his whereabouts were transparent. It wouldn't be easy for him to hide now. However, once he entered the third layer, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen would definitely be worried that he would disappear without a trace. The second reason: the third layer was a bit special. It was said that some forces had a tense relationship with the heavenly court. However, those forces were too powerful. Even the lords of the 33 heavens didn't dare to offend those forces. Therefore, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen wouldn't be willing to enter the third layer to search for him. There were other reasons, but they weren't enough to be the main reason. The above two reasons would make Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen deal with him in the second layer. There were several transmission channels in the second layer. The closest one to Lin Feng was the one at Mang Mountain. This place's transmission channel was controlled by some top forces. When Lin Feng came here, he even attracted the attention of these top forces. Someone had been secretly watching Lin Feng. This was something that Lin Feng was very clear about. When Lin Feng was about to enter the transmission channel, suddenly, a dense crowd of cultivators flew out from the void. There were about 1,000 cultivators, all of them from the heavenly court. These cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. There were many cultivators in Mount Mang. Many of them were probably cultivators who wanted to head to the third-level world or cultivators who came down from the third-level world. Of course, there were also some cultivators from the cultivator army stationed here by the major forces of the second-level world. However, these forces were just watching the show and didn't participate in this battle. Many people were discussing in private. Most people didn't know what was going on, but there were words like Lin Feng. The news that the person being surrounded was Lin Feng spread like wildfire. Recently, the name Lin Feng was probably the most talked about in the second layer of the heavenly realm. The descendant of the sovereign emperor clan, the son of Lin Feng, who destroyed the Black Mist race and the golden-winged demon god race. Everyone was very curious about Lin Feng. Now that they saw him, they were incomparably shocked. He was really too young. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen flew out. He sneered at Lin Feng and said, "Do you think you can leave the second layer of the heavenly realm? How laughable." Lin Feng didn't see the other Heaven Master's avatar that Xian Jixian had mentioned. He guessed that the other Heaven Master's avatar hadn't descended to the second layer yet. Therefore, Qi Ming and Yang Tian hadn't made a move against him. If the other Heaven Master's avatar had descended, Qi Ming and Yang Tian would have made a move already. But because they saw that he was going to the third layer, Qi Ming and Yang Tian decided to make a move first. There was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't just watch him go to the third layer. He knew how crafty Lin Feng was. If he let Lin Feng escape to the third layer, it would be very troublesome. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen felt that Lin Feng's strength was enough. They were afraid of Lin Feng because they didn't know how strong he was. But what if Lin Feng was bluffing? If that was the case, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Lin Feng? If Lin Feng's strength was really strong, then even if they couldn't deal with him, they would be able to figure out how strong Lin Feng's strength was. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen were very confident in their strength. They felt that if they wanted to leave, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to stop them. Lin Feng revealed a brilliant smile and said, "I don't want to leave the second layer of the heaven realm." After seeing Lin Feng's brilliant smile, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen couldn't help but frown. They felt that something was wrong. If he didn't want to leave the second layer, then why did he come here? Could it be that he wanted to lure them out? At this time, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen saw Lin Feng take out a scepter. They saw Lin Feng's fa li unceasingly pour into the scepter. That scepter emitted a demonic power, and a large amount of demonic qi suddenly surged out. This demonic qi rolled and surged, instantly enveloping everyone inside. Within the demonic qi, Lin Feng's voice came out. Time shift. After Lin Feng's voice fell, everyone realized that Lin Feng, Qi Ming, Yang Tian, and thousands of Heavenly Court's elite cultivators had all disappeared without a trace. What happened? Many people were puzzled. So many people suddenly disappeared without a trace. Indeed, everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what happened. Time shift. The surroundings were black mountains. Lin Feng's group appeared in a huge abyss. The aura of this place made them very uncomfortable. Moreover, everyone realized that they had lost their fa li. This place should be the Forbidden Devil Abyss that Xian Jixin mentioned. They had really arrived in the Forbidden Devil Abyss, a place where fa li is sealed. Is this the Forbidden Devil Abyss? Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen said gloomily. As one of the 33 Lords of Heaven, they were very clear about the many dangerous places in the 33 heavens of Heaven World. This included the Forbidden Devil Abyss. However, he had never entered the Forbidden Devil Abyss before. Experts at their level had always kept a respectful distance from such places. But now Lin Feng had actually shifted them into the Forbidden Devil Abyss. He guessed Lin Feng's plan. Lin Feng wanted to deal with him in the Forbidden Devil Abyss. After all, it was rumored that Lin Feng's physical body was very terrifying. "You're really experienced and knowledgeable," Lin Feng said. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen said coldly, "It seems that the rumors about you being in control of an extremely powerful cultivator army aren't true. You should only be in control of those 300 undead. You knew that you would die without a doubt, so you shifted us into this place to fight to the death. Am I right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "You're right, but unfortunately you discovered it too late. You're too cautious. Otherwise, I might have already died at your hands." Qi Ming and Yang Tian's characters were indeed very cautious. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen had been secretly observing Lin Feng. They had wanted to attack several times, but because of their cautious nature, they hadn't. They had been waiting for the other Heaven Master's clone to arrive. That way, they would have had 100% chance of killing Lin Feng. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to wait for the other Heaven Master's clone to arrive. Lin Feng had attacked first, so they had lost many opportunities to deal with Lin Feng. However, Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't have any doubts about their own character. Because of their cautious nature, they had been able to obtain victory in several crucial battles. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have become the master of the 33 heavens. Therefore, Lin Feng's words didn't affect them at all. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen sneered, "Your physical body is very strong. Do you really think that you can rely on your physical body to kill so many of us?" Many people from the Heavenly Court looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They snorted disdainfully at Lin Feng's idea, especially Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen. Lin Feng's physical body was very strong, and he was very clear about that. However, his stonemen were also very strong. Stonemen raised. Stonemen were very strong in terms of physical strength. There weren't many people who could completely suppress stonemen in terms of physical strength. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen believed that Lin Feng's physical body wouldn't be able to withstand their attack. That kind of confidence came from his own strength. "Let's see if I can kill you all or not," said Lin Feng coldly. said Lin Feng indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped forward. He directly attacked Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen. You're simply courting death. But don't worry, I won't kill you directly. If I kill you, how can I lure your father and the heaven-devouring devil emperor out? Capture him alive, said Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stonemen coldly. Yes, master. After receiving Qi Ming and Yang Tian's orders, those cultivators hastily replied. Then, thousands of heavenly quartz cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng's strength was restricted in this place, Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. His physical body was so fast that he could almost teleport. He was so fast that the heavenly quartz cultivators didn't have time to react. Those heavenly quartz cultivators didn't pay much attention to physical strength, so how could they compete with Lin Feng? In fact, cultivators who focused on physical cultivation were already extremely rare. The reason for this was because physical cultivation was too painful. Many people couldn't endure it. Moreover, cultivators often competed with magic power, mystiques, and magic treasures. It was very rare for them to compete directly with their physical bodies. Therefore, many people felt that spending so much time on tempering one's physical body was not very useful. If they had the time, they might as well use it on normal cultivation. Cultivators with this idea occupied the absolute majority. Asterisk bang 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 bang. Asterisk along with the sound of violent collisions, cultivators were sent flying. Because he couldn't use his spiritual energy, Lin Feng couldn't use the strength of the 7 times Dracophant arm. To use the strength of the 7 times Dracophant arm, one had to use his martial spirit. Using the martial spirit required spiritual energy. But even if he could only use the strength of the Dracophant arm, it was enough to sweep through everything. One heavenly quartz cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. Lin Feng's strength deeply shocked all the heavenly quartz cultivators. Motherfucker! Is he still human? Is he a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus? Damn, he's too abnormal. The heavenly quartz cultivators had ugly expressions. They were all frightened by Lin Feng's attacks. Facing Lin Feng's attacks, they didn't dare to relax. But even so, the absolute difference in strength couldn't be made up for by being cautious. Under Lin Feng's attacks, the heavenly quartz cultivators were killed one after another. Seeing this, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones looked extremely gloomy. They knew they couldn't let things continue like this. Otherwise, it would be too disadvantageous for them. They had to stop Lin Feng as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones jumped out and attacked Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Good come. Lin Feng sneered and threw a punch. Bang. Lin Feng fiercely punched Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones were no match for Lin Feng and were sent flying. How is this possible? After seeing this scene, everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Qi Ming and Yang Tian were also in disbelief. Lin Feng's physical body was actually suppressing him. He couldn't accept it. But it was the truth. The battle became more and more intense. Lin Feng flashed through the crowd, constantly killing the heavenly quartz cultivators. His physical body was too strong. Even if the opponent's attacks landed on him, they couldn't cause too much damage. Some people's weapons couldn't even break through Lin Feng's defense. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Thousands of corpses lay on the ground. Only Lin Feng and Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones were left. Bang bang, bang, both sides exchanged more than 10 blows. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones couldn't hold on any longer. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Their insides were already destroyed by Lin Feng's powerful strength. Whoosh! Light flickered. At that moment, some people came in. There were about 30 cultivators. Lin Feng looked at them indifferently. He saw Xian Jishan. He saw Ziyuan Yuan. They were actually in cahoot. Qi Ming and Yang Tian laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. It seems like we've all been tricked by these two women. Lin Feng, even you have been tricked. I'll lose this stone clone, but your fate will be even worse. Bang! As soon as Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones finished speaking, their heads received a heavy punch from Lin Feng. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones' heads exploded. Their headless corpses fell to the ground. The stone clones' blood kept flowing out of their bodies, dyeing the ground red. Chapter 62:20. Lin Feng, you're really strong. You killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. Impressive, impressive. Impressive, said Xian Jishian with a smile. Lin Feng said, I hadn't thought that you'd be in cahoots with the cultivators of the Black Robes clan. I'm very curious. You're a cultivator of the celestial race, so why are you working with them? Xian Jishian smiled and said, back then, many people from the Black Robes clan chose to reincarnate. When Lin Feng heard that, he understood what was going on. Her situation was exactly the same as Yuan Tianzuan's sister's. The only difference was that she had complete control over this body. Yuan Tianzuan's sister was still fighting with Zi Yuan's soul. They were both fighting for control of the body. Obviously, it wasn't easy to completely control the body. Lin Feng looked at Xian Jishian and said, why did you deliberately set me up to kill these people? Xian Jishian said, 2 reasons. The first reason is that the order of this place is derived from the order of the celestial world. As the masters of the celestial world, the blood of the celestial race and the celestial race can undo the seal here. You know that we're allies with the celestial race, and the celestial race. We can't kill the members of the celestial race and the celestial race. Otherwise, our alliance will be destroyed. That's not what we want. So, we can only use other people to do this. But in the celestial world, who would dare attack the celestial race, and the celestial race? Your appearance and your strength have shown us the best candidate. Borrowing your strength to kill some celestial race and immortal race cultivators is clearly the best choice. Many of the dead cultivators were from the celestial race and the celestial race. Their blood will be enough to undo the seal here. The second reason is the enmity between you and the Black Robes clan. Of course, if you surrender, we won't kill you. Perhaps you can submit to the Black Robes clan. We won't mistreat you. When Lin Feng heard Xian Jishian, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That woman was taking things for granted. Did she really think that she was in control of everything? Rumble. 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 At that moment, the entire forbidden demon abyss shook violently. Lin Feng saw that the corpses of the celestial race and the celestial race and the celestial race had turned into dried corpses. Their flesh and their essence had been devoured by the earth. Crack, crack. Following that, the ground cracked open. Countless runes flickered as if trying to reinforce the forbidden devil abyss, but it was useless. Those runes shattered one after another. Lin Feng was surprised to see that his spiritual energy was gradually recovering. Clearly, the laws of the forbidden demon abyss had been broken, so it couldn't seal the cultivator's spiritual energy anymore. Lin Feng put Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones back into the empty space and time-space, and let his 9 orifices stone clone absorb them. At the same time, Lin Feng tried to teleport away, but he found that the space here was sealed. Time flies, the epoch changes. I, the Daluo Demon King, have come out again. At that moment, a deep voice came from the ground. When that voice came out, Lin Feng saw that Xian Jishian, Zi Yuan, and the others were extremely excited. Why were they so excited? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Was the Daluo Demon King suppressed here a cultivator from the Black Robes clan? Lin Feng's expression became more and more serious. Not long after, an ancient existence flew out. It was a tall man, about 2 meters tall. His blood qi was extremely vigorous and powerful. It didn't look like he had been suppressed for countless years. This was enough to show how strong he was. However, this man wasn't a cultivator from the Black Robes clan. It was different from what he had guessed. If he wasn't a cultivator from the Black Robes clan, then what race was he from? Lin Feng didn't know for now. Xian Zhixian and Zi Yuanyuan deliberately released this existence, and this existence wasn't a cultivator from the Black Robes clan. It was really confusing. He didn't know what these two women were up to. However, Lin Feng didn't let his guard down. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. He couldn't let his guard down. Greetings, Senior Daluo Demon King. Xian Zhixian, Zi Yuanyuan, and the others all bowed to this ancient existence. Since you're the ones who released me, then tell me your request, said the Daluo Demon King. We want to ask Senior to give us the water of the epoch. Xian Zhixian and Zi Yuanyuan said at the same time. As for the other cultivators from the Black Robes clan, they weren't qualified to communicate with the Daluo Demon King. Water of the epoch? This is something from 17 years ago. It can help a cultivator form a transcendent soul. The Daluo Demon King said indifferently. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Daluo Demon King said to form a transcendent soul. It meant that he had to first raise his soul to the transcendence realm. Once his soul reached the transcendence realm, the success rate of breaking through to the transcendence realm would be greatly increased. Xian Zhixian and Zi Yuanyuan deliberately released this Daluo Demon King. It seemed that they had their eyes on the water of the epoch. The Daluo Demon King continued, I don't have much of this thing now, but I don't need it anymore. I'll give you some. The Daluo Demon King said and flicked his finger. 2 porcelain bottles flew out and landed in the hands of Xian Zhixian and Zi Yuanyuan. Xian Zhixian and Zi Yuanyuan. They immediately thanked the Daluo Demon King profusely. The other black-robed cultivators were a little depressed. It seemed that the Daluo Demon King didn't intend to reward them. Although they were depressed, they didn't dare to say anything. They knew how terrifying this Daluo Demon King was. This was a terrifying being that had transcended 21 eras. Great Senior Daluo Demon King. That person is a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Daluo Demon King, please enjoy his flesh and blood. Xian Zhixian pointed at Lin Feng. The Daluo Demon King looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were cold. Damn, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the Daluo Demon King was suppressed here by an ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Therefore, the Daluo Demon King hated the Sovereign Emperor clan. You've done a good job, the Daluo Demon King said. Xian Zhixian, Zi Yuanyuan, and the others were quite happy to hear the Daluo Demon King's praise. There were only benefits for them if they could get close to the Daluo Demon King. Xian Zhixian, Zi Yuanyuan, and the others wanted to watch the Daluo Demon King kill Lin Feng before leaving, but the Daluo Demon King didn't give them the chance to do so. Alright, there's nothing for you to do here. You may leave. The Daluo Demon King said. Xian Zhixian, Zi Yuanyuan, and the others felt a little regretful, but they didn't dare to say anything and quickly left. Lin Feng smiled and said, Senior Daluo Demon King, you're really extraordinary. You're a role model for all men. The Daluo Demon King sneered and said, Don't flatter me. It's useless. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Do you really want to eat me? Of course. The Daluo Demon King said fiercely, I hate the Sovereign Emperor clan the most. Is it because you were suppressed by the Sovereign Emperor clan? Lin Feng asked. It's good that you know. Great Luo Demon King said fiercely. Thinking of this matter, he felt extremely depressed. In this era, he had been suppressed for the majority of the time. How sullen! But now, he was finally free. Who was the one who suppressed you? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Daluo Demon King sneered. You're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions? Lin Feng said, Isn't there a saying? Before death, you have the right to know the truth. The Daluo Demon King sneered. I'm a demon. I'm very happy to see others become confused ghosts, including you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Daluo Demon King charged at Lin Feng. His body emitted a terrifying aura. He had surpassed his cultivation level. This was an aura that surpassed one's cultivation level. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was just as he had guessed. This guy who had transcended 21 epochs was an expert that surpassed his cultivation level. He was probably stronger than the majority of the 33 Heavens Lord. If it weren't for the fact that he had been suppressed for so many years, his combat strength would have been even more terrifying. Lin Feng knew this very well. Facing such a terrifying existence, Lin Feng's heart was in a mess. Fight. There was no other way. Lin Feng poured the power of Panga's imprint, ruler's armor, true dragon's rune, sacred bone, the magic lotus, golden dwarf, stone golem clone, and immortal lotus into his main body. At the same time, the 15-fold domineering magnetic field enveloped the Daluo Demon King. The Daluo Demon King wielded the Epic War Spear. He used the Epic Spear Arts Epic Spear Technique, Sky-Piercing Spear. Lin Feng charged at the Daluo Demon King. Man and spear as one. Its power was boundless. Huh! The Daluo Demon King was astonished. Lin Feng's methods had surprised him, especially the domineering magnetic field. It had actually reduced his combat strength by 40%. This kind of method was absolutely heaven-defying in a battle. Lin Feng's spear pierced towards the Daluo Demon King, but the Daluo Demon King stretched out his right hand. Gotcha! The Daluo Demon King grabbed Lin Feng's epic spear. Your cultivation level is too low. Even if you can surpass several levels, it's useless. The Daluo Demon King sneered. At this moment, behind the Daluo Demon King, an existence appeared. It was none other than the Demon Lord. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord cooperated extremely well. The Demon Lord's attack had reached the level of an expert that surpassed his cultivation level. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the Daluo Demon King wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The Demon Lord's tyrannical attack ruthlessly bombarded the Daluo Demon King's body. The Daluo Demon King was immediately sent flying by the Demon Lord. However, Lin Feng's expression changed. The Daluo Demon King was sent flying, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. He shook his head, and a cracking sound came from his neck. Damn, so monstrous! Seeing how powerful the Daluo Demon King was, Lin Feng couldn't help but wail. That was an attack that surpassed his cultivation level, but it didn't cause him any serious injuries. One could imagine how tyrannical this guy was. He definitely wasn't an ordinary expert that surpassed his cultivation level. You leave first, the Demon Lord said in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded gloomily. This was the only way to escape. Leave? No one will be able to leave, the Daluo Demon King said coldly. Although his injuries weren't particularly serious, he was incomparably furious. After all, he was beaten to the point of spitting blood by the Demon Lord. This was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. In reality, the Demon Lord's sneak attack had succeeded because he had just escaped, so he wasn't very vigilant. Otherwise, with his fighting strength, the Demon Lord wouldn't have been able to sneak attack him. Lin Feng quickly flew outside. But at that moment, Lin Feng discovered that the space around him was distorted. All the paths were blocked by the distorted space. He was trapped in this place. I can't leave, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The Demon Lord looked gloomy. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Undead. All the undead flew out. Lin Feng decided to fight to the death. Heh, you even raised so many powerful undead. At your age, with your fighting strength, it's rare to see someone like you. As expected of someone from the Sovereign Imperial Clan. Although I don't have a good impression of the Sovereign Imperial Clan, I have to admit that the Sovereign Imperial Clan is indeed a terrifying race. Saying this, the Daluo Demon King looked indifferently at Lin Feng. But you haven't grown up yet. Your domineering magnetic field just now was very powerful. Although you had a 15-fold domineering magnetic field, I could sense that you only have 5 types of domineering magnetic field. The essence of the domineering magnetic field is to cultivate these domineering magnetic fields to the pinnacle and naturally superimpose them together. That's when the domineering magnetic field is superimposed with the real domineering magnetic field. Today, I will let you experience what a real domineering magnetic field is. As soon as he finished speaking, a red domineering magnetic field emerged from the Daluo Demon King's body, followed by an orange domineering magnetic field, then a yellow domineering magnetic field, then a green domineering magnetic field, then an azure domineering magnetic field, then a blue domineering magnetic field, then a purple domineering magnetic field. 7 domineering magnetic fields. The Daluo Demon King had actually cultivated 7 domineering magnetic fields. Lin Feng was astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a monstrous person. The 7 domineering magnetic fields instantly imprisoned everything. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he couldn't move. In fact, even Yao Jun had been imprisoned. Die. The Daluo Demon King took a step forward and arrived next to Lin Feng. Then, a palm shot towards Lin Feng. Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Art. Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Art. Chapter 62-21. Danger. It was truly dangerous. Lin Feng could feel the aura of death enveloping his entire body. Perhaps he had never been in such a dangerous situation before. When the Daluo Demon King unleashed his 7-fold domineering magnetic field, it meant that Lin Feng and the others could not resist. How could an existence that had transcended 21 eras be so easy to deal with? Perhaps in the entire universe, a powerhouse that had transcended 21 eras was extremely rare. What should he do now? Lin Feng had mixed feelings. He could not think of a solution. The main reason was that his body was restrained, and he could not use his magic power. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. Just as the Daluo Demon King's terrifying attack was about to hit Lin Feng, something unexpected happened. Lin Feng felt his destiny bloodline begin to circulate on its own. When the destiny bloodline began to circulate, an illusory figure appeared. The illusory figure was surrounded by endless divine light. It was incomparably majestic and powerful, and it exuded a suffocating aura. When Lin Feng saw the figure, he was instantly excited. The illusory figure was his father, Lin Baitian. His father, Lin Baitian, had awakened the destiny bloodline. Then, he created the boundless divine technique. Lin Feng even felt that this technique was the #1 technique in history. Severing one's cultivation base and cultivating again would cause one's realm to drop, but one's combat strength would not drop. In theory, this kind of cultivation could be done infinitely. Therefore, his father, Lin Baitian's combat strength was unimaginably powerful. If it were not for the Sea Demon, it would be even more terrifying. Now, his father, Lin Baitian's bloodline brand appeared. Bang! Lin Baitian's bloodline brand collided with the Daluo Demon King's palm and blocked the Daluo Demon King's attack. The 7-fold domineering magnetic field released by the Daluo Demon King was shattered. Lin Feng, the Demon Lord, and the others regained their ability to move. A bloodline imprint is actually so powerful? The great Luo Demon King was extremely shocked. He had an extremely sufficient understanding of his own combat strength, yet a mere bloodline brand had actually neutralized his attack. Although he had not used his full strength, it was already enough to make him feel extremely shocked. He naturally didn't know Lin Feng's father, Lin Baitian. After all, he had been suppressed for countless years while Lin Baitian's father was a supreme existence that had risen in the last few hundred years. Of course, the great Luo Demon King was extremely arrogant. His arrogance was built on his own strength. So, after a short moment of surprise, he quickly calmed down. With his strength, could it be that he was afraid of a bloodline brand? Of course not. If he couldn't even deal with a bloodline brand, he might as well quit his job in the future. I'll show you how strong I am. Great Luo Demon King looked at Lin Baitian coldly. Lin Feng hastily retreated. It was safer to stay away from the battlefield. Lin Feng retreated 100 meters and sent the dead souls into the Book of the Dead. Then, he put the Book of the Dead away. In a battle of this level, the dead souls weren't of much use. The Demon Lord didn't return to the Demon Bead. He was watching the battle outside. The Demon Lord was also planning to break through to the next level. Therefore, watching the battle between Lin Baitian's bloodline brand and the great Luo Demon King was a great inspiration for him. It was very beneficial for him. Endless runes appeared in the great Luo Demon King's hand. Those runes condensed into a distorted word. Nobody knew what that word meant. The word in the great Luo Demon King's hand flew out and shattered into pieces. It's the word of the great Tao. The great Luo Demon King has condensed it with his own Tao, said the Demon Lord at that moment. Condensed it with his own Tao? How terrifying! Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become serious. At that moment, Lin Baitian's bloodline brand also took action. He lightly drew a line in front of him. The sky was round and the earth was round. It was the boundless universe. The word of the great Tao automatically disintegrated when it was a meter away from Lin Baitian. Demon King Fist. The great Luo Demon King stepped forward and punched at Lin Baitian's bloodline brand. Countless laws of order condensed on his fist. His punch wasn't simple at all. It was a supreme fist technique derived from his own Tao. It was just like the supreme reincarnation fist derived from Lin Feng's Tao of supremacy. The great Luo Demon King had crossed 21 eras. He had used 21 eras to perfect and polish this fist technique. Therefore, this fist technique had long been polished to the point that it was as pure as fire. It was accompanied by waves of terrifying energy waves. The great Luo Demon King's unrivaled fist had already arrived. Facing this terrifying fist of the great Luo Demon King, the great Luo Demon King's body trembled. Lin Baitian's bloodline brand took action. Immortal Divine Fist. This was a fist technique passed down from the Immortal clan. Lin Baitian's bloodline brand didn't use any of his self-created technique. The great Luo Demon King snorted coldly. He felt that Lin Baitian's bloodline brand had underestimated him. That was why he didn't use his own unique skills. Note: when these peerless experts fight, they often use their own unique skills in order to increase their combat power to the extreme. This is because the unique skills created by oneself have the highest compatibility with oneself. As for the supernatural powers created by others, no matter how advanced they are, in the end, they can't be cultivated to the extreme. Bang! In the next moment, the bloodline brands of the exalted Demon King and Lin Baitian collided once more with a violent sound of collision. After the collision, both sides took 3 steps back. But then, they charged at each other again. The great Luo Demon King's body suddenly doubled in size. As his body grew bigger, his combat strength also increased crazily. He still used the Demon King Fist to attack Lin Baitian's bloodline brand. The Demon King Fist had a total of 2 fists. The previous one was the first one. To be more specific, the fist just now was called Demon Breaching the Firmament. The second fist was even more powerful. It was called Demon Annihilating the World. The momentum caused by Demon Annihilating the World was simply shocking. This time, Lin Baitian's bloodline imprint unleashed his self-created ultimate technique. This supreme art was a supreme art that had evolved from the Boundless Heaven's divine technique. The name of this technique was the Great Boundless Divine Fist. Boundless meant to be unrestrained. Living in this world, people were bound by too many restrictions. For example, cultivators had to abide by all kinds of rules. They even had to abide by the rules set by the heavenly Tao. For example, when a cultivator went against these rules and wanted to go against the heavens, the lightning tribulation would descend and destroy 80 to 90% of the cultivators. In this world, who would be able to live freely? To be free. It was easy to say, but it was difficult to do. Bang! Lin Baitian's bloodline brand and the great Luo demon king collided once again. The boundless divine fist versus the demon annihilating the world. After blocking for a short period of time, the demon annihilating the world was broken. The powerful force shook the great Luo demon king's body and sent him flying. The great Luo demon king's expression was extremely gloomy. It was as if he didn't expect this result at all. It made him very depressed and even a little difficult to accept. It was just a bloodline brand. How could it be so powerful? It even defeated him. My demon king fist actually has 5 fists. I've only created the first 2. Once I create the last 3, who can compete with me when the 5 fists become 1? When the time comes, I'll personally find your original body and let you know how powerful I am. The great Luo demon king said fiercely. After leaving behind those harsh words, he flew outside and soon disappeared without a trace. As for Lin Feng, he didn't even look at him. In the eyes of the strong cultivator who had lived for 21 eras, Lin Feng was just a strong cultivator from the 2nd generation. Of course, he didn't care about Lin Feng at all. After the great Luo demon king left, Lin Feng let out a long breath. The demon lord returned to the demon bead to recuperate. Perhaps watching this peak battle had given the demon lord a lot of inspiration. Lin Feng looked at his father's bloodline brand. He was very excited. His father's bloodline brand rarely appeared, so he was really lucky this time. If it wasn't for his father's bloodline brand, he would have really been in danger this time. He might have died in the hands of the great Luo demon king. Moreover, Lin Feng was also happy about one thing. If his father's bloodline brand was so powerful, didn't that mean that his father's original body was even more powerful? His father had awakened the destiny bloodline in this era. He was a person who gathered the destiny of this era and could reach his current realm. Lin Feng didn't think it was strange at all. However, when he thought of his father being planted by the seed demon, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but become heavy. No matter what, don't give up. Suddenly, Lin Baitian's bloodline brand spoke, and looked at Lin Feng encouragingly. Lin Feng originally wanted to open his mouth and say something. However, Lin Baitian's bloodline brand didn't give Lin Feng the chance. Lin Baitian's bloodline brand disappeared without a trace. Seeing his father's bloodline brand disappear, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. When would he be able to see his father again? When would he be able to reach his father's height? When would he be able to fight side by side with his father? He must work hard. Lin Feng reminded himself. The music was melodious and pleasant. However, no one appreciated it. However, Xian Zhixian didn't need anyone to appreciate it. She was in a good mood. She had released the Daluo Demon King and obtained the epic water. Now, her soul had reached the Transcendence realm. Next, she would continue to stabilize her cultivation and then find some greater opportunities to try to break through the Transcendence realm. However, Xian Zhixian wanted to see if she could get a Transcendence pill. The Transcendence pill in the hands of the imperial family of the Mastermind world had indeed made countless cultivators go crazy. With the Transcendence pill, even if they couldn't break through the Transcendence realm, there was a high chance of survival. However, it wasn't easy to get a Transcendence pill. For some reason, when she was playing the zither, Lin Feng's figure appeared in her mind. In fact, she didn't have any grudges with Lin Feng. Although she was also a reincarnation, she didn't have much contact with the Black-Robed clan. She enjoyed her current life. From her point of view, Lin Feng was indeed the kind of man who could dazzle others. His background, strength, and character were almost flawless. Of course, It wasn't that Xian Jishian had taken a fancy to Lin Feng. Xian Jishian was a woman who was a celibate, or even a feminist. Deep down, she looked down on men and felt that women should be in charge of everything, not men. But more or less, she also felt a little sorry for Lin Feng. He should have been killed by the Daluo Demon King long ago, right? Thinking of this, she suddenly lost interest in playing the zither, so she stopped. Such a beautiful zither sound can't be heard often. Fairy suddenly stopped, making people feel extremely regretful. At this time, a voice suddenly came from a dark corner. After hearing this voice, Xian Jishian's face was filled with disbelief. This voice was too familiar. It was Lin Feng's voice. Sure enough, it was him. Lin Feng walked out of the dark corner. After seeing Lin Feng, Xian Jishian immediately stood up. How did you? She couldn't finish her sentence, but Lin Feng knew what she wanted to say. Lin Feng revealed a brilliant smile and said, You're curious why I didn't die at the Daluo Demon King's hands, right? Xian Jishian didn't say anything. She was waiting for Lin Feng's answer, and also thinking about her next move. Lin Feng continued, It's probably because the Daluo Demon King thinks that I'm handsome and confident, and that I have a domineering aura that can shake the four seas, so he recognized me as his master. Since he's become my servant, I'll naturally be fine. Xian Jishian didn't believe a single word of Lin Feng's words. I'm really happy to see that you're fine. Let me explain what happened before, said Xian Jishian looking at Lin Feng. She looked extremely sincere. Coupled with her soft and gentle face, it was difficult for Lin Feng to get angry at her. Lin Feng said indifferently, I know what you want to say, so save it. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'll just tell you why I'm here. I want to deal with the Black-Robed clan, and I even want to uproot them in the future. However, this isn't going to be easy. I need a spy to succeed. Although you were a Black-Robed clan cultivator in your past life, you've already reincarnated. You're now an immortal, so why do you still want to get involved with the Black-Robed clan? I'll give you a chance. If you recognize me as your master, I won't make things difficult for you. I won't contact you normally, but when I deal with the Black-Robed clan in the future, I'll use you as a chess piece. That way, it won't affect you too much. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xian Jishian said, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to this. If that's the case, then I can only suppress you. When the time comes, I'll have many ways to make you obediently submit to me. Lin Feng sneered and rushed towards Xian Jishian. However, at that moment, Xian Jishian's lips moved, and the space around them twisted. A spatial gate appeared. Lin Feng said, You deliberately talked to me for so long because you wanted to create this spatial gate, right? Xian Jishian nodded, yes. Unfortunately, you're still a little stupid. You didn't notice anything strange. With that, Xian Jishian entered the Gate of the Void. The Gate of the Void then disappeared. However, in the next moment, the void split open, and Xian Jishian was pushed back by a powerful force. Her expression instantly turned ugly. You did something to this place? Xian Jishian's expression was gloomy. Lin Feng smiled. I didn't. It's just that my empty space Dao has reached the maximum level. I can seal the space so you can't escape, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng charged towards Xian Jishian. Xian Jishian had no choice but to fight. The two sides fought for more than 100 rounds. Chapter 62-22. Xian Jishian's expression was unsightly. Not long ago, she had been very happy about everything that had happened, but in the blink of an eye, she had become Lin Feng's prisoner. She could only imagine what would happen if she became Lin Feng's prisoner. Xian Jishian was very afraid, and her face was as pale as a sheet. She wanted to beg Lin Feng, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She had already fallen out with Lin Feng, so what if she begged him? Would Lin Feng really be soft-hearted and let her go? Xian Jishian didn't think so. In her opinion, Lin Feng was so young, but he was so powerful. He wasn't someone to be trifled with, nor was he someone easy to talk to. Lin Feng looked at Xan Jixian and sighed. You know what? Actually, I think that being friends with you is a good thing. When I have nothing to do, I can look for you, listen to music, chat, and drink tea. Isn't that a good life? But now we're on opposite sides. This isn't what I want to see. Many times there are things that even we can't control. This reminds me of a saying, people in Jianghu have no choice but to act according to their own will, said Xian Jixian looking at Lin Feng. Even though she was trying her best to look calm, she wasn't able to do so. She was in a terrible mood. She was thinking about her dark future. She wanted to cry but had no tears. What do you want to do with me? Xian Jixian looked at Lin Feng bitterly. He didn't answer Xian Jixian's question. Instead, he said, I tried to find Ziyuan's whereabouts, but I couldn't find anything. Do you know where she is? Xian Jixian said, If I tell you, will you let me go? I won't. Lin Feng replied. Xian Jixian's expression sank. She turned her head and said, Then forgive me, but I can't tell you. Lin Feng looked at Xian Jixian and smiled. I think you should cooperate with me, because I have many ways to make you talk. Xian Jixian saw the evil glint in Lin Feng's eyes, and she couldn't help but tremble. Lin Feng's eyes reminded her of Lin Feng's thoughts, and her face turned pale. I'll talk, Xian Jixian said quickly. Lin Feng said, That's right. Understand your position, and you'll know what to do. Xian Jixian told him where Ziyuan was, and Lin Feng was a little surprised. He kept it in his mind, and when things were done here, he would go look for her. What a pity! Lin Feng looked at Xian Jixian and said, What a pity! Xian Jixian didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. It's a pity that she doesn't have a special furnace constitution. Lin Feng continued. Xian Jixian now understood what Lin Feng meant. She glared at Lin Feng and thought, luckily, it's not that kind of body. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched Xian Jixian's forehead. Purification strength poured into Xian Jixian's brain. You want to convert me? No. I'm willing to submit to you. Don't convert me. Xian Jixian started begging. She knew what it was like to be converted. Once converted, one would lose themselves. All they could think about was how to be loyal to the person who converted them and how to make them happy. They would not even know how to resist. It was as if they had lost their will to resist, and were a slave to their own consciousness. What did such a life have to do with being a zombie? But Lin Feng wasn't merciful at all. He had no intention of letting her off. She had made a mistake and had to pay the price. Besides, Lin Feng had already given Xian Jixian an opportunity, but she hadn't taken advantage of it. She had regretted it and now she was begging for mercy. Of course not. She had to pay the price. In the beginning, Xian Jixian could still struggle, but as time went on, Xian Jixian could no longer struggle too violently. After about an hour, Xian Jixian had been completely converted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't converted anyone for a long time. Xian Jixian wasn't simple. She was a surpassing level cultivator who had cultivated for 130,000 years. Compared to Lin Feng, her cultivation time was naturally longer. But in the world of cultivators, it was not considered long, because many immortal state cultivators had hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years of cultivation. Not to mention Xian Jixian, an expert who was close to surpassing the realm, who had cultivated for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. Some were even experts who had transcended eras. Xian Jixian had probably been born a little too early. If she had been born a little later, she would have broken through to the surpassing level at a much younger age. However, Lin Feng suspected that Xian Jixian had been to the wasteland world. Many top forces in Heaven World would send their disciples to the wasteland world to be nurtured. It was said that when the world of cultivators had entered a period of decline, the wasteland world hadn't been affected too much. Therefore, these forces didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to send their disciples to the wasteland world. They hoped that their disciples could soar to the sky in the wasteland world. There were indeed many people who had grown up in this way. Servant Xian Jixin greets Master. After being converted, Xian Jixin bowed to Lin Feng. Seeing her humble appearance, Lin Feng smiled. The goddess in the hearts of countless geniuses had been converted into a slave by him. If those fellows were to find out about this, what would they think? Rise, Lin Feng said. Yes, Xian Jixin replied. Pay close attention to the news from the black-robed clan. I will send someone to contact you in the future. Lin Feng said. Yes, master, Xian Jixin replied. Now, she naturally obeyed Lin Feng's orders. Lin Feng didn't stay in Xian Jixin's room for too long, he quickly left. Then, Lin Feng went to look for Tang Jiro. Originally, Lin Feng had set up a great killing formation in a mountain range. He wanted to lure Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones there. However, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones didn't fall for it. Fortunately, after dealing with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones, Lin Feng asked Tang Jiro to wait for him there. He didn't know if she was still there. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the mountain range. Tang Jiro was really still there, which made Lin Feng very happy. After seeing Lin Feng, Tang Jiro was also very happy. During this period of time, she was very worried about Lin Feng. Tang Jiro said, I heard that you went to the teleportation channel, and then disappeared with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones, as well as many experts of the Heavenly Court. I went to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Later on, I heard that Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones, as well as many Heavenly Court's cultivators, died, so I returned here to wait for your return. During this period of time, the news of Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones' deaths spread like wildfire. Lin Feng guessed that it was the black-robed clan's cultivators who deliberately spread the news. Lin Feng was once again pushed to the center of public opinion. The cultivators of the black-robed clan did not say that they were killed by the great Luo Demon King. They also did not say anything about the birth of the great Luo Demon King. The reason why they did not say anything about this was probably because they did not want to have anything to do with the deaths of Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. Following that, Tang Jiro asked Lin Feng about what had happened during this period of time, and Lin Feng told Tang Jiro everything that had happened. During this period of time, too many things had happened, and Lin Feng also felt that it was like riding a roller coaster. Although it was exciting, it was also dangerous. Lin Feng immediately said, Follow me to a place. Tang Jiro nodded. On the way, Lin Feng told Tang Jiro about the Ziyuan. Hearing Lin Feng talk about the past to her, Tang Jiro was very happy. Did this mean that Lin Feng treated her as an extremely close person, which was why he told her about the past? Thinking of this, Tang Jiro felt as if a little deer was jumping in her heart. 3 days later, while resting in a small town, something happened that made Lin Feng extremely happy. The 9 orifices Stone Man had completely devoured Qi Ming and Yang Tian's Stone Man avatar. Furthermore, it had obtained a portion of the Stone Man avatar's abilities. For example, the ability to communicate with the power of the Heaven Realm. As a world of the higher realms, the power contained in the 33 heavens of the Heaven Realm was unimaginable. In fact, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's Stone Man avatar couldn't compare to Lin Feng's 9 orifices Stone Man avatar. It couldn't compare to Lin Feng's 9 orifices Stone Man avatar. After receiving the support of the Heaven Realm, it was able to raise its fighting strength to a level that surpassed the realm. What's more, Lin Feng's 9 orifices Stone Man avatar. After successfully communicating with the power of the Heaven Realm, Lin Feng's 9 orifices Stone Man avatar's fighting strength had also successfully reached the Transcendence Realm. However, Lin Feng wasn't very clear about the level of the Transcendence realm, so he didn't know what level of fighting strength the current 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar had. The only thing that was lacking was that, once they left the Heaven realm, the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar wouldn't be able to borrow the power of the Heaven realm. At that time, the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar's fighting strength wouldn't be able to reach the Transcendence realm. Therefore, the most important thing was to think of a way to truly raise the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar's realm to the Transcendence realm. However, Lin Feng knew how difficult this was. Lin Feng planned to let the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar sense the location of the Heaven realm's origin and see if it could sense it. If it could sense the location of the Heaven realm's origin, then it could plot against the Heaven realm's origin. The 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar sat cross-legged and relied on its special sense of the Heaven realm to search for the whereabouts of the Heaven realm's origin. In fact, the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar didn't have a soul, only Lin Feng's consciousness was controlling this body. The 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar searched for the whereabouts of the Heaven realm's origin, which was equivalent to Lin Feng searching for the whereabouts of the Heaven realm's origin. It was hazy. In a trance, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have seen a chaotic world. That chaotic world seemed to contain an incomparably powerful life force. That place seemed to be the origin of the world. The place where the Heaven realm's origin is located. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that the chaotic world should be the place where the Heaven realm's origin was located. However, that chaotic world was very mysterious. As for the specific location, he didn't know for the time being. However, Lin Feng was still working hard to explore that chaotic world. There would always be clues. Lin Feng's current mood was extremely agitated. The Heaven realm's origin, the supreme origin. Perhaps the Heaven realm's origin could really help the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar break through to the Transcendence realm. There was also the Demon Lord. Perhaps he could also rely on the Heaven realm's origin to break through to the Transcendence realm. Just as Lin Feng continued to explore this chaotic world, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura emitting from the depths of the chaotic world. There were a total of 33 different auras. Not good, it must be the aura of the Masters of the 33 Heavens. These guys left their own divine sense in the place where the Heaven realm's origin is located. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly withdrew his divine sense. The reason why he did this was because the Masters of the 33 Heavens were too strong. They had unimaginable means. Perhaps they could rely on their own divine sense to find the place where Lin Feng was and attack him. This kind of method wasn't considered a very clever method. Although it wasn't very clever, it was very effective. Lin Feng naturally had to be more vigilant. Otherwise, who knew if he would suffer a calamity? Lin Feng's divine sense returned to the body of the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar. Lin Feng frowned. Although the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar could sense the chi of the Heaven realm's origin, there was a mark of the Masters of the 33 Heavens' divine sense. This was a more troublesome matter. It seemed like he couldn't think of the Heaven realm's origin for the time being. Let's stop for a while first. Second level of the Heaven realm, Western region, Wanlong Mountain Range. This place was considered a famous place in the Heaven realm. Wanlong Mountain Range, as the name implied, had many dragon veins in this place. Of course, there weren't as many as 10,000 dragon veins. Although there weren't 10,000 dragon veins, there were at most 3,000 to 4,000 dragon veins. Later on, many of the dragon veins in this place were moved away. However, during the immemorial era, this place became strange. It was originally a place where dragons flourished, a holy land for cultivation, but suddenly it became a dangerous place. Hundreds of ghosts and evil spirits gathered at night. No one knew what caused this. There were even rumors that this place was the gateway to hell. Every full moon, The gateway to hell would open and the evil spirits imprisoned in the 18 layers of hell would take advantage of this opportunity to enter the heaven realm and devour the immortal chi of the heaven realm. That way, they would be able to cultivate both immortal and ghost chi. It was said that a few lords of hell had grown up like this. Now, Zun had brought a few dozen black-robed cultivators to the Wanlong mountain range. Chapter 62-23. Zun's group quickly traversed the 10,000 Dragon Mountains. These people were all elites of the black-robed clan and were loyal to Zun. In fact, the black-robed clan's internal strife was extremely fierce. It was all about strength. The stronger one was the higher one's status in the black-robed clan. The weaker one was the lower one's status. Even if you were the son of the clan leader, if you were trash in cultivation, you wouldn't have any status in the black-robed clan. As one of the top clans in the epic era, the black-robed clan's foundation was unimaginably powerful. They had several complete cultivation systems and top-notch immortal scriptures and divine abilities for their clansmen to cultivate. Not everyone was qualified to cultivate these top-notch immortal scriptures and divine abilities. Cultivators of different levels would receive corresponding cultivation resources. For example, Sage Realm cultivators could only receive Sage Realm resources. These resources included immortal stones, pills, divine abilities, secret techniques, and so on. Clearly, the higher one's level, the more powerful one would be, and the more precious the resources one would receive. Divine abilities and inheritances granted to quasi-transcendence realm cultivators were clearly incomparable to those granted to Sage Realm cultivators. This kind of competition made the black-robed cultivators feel a strong sense of urgency at all times. If they wanted to obtain more resources, if they wanted to stand above the rest, they had to constantly raise their cultivation base, regardless of what method they used. As long as you raise your cultivation base, you will receive more resources and your status in the family will also increase greatly. Zun had come to the 10,000 Dragon Mountains because she knew that there was a dragon transformation pool in the depths of the mountains. The dragon transformation liquid inside was very beneficial to raising one's cultivation. Zun had known this in her previous life, but she hadn't had the time to refine the dragon transformation liquid in the dragon transformation pool before she was forced to reincarnate. Now, Zun planned to refine the dragon transformation liquid. She had brought along a group of trusted subordinates. If they could raise their strength, it would be very beneficial to her and help her consolidate her position. As these people hurried towards the depths of the 10,000 Dragon Mountains, Zun thought to herself, logically speaking, after Lin Feng's death, that bitch's obsession should have dissipated. Her soul shouldn't have been able to resist my devouring, but why is her obsession still so strong even after Lin Feng's death? Obviously, Zun still didn't know about Lin Feng's exact situation. She had always thought that Lin Feng had died in the hands of the great Luo Demon King. After all, the great Luo Demon King was so powerful. She didn't believe that Lin Feng had a way to resist the great Luo Demon King. They were on completely different levels. It was very normal for Violet Mandarin to think in this way. After all, the Origin Demon King was an existence that had surpassed 21 eras. He was an extremely rare figure even amongst the ancient races. How could Lin Feng possibly escape from the hands of the great Luo Demon King? Wasn't this just wishful thinking? Zun continued thinking, let's not talk about why that bitch's will is still so strong. The most important thing right now is to increase my cultivation. I need to stabilize my cultivation and prepare to break through to the next level. Thinking back to his previous life, when he failed to break through to the next realm and had no choice but to reincarnate, his heart still palpitated with fear. Although the past was like smoke, many things from his previous life were still vivid in his mind. It had a negative impact on his mind. Zun knew this, but she couldn't control it. However, Zun had her own plans. First, she wanted to increase her cultivation as much as possible. Then, she would think of a way to devour Zun's soul. At that time, she would be able to completely control this body. Many times, she even felt that the fear in her heart was brought to her by Zun's cowardice, and not her own fear. In fact, this was a kind of self-deception, but she would never admit it. The 10,000 Dragon Mountain Range was indeed very dangerous. In this place, there were terrifying evil ghosts everywhere. Moreover, ghost chi, baleful chi, een chi, corpse chi, and devil chi fused together to form an extremely strange power. This power seemed to be fused with the power of death and the power of time. When that strange power invaded the body, it would cause serious damage to the body. Several cultivators died one after another because of this strange power. There were also some who died from the sneak attacks of some evil ghosts. In addition, some cultivators were killed by the powerful restrictions of this place. By the time the black-robed cultivators reached the depths of the Myriad Dragon Mountain Range, where the Dragon Transformation Pool was located, they had already lost more than 10 experts. This made the faces of Violet Mandarin and the others turn extremely ugly. They only had a little over 60 people in total, and they had lost over a dozen people, which was roughly a quarter of their total number. These people were powerful and had bright futures ahead of them. They were people that Violet Mandarin relied heavily on. Now that they had lost them, Violet Mandarin naturally felt extremely depressed. However, it had already happened, and there was no point in being depressed. They could only look forward. Zun said, "When we reach the Dragon Transformation Pool and obtain the opportunities there, everyone's cultivation will greatly increase." After hearing Zun's words, everyone immediately became excited. The depressed mood from before was swept away. The dead were already dead, and the living should live better lives. These black-robed cultivators were still able to see through many things. For example, so many people had died this time, so they were able to see through it. The world of cultivators had always been like this. They didn't know when they would die, even if they came from extraordinary backgrounds. Under Zun's lead, the group quickly moved towards the depths of the Myriad Dragon Mountain Range. They were extremely fast. After about an hour, they saw a large amount of dragon chi in front of them. The dragon chi was violently rolling, and there seemed to be a mysterious pool in the middle of the dragon chi. Faintly, the roars of a dragon could be heard coming from the pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool. The group immediately became excited. They had come for the Dragon Transformation Pool, and now that they had finally found it, they were naturally very excited. Not bad, not bad. The spiritual liquid inside should be the Dragon Transformation liquid, right? That's good stuff. It can greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded. After hearing this voice, many people's expressions suddenly changed because many of them were quite familiar with this voice. After all, many of the people present had interacted with the person who had spoken earlier. Especially Zun. He was even more familiar with this person. There was a flash of light. 2 cultivators stepped out of the void. These 2 were none other than Lin Feng and Tang Jiro. They had finally made it in time. If they had been a bit later, the fortune of the Dragon Transformation Pool would have been taken by these people. After seeing Lin Feng, Zun and the other experts from the Black Robes clan had extremely ugly expressions. They didn't expect Lin Feng to appear in this place. "Why aren't you dead? The Origin Demon King has a deep grudge with your clan. He shouldn't have let you go," Zun said in disbelief. She couldn't understand this. She didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong, but logically speaking, there shouldn't have been any mistakes. Zun felt that perhaps something unknown had happened after they left. Could it be that Lin Feng and the Origin Demon King had reached some kind of secret agreement? Thinking about it carefully, that didn't seem to be the case. The Origin Demon King was an existence that had transcended 21 epochs. Moreover, he was an expert that had transcended his realm. Such an expert was extremely arrogant. He wouldn't easily make a deal with a junior because he felt that the other party wasn't qualified to make a deal with him. This was the pride of an expert. Moreover, Lin Feng was the descendant of his enemy. This was even more impossible. However, if he hadn't made a deal with Lin Feng, how had Lin Feng escaped? Could it be that Lin Feng had some kind of powerful method that allowed him to escape from an expert that had transcended his realm? If that was the case, then Lin Feng was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Ziyuanyuan's mood became extremely bad at this thought. Lin Feng said, "The Origin Demon King is nothing. I killed him with a single slap." The Black Robes clan was speechless when they heard Lin Feng's boasting. They thought to themselves, "Will you die if you don't talk about how awesome you are?" It hadn't been easy for them to stop Ziyuanyuan here today. Lin Feng was actually very excited. He felt that it was time to settle the previous grudge. Lin Feng planned to suppress Ziyuanyuan. He wanted to suppress Ziyuanyuan and then kill the soul of senior sister Yuan. That way, he would be able to save Ziyuanyuan. Lin Feng waved his hand and the Book of the Dead flew out. Then, more than 300 powerful undead creatures flew out from the book. These undead creatures were indeed not enough to deal with an expert that had transcended his realm. After all, an expert that had transcended his realm was really too terrifying. However, there were no transcended realm experts among the Black Robes clan. Naturally, there was no problem dealing with them. Ziyuanyuan turned her head and glanced at the dragon transformation pond. She was extremely unwilling. Just as she was about to obtain the opportunity here, Lin Feng had appeared. She knew that her strength wasn't a match for Lin Feng. She could only give up on the dragon transformation pond. Ziyuanyuan's heart was bleeding. If she had known that Lin Feng would appear here, she would have brought a few more people with her. However, she couldn't predict the future, so there was no point in regretting it. Ziyuanyuan took out a jade talisman and crushed it. The power of void teleportation enveloped everyone. Clearly, it was a spatial teleportation talisman, and Ziyuan wanted to borrow the power of the spatial teleportation talisman to teleport everyone out. She glared at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, don't be so smug. The game has only just begun. Let's play slowly. Let's see how I'll play you to death." After saying those words, the spatial teleportation power was about to teleport Ziyuanyuan and the others out. However, when the spatial teleportation power was about to teleport them out, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The spatial teleportation power was unable to teleport Ziyuanyuan and the others out. Thus, the spatial teleportation power dissipated in the end. This scene caused the expressions of Violet Mandarin and the others to change drastically. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I know that you should have a spatial teleportation talisman. Even if space is sealed, it should be able to teleport you out. However, your luck isn't so good today because I cultivate the Tao of Space of the first space god. His Tao of Space is a bit special. Once space is sealed, even spatial teleportation talisman won't be able to teleport you out." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ziyuanyuan's expression changed. Ziyuanyuan's group's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Feng had calculated every step of the way. They were in a passive situation. "Break out," Ziyuanyuan said in a low voice. She led more than 50 black-robed elites to break out of the encirclement, but the difference in numbers was too great. It was a one-sided battle. One black-robed cultivator after another was killed. Towards the end, some of the black-robed cultivators were scared out of their wits and began to beg for mercy. It seemed that these arrogant black-robed cultivators weren't completely unafraid of death. However, Lin Feng didn't let the cultivators of the Black Cloak clan off. These black-robed cultivators who had begged for mercy were all killed. Ziyuanyuan was strong, but she was surrounded by Lin Feng, Tang Jiro, Huang Daxian, the king of rotten corpses, the female rotten corpses, and the monster corpses. No matter how strong she was, there was no way she could fight against so many top experts. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to injure Ziyuan, he would have defeated her long ago. Purple Mandarin Duck persisted for more than 30 rounds before finally being defeated. Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals to seal Ziyuan. Chapter 62-24. After successfully sealing Ziyuan, Lin Feng was in a good mood. He had finally solved a problem that he had always wanted to solve. Now, he had to help Ziyuan get rid of Venerable Yuan's sister's soul. Lin Feng knew that this wasn't going to be easy, but Lin Feng was confident in his own abilities. Lin Feng, do you know who I am? Ziyuan, said Ziyuan. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I'm not very clear. I only know that you're Venerable Yuan's sister. Venerable Yuan had been converted by Lin Feng a long time ago. She could be considered one of Lin Feng's pawns in the Black Cloak clan, aside from Xian. However, Venerable Yuan's status was much lower than Xian's. The main difference was in their cultivation levels. Of course, as time passed, Venerable Yuan would probably be much stronger than before. It seems like you don't know much, said Ziyuan. Lin Feng frowned but didn't say anything else. He knew that Ziyuan was going to tell him some secrets. She had probably told him this because she wanted him to be apprehensive and release her. Ziyuan glanced at Lin Feng and said, even though Venerable Yuan and I are sisters, in reality, her status is much lower than mine. She's just the daughter of a servant, while my mother's family is extremely powerful. That's why there's such a huge gap between our statuses. Lin Feng nodded. This kind of situation was unavoidable in any family. Even though the sons and daughters of the first wife and the sons and daughters of concubines were brothers and sisters, there was a huge gap between their statuses. In many families, the sons and daughters of concubines were only slightly higher than servants. In other words, it was because the mother's family was weaker. Venerable Yuan was always by my side when she was young. She served me. I saw that she was smart, so I let her follow me. That way, no one would bully her. Ziyuan continued. From this, one could see the difference in status between a daughter of a concubine and a daughter of the first wife. My father is an expert who has transcended 7 eras. Ziyuan continued. In fact, there were 2 types of cultivators who had transcended epoch. One was those who had broken through to the transcendence realm, while the other was those who had not. So what if he didn't break through and transcend cultivation realms, crossing many great eras? At most, they would accumulate a lot of power, and their battle prowess might also become very strong because of their accumulation. However, no matter how strong they would not surpass their realm. Naturally, the threat they posed would not be comparable to that of an expert surpassing their realm. A cultivator who broke through to a higher realm would be incredible. For example, a cultivator who had broken through 15 eras ago would be able to accumulate strength continuously in the following 15 eras. Obviously, his strength would only get stronger and stronger. A cultivator who broke through to the Transcendence realm 14 eras ago might be much weaker than a cultivator who broke through to the Transcendence realm 15 eras ago. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, a cultivator like Lin Feng would definitely be able to challenge someone of a higher realm after breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Ziyuan's father had transcended 7 eras, and 7 eras meant that he had transcended cultivation realms. Her father was different from the great immortal demon king. Although the great immortal demon king had broken through to the Transcendence realm 21 eras ago, his battle prowess had decreased greatly because he had been suppressed for too long. Ziyuan's father had not been suppressed. Moreover, the black-robed clan was powerful and had a strong foundation. What kind of resources could they not obtain? Therefore, Ziyuan's father must be extremely terrifying right now. Even the current great immortal demon king might not necessarily be a match for Ziyuan's father. Heh! You're saying all this just to make me fear you, right? Lin Feng sneered. It was indeed dangerous to be targeted by a Transcendence Realm expert who had transcended 7 eras. However, who knew where Ziyuan's father was right now? By the time he came looking for Yi Shiwen's strength might have increased, and he might not necessarily be afraid of Ziyuan. Moreover, he and the black-robed clan had an irreconcilable relationship. There was no need to fear them. Ziyuan still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng did not give her the chance. Lin Feng temporarily suppressed Ziyuan in the 4 vicious cauldrons. Tang Jiro silently watched all of this without saying a word. She was very smart, and there were some things that she would not easily participate in. Lin Feng looked at Tang Jiro and said, "Let's go take a look at the dragon transformation pool." Tang Jiro nodded and walked towards the dragon transformation pool with Lin Feng. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the dragon transformation pool. They saw that it was half filled with water. In the pool, densely packed little dragons were swimming around happily. However, upon closer inspection, there were no little dragons at all. "We can't stay here for long. Let's take the dragon transformation pool and quickly leave this place," Lin Feng said. Tang Jiro also agreed with Lin Feng's suggestion. Just as Lin Feng was about to take the dragon transformation pool, he suddenly felt an extremely cold qi lock onto him. This qi made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable, but Tang Jiro's expression remained the same. She clearly did not feel the cold qi. When Lin Feng tried to sense the cold qi, Lin Feng was shocked to discover that the qi had disappeared. It was as if everything had been an illusion. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. He did not know what was going on. Could it really have been an illusion? Lin Feng had the feeling that it wasn't an illusion. Even though he had only sensed it for a moment, he had definitely sensed that cold and gloomy qi. In other words, there was probably a terrifying cultivator hiding in that place. When Lin Feng thought about that, his heart started pounding. He looked around and said coldly, "Your Excellency, you've been spying on us for a long time. Why don't you show yourself?" When she heard Lin Feng's words, Tang Jiro was clearly shocked. She had not expected that there would be someone else here. Who was the person hiding in the dark? "Young friend, your perception is really admirable." At that moment, a fake smile could be heard. Following that, an old man walked over from the distance. The old man was really too old. He should have been quite tall, but at that moment, his body was hunched over, his skin was loose, and his eyes were cloudy. However, deep within those cloudy eyes, there was an indescribable light that made people's hearts palpitate. Lin Feng could not tell how strong the old man was. The more he was like this, the more terrifying he was. Lin Feng suppressed his fear and said calmly, "Junior is Lin Feng. How should I address you, Senior?" "He, a person who is about to die." "There's no need to say his name," said the old man. While glancing at Lin Feng from head to toe. His gaze was somewhat complicated. Yes, it was somewhat complicated. Lin Feng was confused. Who was this old man? Why was he looking at him with such a complicated gaze? Because Lin Feng had felt a moment of coldness earlier, Lin Feng had thought that the old man would feel a strong sense of hostility towards him. However, he did not feel any hostility from the old man. Perhaps the old man had concealed it well. Was that why Lin Feng had not sensed it? Lin Feng asked, "Senior, do you want some Dragonized elixir as well?" The old man said, "No, I don't need it. It's useless to me. Speaking of which, I was just passing by and saw you fighting here. I couldn't help but think of all the things I experienced when I was young. It's good to be young, to be able to fight and be fearless. Cultivate well. I have high hopes for you." After saying that, the old man turned and left. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This person was somewhat strange. He was also somewhat baffled. Who exactly was he? Was he hostile towards Lin Feng? Or was he not hostile at all? Lin Feng could not figure it out, so he did not continue to think about it. He was not the type to worry about nothing. He would take it one step at a time. There was no need to fuss over these things. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. He put away all the Dragoneyes elixir in the Dragoneyes pool and quickly left with Tangjiro. After Lin Feng and Tangjiro left, the old man who had left earlier walked out from the darkness. The old man had not actually left. He had just hidden in the darkness. However, whether it was Lin Feng, Tangjiro, or the Demon Lord, none of them had been able to discover him. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this old man was. Interesting young man. I should pay attention to him. The old man muttered to himself. In the end, he revealed a meaningful smile. Then, his body became illusory and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and Tangjiro did not know about all this. At that moment, Lin Feng and Tangjiro were in a very good mood. After all, they had obtained so much Dragoneyes elixir. Lin Feng and Tangjiro found a place in the forest to go into seclusion. Each person could only refine a portion of the Dragoneyes elixir. If they refined more, it would not have any effect. Tangjiro did not take too much. Apart from her own portion, she also took an extra portion. It was probably for her teacher. Lin Feng took out a portion of the Dragoneyes elixir and gave it to Bibi and the others. As for the Wu sisters, they were still in seclusion. He could only give it to them when they came out. The Demon Lord had also obtained a portion of the Dragoneyes elixir. It was also very useful to him. Although it could not help him complete his breakthrough, it could increase his strength. In this way, his fighting strength would also increase by quite a bit. Lin Feng also left a portion of the Dragoneyes elixir for Du Zhu and the others. When he met up with them, he would give it to Du Zhu and the others. Tangjiro went to refine the Dragoneyes elixir. Lin Feng did not immediately refine the Dragoneyes elixir. He planned to first help Zun deal with the spirit of Venerable Lord Yuan's sister. This was the most important thing at the moment. Zun had a rough idea of what Lin Feng wanted to do when she came out. Her face was a little pale. She was of noble birth and had a bright future ahead of her. She did not want to die at Lin Feng's hands like this. However, things had developed to this point and many things were no longer within her control. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy, right? Think about my suggestion carefully. I think that we can definitely become very good friends in the future. Zun said anxiously. Lin Feng was annoyed by her noise. He directly sealed her mouth so that she could not speak. Then, Lin Feng's spiritual consciousness invaded Zun's mind. Zun's spirit was imprisoned in the depths of her spirit, while Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit occupied the center of her mind, which was also the center of her spirit consciousness. Zun Ling Yuan's sister's soul had already surpassed her cultivation level. She immediately attacked Lin Feng's godly awareness. She wanted to destroy Lin Feng's godly awareness and then destroy his soul. But Lin Feng was prepared. When Zun Ling Yuan's sister's soul attacked his godly awareness, Lin Feng's godly awareness was destroyed. 8 types of sky flames had already flown out and enveloped Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit. Although Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit was extremely powerful, everything in the world had its own counter. The damage caused by the sky flames was too great. Even though Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit had already surpassed the Transcendence realm, it was still very difficult for her to resist the attack of 8 types of sky flames. At most, she could only resist 4 or 5 types of sky flames. In the end, Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit was suppressed. Lin Feng originally wanted to get rid of Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit. However, after thinking about it carefully, he changed his mind and did not immediately destroy Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit. He felt that Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit might know a lot of secrets. Of course, considering that there might be powerful restrictions in her spirit, he might not be able to learn those secrets from her. However, there was still some use in keeping her. After Lin Feng rescued Ziyuanyuan's spirit, his spirit consciousness returned to his body and immediately imprisoned Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit. Lin Feng took out a spatial porcelain bottle and threw Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's spirit into it to seal it. He would have a good chat with her after he was done with his business. Ziyuanyuan was still in a deep sleep and did not know when she would wake up. Lin Feng temporarily placed her in the spatial time. Then, Lin Feng began to refine the dragon transformation fluid. The effect of the dragon transformation fluid was indeed very shocking. What surprised Lin Feng was that the dragon transformation fluid could not only greatly improve his cultivation, but it could also improve his spirit power. This kind of treasure that could improve one's cultivation level and spirit power was extremely rare. As Lin Feng continued to refine the dragon transformation fluid, Lin Feng's cultivation level and spirit power improved greatly. Lin Feng's cultivation level and spirit level had both broken through 3 levels. His cultivation level had broken through from the 3rd heaven of the Divine Saint Realm to the 6th heaven of the Divine Saint Realm, while his spirit level had broken through from the 10th heaven of the Divine Saint Realm to the 3rd heaven of the Divine Saint Realm. This time, his spirit level had broken through 1 major realm, and there were still 3 minor realms to go. This kind of improvement was naturally very delightful. Unfortunately, his physical body had not improved at all. It would be even better if his physical body could break through as well. However, there was nothing perfect in this world. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Sometimes one could not be too greedy. One had to learn how to be satisfied. As soon as Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he sensed that Ziyuanyuan had woken up. Ziyuanyuan looked around in confusion, not knowing where she was. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Ziyuanyuan flew out. At the first instant, she saw Lin Feng. She seemed to be in disbelief. After being stunned for a moment, she became excited. She threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace. He hugged her. Lin Feng was filled with emotions. He seemed to be thinking back to when he was in his teens, when his clan had undergone great changes. Ziyuanyuan had been by his side, and they had gone through countless dangers together. A few hundred years had passed. Lin Feng could sense that Ziyuanyuan's feelings for him had not changed. She was still very dependent on him. Lin Feng stroked Ziyuanyuan's soft hair and said softly, "I've already imprisoned that woman's soul. How do you want to deal with her?" Ziyuanyuan said, "Master, you can deal with her. I don't want to see her again." Lin Feng nodded. Ziyuanyuan was clearly terrified of Yuan Tianzuan's sister, so she didn't want to have anything to do with her. "That little girl has recovered?" At that moment, Tang Jiro's voice came from behind Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and Ziyuanyuan separated. Ziyuanyuan's face was flushed red. Her personality was still the same as before. She was a little shy. Lin Feng said, "Ziyuanyuan, let me introduce you. This sister is called Tang Jiro. She's a good friend of mine." "Sister Ziyuanyuan, I've heard Lin Feng talk about you many times. Congratulations on recovering." Tang Jiro grabbed Ziyuanyuan's hand. She seemed very affectionate. Ziyuanyuan's life had been quite tragic. Before she was 13, she had been considered a jinx by her village. She had been beaten and scolded every day. Later, she had been sold off as a slave. After following Lin Feng, she hadn't lived a good life for very long. Lin Feng's clan had undergone a great change. After that, Ziyuanyuan had followed Lin Feng to avoid being hunted down by his enemies. However, the days she had spent with Lin Feng were the happiest days of her life. Later, she had been taken to the Black Cloak clan's ancestral land. Yuan Tianzuan's sister's soul had recovered and taken over her body. She had only occasionally been able to take over her body. Therefore, the people and matters of the outside world were still unfamiliar to her. When she interacted with other people, she would still feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Now, Tanjiro was being so affectionate towards her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Feng said, "Ziyuan, from now on you'll be good sisters." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ziyuan seemed to have gained a great deal of courage. She quickly nodded and looked at Tanjiro. She shyly called out, "Sister Jiro." Tanjiro was very happy and said, "Good sister, from now on I'll be your real sister." Ziyuan was a little touched, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She was such a person. If someone treated her well, she would be touched and would treat that person 10 or 100 times better. Children who had lacked love since they were young were probably like Ziyuan. It was very heartbreaking. Chapter 62-25. Lin Feng had promised to follow Tanjiro to visit Tanjiro's master. Most of the matters in the second layer of the Heaven Realm had been settled, so now they had time to visit Tanjiro's master. If Tanjiro's master hadn't saved Tanjiro back then, Tanjiro would have already been killed when she was young. Therefore, Tanjiro was very grateful to her master. However, it seemed that it wasn't just gratitude because Tanjiro was only a few years old at that time. The great change that had happened to her was a huge blow to her. Her master treated her like her own granddaughter. Tanjiro walked out of the pain and even felt the warmth of kinship from her master. Therefore, Tanjiro's master was more like her family in some ways. Tanjiro and Ziyuan gradually became familiar with each other. Then, the two of them quickly warmed up. They often got together and whispered to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. Lin Feng was really curious, but he thought that it should be some women's topic. It was better not to listen to this kind of topic. The ancient starship Xianyuan flew in an invisible state. In the following period of time, Lin Feng spent most of his time in seclusion. Lin Feng's seclusion was mainly to familiarize himself with the Stone Man avatar's combat strength. During this period of time, the Stone Man avatar had also refined a large amount of dragon transformation liquid, so its combat strength had increased to a certain extent. However, it was still far from breaking through to the next realm. However, there was a saying that one couldn't achieve 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. Therefore, if he slowly accumulated, he would be able to complete the breakthrough sooner or later. Lin Feng was still very confident in the Stone Man avatar. During this period of time, Lin Feng used the Stone Man avatar's ability to sense the location of the Heaven Realm's origin several times. He knew that the Heaven Realm's origin had the divine sense of the 33 Heaven Masters. Therefore, he was very careful every time. But even so, every time his divine sense tried to communicate with that place, it would be discovered by the divine sense of the 33 Heaven Masters. It had to be said that the 33 Heaven Masters were really powerful. Thinking about it carefully, their abilities might not be as powerful as imagined. However, the key point was that this was the Heaven Realm. They had fused with the Heaven Realm. In the Heaven Realm, their abilities were infinitely magnified many times. Just like how he dealt with Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's Stone Man clones. This Stone Man's avatar had not broken through beyond the realm. In the outside world, it was not particularly difficult for Lin Feng to deal with this Stone Man's avatar. However, in the Heaven Realm, he was almost killed by this Stone Man's avatar several times. If he had not found a place to deal with this Stone Man's avatar, he would not have been able to kill this Stone Man's avatar. Lin Feng planned to stop for a period of time before continuing to search for the specific location of the Heaven Realm's origin. If the frequency was too fast, it might not be a good thing for him. Lin Feng took out the porcelain bottle that had sealed heavenly supremacy Yuan's sister's soul. In fact, Lin Feng didn't know her name, nor was he interested in knowing it. All he wanted to know now was what he could get from her. Said Lin Feng, I didn't kill you, you should feel lucky. Therefore, you should be honest and cooperate with me, said Lin Feng. Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister's heart was filled with hatred. In her previous life, she had never hated someone as much as she hated Lin Feng. When she thought of Lin Feng, she felt like gnashing her teeth. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in her heart. However, she was now a prisoner. She could only think about these things in her heart. The future was uncertain. What she was most concerned about now was whether she could continue to live or not. Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister said, I will definitely cooperate with you well. Lin Feng said, Tell me about the top experts of your black-robed clan. Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister said, As far as I know, other than my father, there is another expert who has transcended 3 eras. Other than them, I haven't come into contact with anyone else. However, from my father, there seem to be some experts who have transcended realms, but I'm not particularly sure about the exact number. Lin Feng frowned slightly. In that case, the black-robed clan's foundation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. They were indeed worthy of being a top-notch race. Such a race was unimaginably terrifying. Even the Immortal Clan and the Celestial Clan couldn't compare to them. After all, the Immortal Clan and the Celestial Clan were only races of this era. Next, Lin Feng asked a lot of questions about the Black-Robed Clan. The more he knew about the Black-Robed Clan, the more shocked Lin Feng was. The power that the Black-Robed Clan held made him apprehensive. However, the Black-Robed Clan didn't seem to be a monolithic entity. According to Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister, there were some people in the Black-Robed Clan who advocated joining forces with the Imperial Clan behind the scenes. However, there were also some people who strongly opposed it. These people felt that the Black-Robed Clan should be like the Undying Clan and the other lost races of the era. They should ignore the outside world and keep a low profile. However, the power that these people held was in a weak position. This news piqued Lin Feng's interest. It was best if they weren't a monolithic entity. If they were, it would be too troublesome to deal with them. If they weren't a monolithic entity, it would be relatively easier to deal with them. Lin Feng then asked Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister about the top-notch immortal scriptures and abilities that had been passed down by the Black-Robed Clan. If he could grasp the Black-Robed Clan's inheritance, he would know where the Black-Robed Clan's weakness was. Unfortunately, Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister didn't dare to leak this information to Lin Feng. There were indeed some restrictions in her mind that would be activated when she leaked the top-notch inheritance of the Black-Robed Clan. This made Lin Feng feel a little regretful. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to get information about the top-notch inheritance from Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister. What will it take for you to let me go? Asked Zun Tian Yuan nervously. Her life was in Lin Feng's hands, so she had to be careful. She used to have a high and mighty social status, and now she had to be careful and cautious. She felt like she was about to go crazy. However, she had no choice but to endure. Surviving was the most important thing. Everything else was nothing compared to surviving, including her so-called dignity. Lin Feng said, Perhaps you will be a good bargaining chip. Lin Feng then threw the porcelain bottle that sealed Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister's soul into the space-time continuum. He didn't continue to communicate with her. Of course, in Lin Feng's initial plan, he was indeed thinking about whether he could use Heavenly Supremacy Yuan's sister's soul as a bargaining chip to exchange for something that he needed but was difficult to obtain from the Black-Robed Clan, such as the Transcendence Pill. Perhaps the Black-Robed Clan didn't have the Transcendence Pill. However, Lin Feng believed that the Black-Robed Clan would definitely have a way to obtain something like the Transcendence Pill. If they couldn't even get their hands on the Transcendence Pill, then the Black-Robed Clan wouldn't be qualified to be called the most ancient and powerful clan of the epoch. 1 month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at their destination. This place was in the depths of an extremely dangerous primitive forest. The old woman who had taken Tanjiro in was called Mute Granny. Although she couldn't speak, she was incomparably strong. The mountain range she lived in was sealed by a restrictive spell. With Tanjiro leading the way, Lin Feng and the others quickly passed through the restrictive spell and arrived at the mountain range. Its sister Jiro. As soon as they entered the mountain range, a myna flew over and immediately shouted. The myna flapped its wings and said, "Sister Jiro, you were gone for so long this time. I missed you so much that I couldn't even eat or drink. Did you know that?" Lin Feng had the impression he was going to faint. It wasn't strange for the eighth brother to become a spirit, but the thing was, the eighth brother had learned how to flirt with beautiful human girls, and was now flirting with beautiful human girls. That was a bit strange. "Little eight, I missed you too." Tanjiro smiled. "Sister Jiro, you're back." "Sister Jiro, I missed you so much." At that moment, many spiritual birds flew over, such as orioles, white-tailed sparrows, and so on. There were about 30 of them in total. Many of them had already disappeared outside. Tanjiro greeted the spiritual birds. Under the guidance of the spiritual birds, Lin Feng and the others went deeper into the mountain range. The myna looked at Ziyuan and said, "This little girl is quite hot. What's your name? How about we be friends?" Lin Feng was speechless. This damn myna had flirted with Tanjiro, and now it was flirting with Ziyuan. Was it still a bird? Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to slap the myna to death, but fortunately, he restrained himself. Ziyuan ignored the myna. The myna didn't give up. It continued, "Little girl, this place is under my protection. No matter what happens, you can come and find me. There's nothing I can't solve." Ziyuan expressed her gratitude. Then the myna looked at Lin Feng. No, to be more precise, it looked at Lin Feng from the corner of its eyes. That gaze seemed a little unfriendly. Tanjiro was to Lin Feng's left, and Ziyuan was to his right. When the two beauties looked at Lin Feng, one looked at him tenderly, while the other looked at him tenderly. The myna was jealous. "Boy, what's your name?" The myna looked at Lin Feng with contempt. How strong could a young human cultivator be? The little guy looked down on Lin Feng, but he had forgotten that he was just a little bird who had become a cultivator after becoming a cultivator. Lin Feng said, "My surname is Lin, and I'm called Uncle Lin." "Lin Day? That's a strange name," the myna muttered. Tanjiro and Ziyuan snickered. Lin Feng was obviously referring to Uncle Lin. The myna mistook it for Lin Day. When it said Lin Day, it seemed to be referring to Lin Feng as Uncle Lin. Tanjiro rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. This guy wouldn't even let the myna go. Not long after Lin Feng and the others arrived at the central region of the mountain range. There were a few stone houses here, but they didn't see Mute Granny. Tanjiro looked at the myna and asked, "Little eight, where's Granny?" "She probably went to that place," the myna said. It seemed to be because Lin Feng and the others were here, so it didn't say the name of that place. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this mountain range be hiding some unknown secret? It seemed to be possible. "Then let's wait here for a while," Tanjiro said. She didn't seem to have any intention of going to that place to find Mute Granny. Logically speaking, she had been gone for so long. Tanjiro missed Mute Granny so much. She should have gone to that place to find Mute Granny. But since Tanjiro didn't go to that place, what did that mean? Could it be that place was a place that even Tanjiro couldn't enter? When he thought of this, Lin Feng became even more curious about that place. Not long after, Mute Granny returned. Mute Granny was leaning on an ebony walking stick. Perhaps it was because of her old age, but her gait was unsteady. She was very old, but she looked very kind. When she saw Mute Granny, Tanjiro was very happy. She quickly ran over to her. She ran to Mute Granny's side, grabbed her withered hand, and started talking to her. Mute Granny couldn't speak, so she could only listen. When she saw Tanjiro return, Mute Granny was very happy. She had a kind smile on her face. Lin Feng and Ziyuan also walked over. Tang Jiro introduced them. Granny, this is Lin Feng. He's a good friend of mine outside. This is Ziyuan. She's my godsister. Lin Feng muttered to himself. When did Tang Jiro take Ziyuan as her godsister? He hadn't even known. Even though he was muttering to himself, he still looked at mute Granny with a respectful expression. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, senior." Ziyuan bowed as well. Mute Granny nodded and patted Lin Feng and Ziyuan's hands. Mute Granny was stunned. She looked at Ziyuan and couldn't take her eyes off her. Lin Feng was astonished. He didn't know why Mute Granny was looking at Ziyuan like that. Ziyuan, on the other hand, became slightly uneasy. She looked at Lin Feng. She quickly hid behind Lin Feng. Mute Granny made some hand gestures. Lin Feng didn't know what she meant, but Tang Jiro understood. But Tang Jiro knew what she meant, so she said, "Granny told Ziyuan not to worry. She didn't mean any harm. Granny was worried because she has the blood of the Celestial Snake Clan." When Lin Feng heard Tang Jiro, he was surprised. Mute Granny also had the bloodline of a heavenly demon snake? She had the same bloodline as Ziyuan? Lin Feng felt that Mute Granny was a human. She didn't have the bloodline of a heavenly demon snake. Why would she say that she also had the bloodline of a heavenly demon snake? Lin Feng was very surprised. When Ziyuan heard Tang Jiro's explanation, she looked at Mute Granny with her big eyes. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Obviously, she was extremely excited to hear that one of her clansmen had suddenly appeared here. Chapter 62-26. Mute Granny made a few more hand gestures. Tang Jiro said, "Granny said that she was very happy to see Ziyuan, who also has the bloodline of the Heavenly Demon Snake Clan." Lin Feng was surprised. "Why can't I sense your blood?" asked Lin Feng curiously. Mute Granny smiled and made a few more hand gestures. Tang Jiro explained, "That's because Granny has already lost her bloodline." This was obviously not a simple matter, but Lin Feng didn't know what had happened in the past. Why had Granny lost her bloodline? Perhaps it was a bad memory, so Lin Feng didn't ask any more questions. Lin Feng said, "Ziyuan has always been alone. Now that I've met Granny, I guess I've met a relative." Lin Feng had said that Ziyuan's grandmother was Ziyuan's relative because celestial wild snake clan members were extremely rare. For example, cultivators who had great imperial blood in their veins were usually from great imperial clans, and they were all direct descendants of great imperial clans. Heavenly demon snakes were probably the same. After that, Tang Jiro acted as the interpreter between Mute Granny and Ziyuan. This was the first time Ziyuan had met a relative, or rather, an ancestor, so she was extremely excited. Mute Granny was also very close to Ziyuan, and she even gave her a jade bracelet. Lin Feng could tell that the bracelet was an extremely powerful defensive treasure that had surpassed the Transcendence realm. Lin Feng didn't even have a defensive treasure of that level. Mute Granny was really generous. Lin Feng and Ziyuan stayed there for the time being. At night, Mute Granny and Tang Jiro came to visit Lin Feng. They talked about Ziyuan with Lin Feng. Mute Granny knew that Ziyuan was close to Lin Feng, but she wanted to keep Ziyuan by her side for the time being. She had a way to help Ziyuan recover her bloodline. She wanted to help Ziyuan develop her potential. Lin Feng knew that if Ziyuan stayed with him, she wouldn't grow as fast as if she had stayed with Mute Granny. When he heard Mute Granny's request, Lin Feng frowned slightly. In truth, Lin Feng didn't want Ziyuan to leave. After all, they had only been reunited for a short time. Lin Feng asked, "Did you tell Ziyuan about this?" Tang Jiro replied, "We did, but she didn't agree. She wants to leave with you." When Lin Feng heard Tang Jiro, he was happy. It seemed like Ziyuan really loved him. Tang Jiro continued, "Both Granny and I hope that Ziyuan can stay here for the time being. You should know that things are different now. If it were in the past, we wouldn't have to worry about the destruction of our era. There's no harm in Ziyuan leaving with you. She might not be able to increase her strength as quickly here, but she'll have enough time to increase her cultivation. She won't have to worry about many things. However, the epic is about to be destroyed. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to improve our cultivation base. Staying here will be of great help to Ziyuan. The stronger we are, the greater our chances of survival when the epic is destroyed. Do you agree with me? Lin Feng nodded. What Tang Jiro said made sense. Ziyuan staying was the best choice. Sometimes there were many things that needed to be decided. For example, Ziyuan staying or leaving. Although Lin Feng really wanted Ziyuan to stay by his side, Lin Feng hoped that she would have a better future. Increasing her cultivation was very important to her. Lin Feng knew that he had too many things to do. He might not be able to focus too much on Ziyuan, but Mute Granny was different. She would probably spend the rest of her life teaching Ziyuan and Tangjiro. Mute Granny looked at Lin Feng with murky eyes. She was filled with anticipation. Lin Feng said, I'll talk to Ziyuan about this tomorrow. Mute Granny and Tangjiro were very happy to hear Lin Feng say that. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Feng asked Ziyuan to go for a walk. Ziyuan happily left with him. She really enjoyed spending time with Lin Feng. It was just like when she was a young girl. At that time, she treated Lin Feng as her everything. She even saw Lin Feng as more important than her own life. Now, she was finally reunited with Lin Feng. Therefore, Ziyuan didn't want to be separated from Lin Feng again. Tangjiro looked at Lin Feng and Ziyuan's backs and sighed. She knew that Ziyuan was soft on the outside, but tough on the inside. She just didn't know if Lin Feng's conversation would go smoothly. Lin Feng and Ziyuan walked through the forest. It seemed that they hadn't enjoyed such a peaceful environment in a long time. They didn't have to worry about anything. It was a very comfortable feeling. Lin Feng looked at Ziyuan and said, Last night, Mute Granny and Jiro talked to me about you. Ziyuan said, I know that they want me to stay, but I want to follow you. Lin Feng said, I understand where you're coming from, but I think that it might be better for you to stay here. When she heard Lin Feng say this, Ziyuan's face turned pale. She said, Did I do something wrong? Is that why you don't want me to stay by your side? Tears began to fall from her eyes as she spoke. Lin Feng was her belief, and even her belief that she would continue living. Others might not be able to understand her thoughts and feelings. However, Lin Feng could definitely understand. Lin Feng knew that Ziyuan had misunderstood him. He rubbed Ziyuan's head and said, What nonsense are you thinking? I want you to stay because I want you to raise your cultivation as quickly as possible. You know that I have many things to do, and I need help. You're the person I trust the most. Once you're strong enough, you can help me. This was the excuse Lin Feng had thought of last night. Ziyuan should be able to accept it. If he had said anything else, Ziyuan would definitely overthink it. After all, Ziyuan was too reliant on him. If he left her behind, she might think that he was abandoning her. That would be a huge blow to her. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ziyuan's mood improved. She said, Then I'll definitely make myself very, very strong. I want to be able to protect you in the future. Seeing Ziyuan's serious expression warmed Lin Feng's heart. He nodded seriously and said, All right, I'll wait for that day to come. After returning, Lin Feng told Mute Granny and Tangjiro that Ziyuan was willing to stay. Mute Granny and Tangjiro were very happy. As for Lin Feng, he planned to leave the next day. When Ziyuan found out, she begged Lin Feng to stay for a few more days. Lin Feng knew that once they parted, it would be many years before they would meet again, so he nodded and agreed. Late at night, Lin Feng hadn't slept yet. He was cultivating. In fact, Lin Feng didn't sleep much. He spent most of his time cultivating. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a soft sound. It came from Ziyuan's room. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't know what was going on. Lin Feng walked out and saw that Ziyuan had already come out of her room. She was walking deeper into the forest. Her movements were a little stiff, and her eyes were very confused. It seemed like she was possessed. Seeing Ziyuan like this, Lin Feng was shocked. What was going on? Why did Ziyuan become like this? Moreover, where was she going? Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng didn't disturb Ziyuan. He planned to follow her. After all, Lin Feng was a little worried about leaving Ziyuan here alone. He didn't suspect Mute Granny or Tangjiro. It was mainly because he didn't know much about this place. Who knew if there would be any danger? Deep in the forest. It was dark and cold. It made people shudder. Previously, Lin Feng remembered Eighth Brother saying that Mute Granny had gone to a place deep in the forest. However, he didn't mention the specific place. It seemed like it was a taboo topic. Could the place Eighth Brother was talking about be this dark ancient forest? Ziyuan took the lead and entered the dark ancient forest. After Ziyuan entered, Lin Feng followed. Lin Feng was originally worried that there would be some danger in the dark ancient forest. However, there was no danger. Lin Feng couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Ziyuan went all the way to the deepest part of the dark ancient forest. Lin Feng found that there were 3 tombs in this place. The first tomb was Tomb of my late father, Nangong Tan. The second tomb was Tomb of my late mother, Duga Wanyue. The third tomb was Tomb of Nangong Zishu. Who are these 3 tombs? Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. This place was where Mute Granny lived. In other words, 2 of the tombs belonged to Mute Granny's parents. What about the third tomb, Nangong Zishu? From the name, it should be a woman. Who was she? Could she be Mute Granny's sister? Ziyuan didn't know what kind of power had attracted her here. When she arrived, she sat down cross-legged and entered a mysterious state of cultivation. When Lin Feng saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What was going on? Why did she come to these 3 tombs to cultivate? At that moment, Lin Feng heard a rustling sound. He turned his head to look. He saw that Mute Granny had arrived. Lin Feng said, "Senior, I'm really sorry. We didn't come here on purpose. Just now, I saw Ziyuan being attracted by a mysterious power. I was worried that she would be in danger, so I followed her here." Mute Granny nodded and walked to the 3 tombs. She looked at the tombs with a deep and sorrowful gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that these 3 tombs might have some hidden story, and that story might have something to do with Mute Granny. Chapter 62-27. Lin Feng stayed at Mute Granny's place for another 3 days before he decided to leave. After all, Lin Feng still had a lot of things to deal with. Naturally, he couldn't stay here for too long. Ziyuan was naturally very reluctant to part with Mouji. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Tangjiro also had a very reluctant look on her face, but she didn't say anything. Lin Feng comforted Ziyuan for a while before bidding farewell to Mute Granny and Tangjiro. Then, he left the mountain range that was sealed by the restriction. Lin Feng flew outside. Along the way, Lin Feng thought about some things regarding the 3rd layer of the world. The 3rd layer of the Heaven Realm was an extremely important place for Lin Feng. The reason why he said this was because there was a legendary White Lotus Valley in the 3rd layer of the Heaven Realm. The Devil World origin told Lin Feng that there was a type of heavenly fire in the White Lotus Valley. Lin Feng already had 8 types of heavenly fire. If he could get his hands on one more heavenly fire, it would be of great help to him. Therefore, Lin Feng attached great importance to the 3rd layer of the Heaven Realm. Because of the death of Qi Ming and Yang Tian's Stone Man avatars, the 2nd layer of the Heaven Realm had not been peaceful. Lin Feng guessed that the Heavenly Court must have taken measures to deal with it. There should be Heavenly Court's cultivator army guarding the several teleportation channels, right? It seemed that going to the 3rd layer of the Heaven Realm might not be as easy as he thought. However, there were some things that needed to be taken one step at a time. First, he would go to the teleportation channels to see what the specific situation was like. Then, he would make plans for the next step. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a group of cultivators flying in the distance. There were about 300 of them. These cultivators had a deep and powerful aura, especially the few people in the lead. The aura they emitted caused Lin Feng's heart to tremble slightly. This kind of feeling was really too terrible. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. The origins of these people were not simple. He didn't know what kind of power they were from. Their purpose in coming here was puzzling. Moreover, they were heading towards the mountain range where Mute Granny lived. Could these people be here for Mute Granny? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Because when Lin Feng saw those people, he had hidden himself, therefore, those people didn't notice Lin Feng's presence. Lin Feng felt that he should go back and tell Mute Granny about this matter so that she could prepare for it. Of course, Lin Feng was only guessing that these people were after Mute Granny. If he guessed wrong, it wouldn't matter. If he guessed right, then he would have to be careful when dealing with these people. Lin Feng quickly turned back. Because he remembered the route, Lin Feng easily passed through the restriction outside and entered the mountain range. Seeing Lin Feng turn back, everyone was shocked. Lin Feng looked at Mute Granny and said, "I saw a group of people outside. They all have powerful auras, and their cultivations are unfathomable. They are all peerless experts, and they seem to be heading in this direction. I don't know if they are here for us." When she heard Lin Feng's words, Mute Granny's eyes flickered. Who would come here? Tanjiro was puzzled. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise came from outside. It was obvious that the restriction had been triggered, and it had launched an attack. Someone was trying to break through the restriction. It was those people. They were here for them. Tanjiro's expression changed. They really are here for us. What do we do now? Mute Granny made a few hand gestures. Tanjiro translated. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Mute Granny led everyone into the depths of the mountain range. She guessed that there was a way out there, but at that moment, a group of cultivators rushed over. When he saw them, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It was indeed those people he had seen. What really surprised Lin Feng was that they were able to break through the restriction so quickly. They really weren't simple. He just didn't know who they were and why they were here. Zishu, we haven't seen each other for many years. I never thought that we would meet again in such a manner. The old man leading the group said. Zishu? Nangong Zishu? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the name Nangong Zishu written on the tombstone in the depths of the mountain range. So Mute Granny was Nangong Zishu. Lin Feng had thought that Nangong Zishu was Mute Granny's sister. But that wasn't right. Mute Granny was still alive. Why would she build a tomb for herself? Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen someone build a tomb for themselves while they were still alive. Wasn't that the same as cursing themselves to die early? He didn't know what Mute Granny was thinking. Mute Granny didn't say anything, but she looked unwell. Zishu, my brother let you down back then. I apologize on behalf of my brother. I hope that you can forgive him, said the old man. He sounded dignified. If he really wanted to apologize, he should have done it himself. It was obvious that the old man wasn't sincere. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just listened quietly. Mute Granny's expression became more and more unsightly. Maybe she was thinking about something that she didn't want to remember. The old man continued, Zishu, you know what we're looking for. Hand it over. Don't worry, as long as you hand it over, we won't make things difficult for you. Also, are these people your disciples? We won't make things difficult for them either. However, if you don't cooperate, we can't guarantee what will happen. A threat. It was a blatant threat. Granny, let's break out of this encirclement, said Tanjiro. She was very intelligent. She could tell that these people had a grudge against her granny. Although she didn't know what the item was, she knew that it was extremely important to her granny. Therefore, Tanjiro didn't want her granny to hand it over. Besides, could these people be trusted? If they got their hands on the treasure, they might even kill them to silence them. Tanjiro had heard of this kind of thing too many times in the outside world. The world of cultivators was like that. You had to be ruthless to your enemies. You had to kill them all. Otherwise, one day your enemies might become extremely powerful. When that happened, you would be in trouble. This kind of thing was very common. In fact, Tanjiro's guess was right. These people had no intention of letting anyone go. The old man had only said those words because he was worried that Mute Granny would destroy the item if she was pushed too far. Little girl, you're too impudent. I'm talking to Mute Granny. Who are you to interrupt? Said the old man coldly. Then, he glared at Tanjiro. Ah! Tanjiro looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She clutched her head and screamed in pain. It was obvious that she had been attacked by a soul attack. Lin Feng knew that Tanjiro's cultivation level was terrifying. The fact that the old man had been able to injure Tanjiro without making a sound meant that he had surpassed his cultivation level. This made Lin Feng feel very uneasy. After all, cultivators who had surpassed their cultivation level were very, very rare. How many cultivators had surpassed their cultivation level in the celestial realm? Could it be that he was one of the strongest cultivators in the celestial realm? He didn't really want Tanjiro's life. Tanjiro's pain only lasted for a moment. Even so, her face was extremely pale. Mute Granny looked at the old man furiously. The old man looked as if he had everything under control. He looked at Mute Granny and said, "Zishu, I'm here on my brother's orders. I hope you can understand." After pausing for a moment, the old man continued, "Leaving that thing with you won't do you any good. Don't be so stubborn. Hand it over." "Hand it over, my ass!" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. This sudden voice shocked everyone, including the old man's group of cultivators. They all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Someone had actually dared to say such vulgar words to the great person in front of them. He had actually dared to humiliate the great person in front of them. Was this guy tired of living? The person who had spoken, of course, it was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was extremely angry. Recently, he had gotten along well with Tanjiro. Lin Feng had treated Tanjiro as a good friend. Lin Feng even felt that Tanjiro had feelings for him. Although Lin Feng and Tanjiro hadn't developed feelings for each other yet, their friendship was already very deep. When he saw Tanjiro's pale face, Lin Feng was incomparably angry. Did this guy think he could do whatever he wanted just because he was strong? Master Feng wouldn't allow it. When the old man came back to his senses, his heart was filled with killing intent. A junior. How dare he humiliate him like this? How could he tolerate this? Now his anger had already reached the heavens. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng to shreds. "Die," he said coldly. Then, he used a powerful soul attack on Lin Feng. This person was indeed very good at soul attacks. His soul attack could be described as unfathomable. Not only was its power terrifying, but it was also impossible to guard against. Just now, when Tanjiro was hit, it could be seen how powerful this old man's soul attack was. The cultivators around the old man all looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. There was no difference. In their opinion, Lin Feng couldn't resist the old man's attack. Next, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. The old man naturally thought so too. However, what happened next stunned the old man and the people around him. Because they found out Lin Feng stood there, completely unharmed. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lin Feng looked at the old man with a mocking gaze and said, "You dare to show off in front of me with such insignificant skills? Don't you know how to spell the word disgrace?" When the old man heard Lin Feng make fun of him, he couldn't help but get angry. Besides, the old man had been in a high position for a very long time. He wasn't a very good person. But he also knew that the young man in front of him had been able to silently neutralize his soul attack. It meant that this young man was extremely strong. The old man couldn't help but ponder. He was trying to figure out Lin Feng's identity. Hurry up and leave. Or else. Do you believe that I won't let you suffer the consequences? Lin Feng said fiercely. F***ck. This kid is too arrogant. The group was about to explode with anger. One of the cultivators looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of us? Who are you? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he asked. The cultivator said proudly, We're from the wasteland. Cultivators from the wasteland? Lin Feng was very surprised. The wasteland was full of mysteries. Some time ago, Lin Feng had heard that the wasteland wasn't very peaceful. It seemed to have undergone a reshuffle. The territories of the various great powers had been redistributed, and there was more than one ruler. Obviously, there were new powers rising in the wasteland. Lin Feng wasn't very sure if the old powers had been destroyed. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, the rulers of a place like the wasteland weren't simple. Even if a new power rose, it would be very difficult to destroy the old powers. Tang Jiro and Zi Yuanyuan also knew how powerful the wasteland was, so when they heard that these people were from the wasteland, they were very shocked. The cultivator said proudly, Now that you know where we come from, are you afraid? He looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze, hoping to see fear and alarm on Lin Feng's face. Unfortunately, he didn't see any expression on Lin Feng's face. He only saw mockery on Lin Feng's face. So what if you're from the wasteland? Do you know who I am? Lin Feng sneered. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't even afraid of the wasteland, the group muttered. They couldn't figure out Lin Feng's origins. After all, Lin Feng didn't look like a brainless person. For such a person to act so arrogantly in front of these wasteland cultivators, how could he not have an astonishing origin? Who are you? The cultivator asked coldly. Lin Feng said, This is the celestial world. I have the sky behind me. The sky behind you? You're related to the 33 lords? The group of wasteland cultivators frowned. The 33 lords were existences that they didn't want to provoke. Even the ruler of the wasteland was extremely afraid of them. They were considering whether Lin Feng's words could be trusted. The main reason was that Lin Feng had silently dispelled the old man's soul attack. Otherwise, these people would have disdained Lin Feng's words. But now they had to carefully consider the power behind Lin Feng. So what if he's related to the 33 lords? The 33 lords can't even leave the celestial court for some reason. Even if they know about this, it doesn't matter. They can't do anything to us. The old man in the lead said coldly. Lin Feng thought that this old thing wasn't easy to fool. The old man looked at Mute Granny and said, Zishu, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to be stubborn, we'll have no choice but to kill you. Mute Granny's eyes were cold. She hit the ground with her ebony cane. In an instant, countless runes were activated and sealed the area. Mute Granny released a large amount of dermic powers and wrapped Lin Feng and the others around her. Then, she quickly rushed into the depths of the wasteland. Trying to show off in front of me? You're overestimating yourself, the old man said disdainfully. He led the group of people through the wasteland. His methods were indeed powerful, and he was extremely proficient in wasteland formations. He quickly led the group out of the wasteland and into the depths of the wasteland. Lin Feng and the others had just reached the depths of the wasteland when the old man and the others chased after them. It had to be said that these people were like maggots in one's bones. You can't escape, the old man said coldly. Mute Granny's expression was extremely gloomy. She looked at Lin Feng. Then, An old voice resounded in Lin Feng's head. I'll delay them. You take Ji Ro and Ziyu to the depths of the wasteland. There's a teleportation portal there. Mute Granny wanted to sacrifice herself to protect Lin Feng and the others. Chapter 62-28. Lin Feng said, Granny, there's nothing to be afraid of about these people. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the experts of the wasteland sneered. From the very beginning, they had thought that Lin Feng was just too good at bragging. He had been bragging non-stop, making himself seem so awesome. But in reality, how strong could a young cultivator be? And now, he was still acting so recklessly. It seemed that he wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with deep disdain. Lin Feng was going to cry in a moment. Maybe Lin Feng really has a way to deal with these people, said Tangjiro. She knew a little about Lin Feng's situation. Lin Feng had more than 300 powerful undead creatures. The number of undead creatures was about the same as the number of people on the other side. These undead creatures could delay the cultivators of the other side. The key was, the other side had a transcendent realm expert. This was the most difficult thing to deal with. Hearing Tangjiro's words, Mute Granny was a little surprised. Lin Feng waved his hand and the Book of the Dead flew out. Then, the 300 powerful undead creatures all flew out. Seeing these undead creatures, the cultivators of the wasteland world couldn't help but frown. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to have so many powerful undead creatures. However, soon, these people began to sneer. So what if Lin Feng had so many powerful undead creatures? They had a transcendent realm expert on their side. A transcendent realm expert was enough to suppress all of the undead creatures. Boy, I didn't expect you to have so many powerful undead creatures. Is this the reason you're so arrogant? You will never know the power of a transcendent realm expert. Even if you have these powerful undead creatures, you will still die today. The old man's voice was cold as he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Humph! Mute Granny couldn't help but snort coldly. She raised her ebony cane and swung it towards the old man. At that moment, the cane began to vibrate violently. Lin Feng realized that the cane had been sealed before, but now the seal was slowly unraveling. It was an ancient artifact-level treasure. As for Mute Granny's cultivation, although she hadn't broken through to the transcendent realm, her level was extremely high. She was probably one step into the transcendent realm, and with the help of the cane, her combat strength had soared. Bang! She and the old man to each other. Mute Granny was pushed back 3 steps, but she was still able to block the old man's attack. It seemed that even with an ancient artifact level to boost her combat strength, there was still a gap between a transcendent realm expert and a true transcendent realm expert, even with an transcendent realm expert. Even with an ancient artifact, she was still a transcendent she to fight was. Granny, are you alright? Tangjiro hurriedly supported Mute Granny, whose body was a little unstable. Mute Granny shook her head. The old man sneered. Zishu, you've disappointed me. I really didn't want to kill you, but you've forced my hand. It had to be said that the old man was really shameless. Even at a time like this, he still had the audacity to say such high-sounding words. It was truly shameful. The old man seemed to have noticed Lin Feng's mocking smile, and his expression darkened. He realized that even though Lin Feng knew that he was a transcendent realm expert, he still didn't seem to be afraid of him. That made the old man furious. Die, you little brat! The old man attacked again, intending to kill Lin Feng. He threw a terrifying punch at Lin Feng. Mute Granny wanted to help Lin Feng block the attack, but at that moment Lin Feng said, Granny, I'll fight him head-on. You wait for an opportunity to attack him. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng rushed towards the old man. Lin Feng had activated the strength of the 9 Orifices Stone Man, and at that moment, the 9 Orifices Stone Man had fused with the strength of the celestial world. That meant that Lin Feng's strength had also surpassed the transcendent realm. Actually, if he could resolve this peacefully, Lin Feng didn't want to fight with the cultivators of the wasteland. After all, he didn't know how strong the old man really was. Even though Lin Feng had borrowed the strength of the 9 orifices stone man, he could only surpass the transcendent realm. If the old man had been a transcendent realm expert for many years, then his transcendent realm would have been much higher. At that point, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to defeat the old man. He might have even died at the old man's hands. That was something that Lin Feng was very clear about. But when he saw Mute Granny and the old man fight, Lin Feng didn't worry about it anymore. Mute Granny's attack hadn't reached full power, but it had at least reached 60 to 70%. In other words, he hadn't been able to defeat Mute Granny even with 60 to 70% of his strength. In that case, this old man probably hadn't been a transcendent realm expert for very long. Therefore, he was at most a transcendent realm beginner cultivator. It had to be said that Lin Feng's analysis was on point. The old man had indeed broken through recently. 3,000 great reincarnations had brought about countless great opportunities. More and more top cultivators had used these opportunities to break through to the transcendent realm. This old man had finally broken through 50 years ago after receiving a great opportunity. Therefore, he was only a transcendent realm beginner. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing that Lin Feng had taken the initiative to attack him, the old man's expression turned into one of mockery. His attack was 3 times sharper than before. Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. He threw a punch. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. Lin Feng and the old man each took 3 steps back. When they saw this, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, including Tanjiro. Lin Feng was actually evenly matched with a transcendent realm expert. Was this not too unbelievable? The wasteland cultivators were even more shocked. This was mainly because Lin Feng was too young. How could such a young man possess transcendent realm combat strength? This didn't make sense. Nevertheless, this was the truth. They had to believe it even if they didn't want to. After Lin Feng and the old man exchanged blows, more than 300 powerful undead spirits quickly charged toward the wasteland cultivators. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Because the undead spirits on Lin Feng's side were completely unafraid of death, the wasteland cultivators panicked when they tried to parry. Soon, they were suppressed by the undead spirits on Lin Feng's side. Poof! 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 The wasteland cultivators were constantly being killed. Of course, the undead spirits were constantly being killed as well. However, the undead spirits that were killed were reborn in the Book of the Dead. However, the wasteland cultivators who were killed by the undead spirits were truly dead. Looking at the tragic deaths of their companions, the wasteland cultivators' expressions became more and more unsightly. Their hearts were getting heavier and heavier. Previously, they thought that Lin Feng was bragging when he said that he would make them suffer. Now they knew that he wasn't bragging at all. The losses on their side were too great. If this continued, more people would die. In the end, they might even be wiped out. At this time, Lin Feng and Mute Granny had joined forces to attack the old man. One had to admit that a transcendent realm expert was extremely terrifying. Although the old man was surrounded by Lin Feng and Mute Granny, he still seemed to be handling it with ease. However, it was not easy for him to shake off Lin Feng and Mute Granny. In fact, Lin Feng's combat strength had only reached the transcendent realm. In other aspects, such as chi blood, the density of dermic powers, the purity of dermic powers, perception, mental strength, physical strength, and so on, he had not reached the transcendent realm. Therefore, if he really fought a transcendent realm expert, he might not be at a disadvantage for a short time, but he would definitely be at a disadvantage soon. Therefore, Lin Feng and Mute Granny joined forces and could only temporarily delay the old man. They could not really defeat him. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. This was because the cultivators in the wasteland were no match for the undead creatures. In fact, the difference in their realms was not that great, but the undead creatures were completely unafraid of death. You can kill me if you want. But before I die, I will drag you down with me. These undead creatures didn't have any worries at all. However, the cultivators had some worries. Therefore, the current situation was quite unfavorable for the wasteland cultivators. The transcendent realm expert in the wasteland world was called Zhao Jihai. He knew that the current situation was extremely bad for them. It seemed that they had no choice but to retreat for now. Otherwise, they would lose even more powerhouses. Even for the wasteland, the loss of these Saint Realm and Quasi-Transcendence experts was very painful. Losing too many of these experts would hurt their bones and tendons. Zhao Jihai looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes full of murderous intent. If looks could kill, Zhao Jihai would have killed Lin Feng 1,000,000 times over. Originally, this plan should have been flawless, but because of Lin Feng's appearance, their plan had failed. This made him very angry, and he knew how important that thing was to his brother. If he did not get that thing, he would probably be scolded when he returned. But no matter what, he had to retreat first and think of another way. Lin Feng seemed to know that Zhao Jihai wanted to retreat. Therefore, Lin Feng launched a frenzied attack on Zhao Jihai. Mute Granny did not know why Lin Feng suddenly increased the intensity of his attack. In her opinion, they would not be able to kill Zhao Jihai. Zhao Jihai's retreat was not a bad outcome for them. After all, they had not broken through to the transcendent realm. If Zhao Jihai found an opportunity and used a powerful killing move, it would cause serious damage to them. However, Mute Granny felt that Lin Feng must have his reasons for doing so. Therefore, she cooperated with Lin Feng and increased the intensity of their attack. The pressure on Zhao Jihai suddenly increased. Just as he was doing his best to resist Lin Feng and Mute Granny's attacks, suddenly, a figure appeared behind Zhao Jihai. It was none other than the Demon Lord. In fact, Lin Feng had already communicated with the Demon Lord in secret. He had asked the Demon Lord to wait for an opportunity to deal with Zhao Jihai. The Demon Lord had also agreed to Lin Feng's request. Now, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhao Jihai's cultivation was strong. When the Demon Lord made his move, he could feel it. Zhao Jihai did not expect that there was another expert hiding in the dark. This caused his expression to become extremely unsightly. After Zhao Jihai repelled Lin Feng and Mute Granny, he quickly blocked the Demon Lord's attack. After all, he had acted hastily and was not fully prepared. Therefore, when he collided with the Demon Lord's attack, Zhao Jihai was sent flying. A powerful force entered his body and caused serious damage to Zhao Jihai. What? Zhao Jihai spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely gloomy. He seemed to have forgotten when was the last time he had been injured like this. Although the injury was not particularly serious, it was a great blow to his confidence and self-esteem. "Let's go," Zhao Jihai said in a low voice. He led a group of people and quickly flew out. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Lin Feng and the others did not chase after Zhao Jihai's group. The main reason was that they did not want to push Zhao Jihai too hard. If an expert of his level counterattacked before death, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng and the others might be dragged down by this guy. Soon, the cultivators of the wasteland fled. 140 to 50 corpses were left behind. This time, the cultivators of the wasteland had suffered heavy losses. After all, how many people did they have? Now, they had lost almost half of their people. Moreover, the cultivators who had died were all top experts. When Zhao Jihai returned to the wasteland, he would probably be reprimanded by the higher-ups. Lin Feng, how did you become so strong? Tang Jiro looked at Lin Feng leisurely. Lin Feng had not displayed such power before, so Lin Feng's display of power had deeply shocked Tang Jiro. Tang Jiro felt that Lin Feng was full of secrets, and those secrets made her feel like she was addicted to them. However, Tang Jiro kept her feelings to herself for the time being and did not say them out loud. She did not know if she would have the chance to say them out loud again. "I've had a breakthrough in my cultivation recently," said Lin Feng. He didn't explain much. Tang Jiro did not doubt Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng put the dead souls into the Book of the Dead and the storage rings of the dead cultivators. He then looked at Mute Granny and said, "Granny, this place is no longer safe. Let's leave." Mute Granny nodded and made a few gestures. Tang Jiro said, "Granny told us to wait here for a while." Lin Feng and Ziyuan nodded. Mute Granny walked deeper into the wasteland, and Lin Feng thought of the tomb. Was Mute Granny going to pay respects to her parents? After Mute Granny left, Lin Feng looked at Tang Jiro and said, "Jiro, have you been inside before?" Tang Jiro nodded and said, "I was naughty when I was young, so I went inside." Lin Feng said, "Granny seems to be someone with a story." Tang Jiro sighed and said, "Yes." Ziyuan said, "Do you know anything about Granny?" Tang Jiro hesitated and said, "A little." The reason Mute Granny was mute was not because she was born mute, but because her tongue had been cut off. She had also lost the bloodline of the heavenly demon serpent clan. No one knew what had happened back then, but it was obvious that Mute Granny had suffered greatly. Perhaps Tang Jiro knew something, but Lin Feng thought about it and decided not to ask. It was not good to pry into other people's private matters. After Mute Granny returned, Lin Feng left with Mute Granny, Tang Jiro, Ziyuan, eighth brother, and the other spiritual beasts. Mute Granny planned to head to the overseas world, where she had a secluded cultivation cave. Lin Feng followed Mute Granny and the others to the overseas world. He memorized the specific location so that he could find Ziyuan and Tang Jiro in the future. The overseas world also had a teleportation channel that led to the third layer of the celestial realm. Lin Feng planned to use the channel there to head to the third layer of the celestial realm. After leaving Mute Granny's island, Lin Feng flew towards the overseas world's cultivator gathering area. There were several cultivator gathering areas in the overseas world, and the channel to the third layer of the celestial realm was located in the overseas world's fifth cultivator gathering area. A month later, Lin Feng arrived at the fifth cultivator gathering area. When he arrived, Lin Feng saw that the fifth cultivator gathering area was an incomparably large island. Countless ships and cultivators were heading towards the fifth cultivator gathering area. Lin Feng saw a group of cultivators. Among them was a young female cultivator who was extremely beautiful. When he saw her, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Feng's face. It was actually her. Lin Feng had not expected to see her here. Chapter 62-29. That female cultivator was none other than Inkyre, whom he had met on the heavenly immortal path. Inkyre was a cultivator of the heaven realm. Back then, she had explored the secret place with Lin Feng. Because she had obtained an opportunity, Inkyre was envious of Lin Feng's opportunity, so she suddenly launched a sneak attack on her ally, Lin Feng. She wanted to snatch away Lin Feng's opportunity. However, this matter did not go as she wished. Not only did Inkyre's sneak attack fail, but she was also suppressed by Lin Feng. What happened next made Inkyre gnash her teeth in hatred. Before leaving, Lin Feng even told Inkyre that when he came to the heaven realm in the future, he would look for her. The heaven realm's 33 heavens were vast and boundless. Who knew where Inkyre was? In fact, Lin Feng had long forgotten what he had said before. He had even forgotten about Inkyre. It was only now that he saw Inkyre that he remembered her. The world seemed to be a little small. He actually saw Inkyre here. Or perhaps, he had some fate with Inkyre? Inkyre obviously did not see Lin Feng. In fact, back then, Lin Feng still looked like a teenager. After so many years, his appearance had changed. If Inkyre saw him now, would she still recognize him? Maybe they would know each other? Or maybe they wouldn't know each other. Who knew? Lin Feng did not plan to look for Inkyre, mainly because he did not want to cause any more trouble. Moreover, although something happened with Inkyre in the heavenly immortal path, in fact, it was only their souls that descended to the heavenly immortal path. Then, under the influence of the rules of heaven and earth, their souls turned into flesh and blood. What happened between the two of them was not the real body. Therefore, in theory, Inkyre was still a pure and flawless fairy. Of course, perhaps not in spirit. After rushing for such a long time, Lin Feng planned to rest for a night before going to the transmission channel. The overseas world was indeed different from the inland world. Lin Feng found that there was not even a portrait of him in the fifth cultivator gathering area. It seemed that the power of the heavenly court did not extend to the overseas world. Thinking about it, it was normal. The top forces behind the overseas practitioners' gathering areas might not necessarily respect the heavenly court. In addition, there was the Colossus Dragon Palace in the overseas world. Even the heavenly court would not easily insert its own forces into the overseas world. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about being discovered by the heavenly court's people in the fifth cultivator gathering area. Lin Feng decided on a place to stay. It was a rather quiet high-end courtyard area. This kind of place was a bit more comfortable, and there was no need to worry about being disturbed. She washed up, changed her clothes, and tidied up her appearance. After resting for more than 2 hours, night fell. Lin Feng went out to eat and saw a group of people entering an inn. It was none other than Inkyre's group. He didn't expect to see Inkyre again. It was probably an ill-fated relationship. Lin Feng walked towards the opposite restaurant. At this time, Inkyre hurriedly glanced over and saw Lin Feng, revealing a pensive expression. A female cultivator at her side asked, "Kyre, what are you looking at?" Inkyre said, "Nothing." Then she entered the restaurant with a group of people, but in her mind, the appearance of the person she had just seen appeared. It seemed to be a portrait of the person wanted by the heavenly court. It was a portrait, so it was more or less different from the person. After all, it wasn't a photo, and there were no photos in the world of cultivators. So sometimes, when people compared it with a portrait, many people felt that the portrait didn't look like the person. But in the end, it couldn't be hidden from observant people. For example, Inkyre had studied Lin Feng's wanted poster before. The reason why she studied Lin Feng's wanted poster was because his name was the same as the name of the person who made her gnash her teeth. After studying it for a while, Inkyre didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she felt that it was really similar to the guy who made her gnash her teeth. Although it was something that happened more than 200 years ago, it was still vivid in her mind. She didn't want to recall the scene at that time. But to be honest, Inkyre wasn't sure if it was the same person, so she put this matter aside for the time being. But who would have thought that she would see the person on the wanted poster, and after seeing that person, Inkyre had a feeling of déjà vu in her heart. Could it be the same person? She asked herself in her heart. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicious food. He took out a bottle of good wine and ate while drinking. It was quite enjoyable, but it would be even better if there was a peerless beauty by his side. Wine and food couldn't compare to a feast for the eyes of a peerless beauty. Unfortunately, the Wu sisters were still in secluded cultivation. Otherwise, he could have the two sisters by his side and talk about the wind and moon. It should be quite fast, right? After enjoying the feast, Lin Feng returned. He kept feeling that someone was following him. After entering the villa, the surroundings were quiet. This villa had a total of 5 independent courtyards, separated by a few hundred meters. Every once in a while, there would be patrolling guards, but he didn't see any of them now. They were probably patrolling somewhere else. "You've been following me the whole way. Why don't you come out and meet me?" Lin Feng said. A woman came out of the darkness. She was a tall and beautiful woman with fair skin. After seeing her, Lin Feng smiled bitterly, because this woman was none other than Ying Kai. Who would have thought that she would follow him? Lin Feng, I'll kill you! Ying Kai ran over furiously. Her temper was the same as before, explosive. To put it nicely, she had the temper of a young lady. Ying Kai, it's the middle of the night, calm down. What do you want to say? Let's talk calmly. Lin Feng said hurriedly. As expected, it's you. Ying Kai's anger rose sharply. Fuck, you tricked me! Shouted Lin Feng gloomily. He originally thought that Ying Kai had recognized him, but now he knew that she hadn't recognized him at all. She was probably suspecting his identity, so she used a little trick to trick him, and he actually fell for it. No, you've got the wrong person. Lin Feng hurriedly denied. Ying Kai snorted. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Lin Feng said, that saying is indeed true. Ying Kai asked subconsciously, what's saying? A day together as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Even after 1,000 years, we'll still know each other, said Lin Feng. I'll cut you down right now. Ying Kai's temper flared up, and no one could stop her. She took out a huge machete, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Lin Feng. The machete fell, wanting to cut Lin Feng down. Fuck, she was fully equipped. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. You're a young lady, and you're using a machete to cut people in the middle of the night? If you're not crazy, then what are you? I just want to cut you down. Crazy woman. It's my hobby. Fuck. This is the first time I've heard of cutting people down as a hobby. Lin Feng turned and ran, with Ying Kai chasing after him relentlessly. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lin Feng decided to capture her first. It's not like there's some deep hatred between us. Ying Kai chopped down with her machete, but Lin Feng dodged to the side. Then, he grabbed Ying Kai's wrist and exerted a little force, causing the machete to fall to the ground. Lin Feng then tapped Ying Kai's body a few times, and her magic power was immediately sealed. Ying Kai started to speak incoherently. She really didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to restrain her so easily. Just now, in a fit of anger. It seems that I was careless, and that's why I was restrained, Ying Kai thought. Lin Feng saw that the patrolling guards had already heard the commotion and were rushing over. This wasn't a good place to talk, so Lin Feng carried Ying Kai on his shoulder and picked up the machete on the ground before walking towards his courtyard. Save me, this scoundrel is plotting something against me. Ying Kai immediately shouted when she saw the dozen or so guards. Lin Feng said, don't listen to her, this girl needs to be taught a lesson. Lin Feng said as he entered the courtyard. The guards looked at each other in dismay. Just now they really did see Ying Kai holding a machete and chasing after Lin Feng. At that time they had been greatly shocked. A guest being chased after was a dereliction of duty. Now, it seemed like a couple was having a quarrel. But even if they were having a quarrel, there was no need to chase after them with a machete, right? He really had a fierce wife at home. The group of guards wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. They observed a moment of silence for Lin Feng, and then went to patrol other areas. Back in the living room, Lin Feng put the machete on the table, and put the hot-tempered girl down. Probably because her magic had been sealed, Ying Kai wasn't as noisy as before. She was probably worried about her own safety. Lin Feng smiled at Ying Kai and said, after not seeing you for so many years, you've become more and more beautiful. Ying Kai snorted and said, after not seeing you for so many years, you're still the same. You're just as glib-tongued as before. Lin Feng said, I was just praising you for being beautiful. Did I lie? Of course, what you said was true. Ying Kai snorted and said, women always like to be praised for being beautiful. Who didn't like to be praised? Of course, Ying Kai liked to hear it too. So when she heard Lin Feng praise her for being beautiful, Ying Kai was secretly delighted. What was going on? Why was she so unreserved? Shouldn't she hate this scoundrel in front of her? Inkyr felt that she was in a mess. Lin Feng said, "When I came to the Heaven Realm, I wanted to look for you, but after thinking about it, I really didn't know where to find you." "Why are you looking for me?" Inkyr said unhappily, as if she was thinking about what happened on the immortal path to heaven. Although she was still pure. But the communication in the spiritual world was enough to drive her crazy. Everything was true. There was no difference, was there? The instigator, her great enemy, was right in front of her. She should have kicked him to death, right? However, Inkyr felt that it was indeed her fault. She shouldn't have thought about scheming against Lin Feng. Could it be considered as her suffering the consequences of her own actions? That's not right. Why am I trying to absolve this guy? For a moment, Inkyr's heart was in a mess. Lin Feng said, "I missed you, so I went to look for you." "I don't believe you." Inkyr curled her lips and said. Lin Feng said, "What I said is true. I'm really happy to see you here." Inkyr's lips wriggled. She wanted to ridicule Lin Feng, but she couldn't say those words. For some reason, she felt that she didn't really blame Lin Feng. In fact, when she thought about what happened before, she felt a little shy. Time can dilute all hatred? What settles down is love. Was there any logic in saying that? Inkyr was also a little uncertain. In any case, facing Lin Feng didn't seem to be the same as she had imagined countless times. There was only heartbeat, pouting, and nervousness. "Inkyr, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Lin Feng continued, "What are you doing in the overseas world? Is there anything I can help with? Don't worry, no matter what it is, as long as you say the word, I will definitely not hesitate." "Really?" Inkyr looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. "Of course it's true." Lin Feng hurriedly nodded. Inkyr suddenly felt that her mood seemed to be much better. She said, "Release my seal first." "You won't continue to slash me, will you?" Lin Feng asked. Thinking about the scene of her chasing Lin Feng with a machete, Inkyr couldn't help but laugh. She was beautiful to begin with, and when she laughed, flowers paled in comparison. She saw Lin Feng's gradually burning gaze. Inkyr was a little proud and a little shy. She snorted, "What are you looking at? It's not like you don't know me." Lin Feng said seriously, "Fairies in the heavens are not very common. Since I see them, I naturally have to take a look." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Inkyr found that her mood became even better. Lin Feng released Inkyr's seal. Inkyr put away her machete. Lin Feng knew that Inkyr's treasure was not a machete. She carried a machete with her everywhere. Could it be that she had prepared it for those who angered her? "What a violent girl," Inkyr said. "The heavenly court is looking for you everywhere. At first, I thought it wasn't you, but I didn't expect it to be you. A while ago, I heard that you killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones. Is that true?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Inkyr said in disbelief. "Chimeric and Yang Tian's stoneman clones can borrow the power of the celestial world to reach a battle prowess surpassing their cultivation level. Are you even stronger than them?" Lin Feng said. "Back then, I moved Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones to the Forbidden Devil Abyss. That place restricts magic power. You know that I've always been very strong. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones weren't my match, just by relying on their physical strength." "So that's how it is." Inkyr nodded and didn't continue asking about this matter. If Inkyr asked about Lin Feng's current strength, Lin Feng didn't plan on hiding it from her. For example, it wasn't like he couldn't tell Inkyr about his current strength. However, Inkyr didn't continue talking about this topic. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. Chapter 6230. Knowing that Lin Feng was strong, Inkyr looked at Lin Feng and said, "If you want me to forgive you completely, you need to do me a favor." Lin Feng thought to himself, she can even forgive that kind of thing? Sister Kai is really magnanimous. Don't tell me she's taken a fancy to me? Lin Feng was delighted. He was the kind of person who would never allow anyone else to have a woman since he owned her. He was strong, domineering, and irrefutable. This was Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Don't even mention one favor. I can help you 10 or even 100 times." Inkyr snorted and said, "What a nice way to put it. Who knows if you're telling the truth? When the time comes, who knows if you'll turn your back on me?" Lin Feng said, "I won't turn my back on you because I can't bear to." Lin Feng's flirting skills had improved. Inkyr was as pure as a little white flower. Besides her bad temper, she didn't have any shortcomings. Although she had many suitors, Inkyr had never treated them well. Especially after what had happened with Lin Feng on the immortal path to heaven, Inkyr hated those men who came to court her even more. After being teased by Lin Feng, her pretty face immediately turned red. "So shy, haha. I like it." Inkyr snorted, "Don't say such things in front of me. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground." After saying that, she waved her fist. However, that didn't deter Lin Feng. For some reason, Lin Feng felt that Inkyr was a little cute. A person's mentality could change at any time. From liking to hating, from hating to liking, perhaps one thing could change. Lin Feng said, "Tell me what you want me to help with." Inkyr said, "It's like this. This time, we're here to trade deep-sea dragon stones with people from the Dragon Palace. But we're not sure if the people from the Dragon Palace will scheme against us. After all, the overseas world is the Dragon Palace's territory, so one more person is one more helper." "Deep-sea dragon stones? What's that?" Lin Feng asked in astonishment. Deep-sea dragon stones are extremely ancient and special ores. They can't be used to forge treasures, but they have an extremely important use. They can increase the grade of treasures. Inkyr. The effects are miraculous? Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Lin Feng now had the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, Primal Chaos Stones, 36 bamboo swords, the Soul Calming Bell, and the Holy Armor. They were all at the level of Saint Tools, and they had been unable to reach the quasi-transcendental level for a long time. It wasn't easy for them to complete their evolution. They needed an opportunity. Perhaps the opportunity in front of them was the opportunity for these treasures to break through? Inkyr said, "Yes, the effect of the deep-sea dragon stone is really amazing." Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Clan wouldn't exchange it with others, but now that the era is coming to an end, the Dragon Clan cultivators need to collect cultivation resources in large quantities to improve their cultivation. Who knows what will happen in the future, so these resources are gradually being opened up. Of course, even so, not everyone is qualified to trade with them. We had to use our connections to get them to agree to trade with us. Lin Feng said, "So many of you are here to trade?" Then, Lin Feng realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Didn't this mean that he had seen Inkyr before? However, with Inkyr's temper, she didn't notice anything wrong. She said, "No, only 5 of us are here to trade. The rest are here to keep up appearances." There were also some guards before this. The so-called keeping up appearances was easy to understand. After all, they were trading with the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan had always been more powerful in the overseas world. If the Dragon Clan really wanted to steal their wealth, there would be no reason for them to do so. The elders of the clan most likely wouldn't fall out with the Dragon Clan over the matters of the younger generation. So, they called many of their friends, and each of them brought a group of guards to keep up appearances. The more people there were, the more daring they would be, and the more the other side would be wary of them. Of course, there was another reason. The young masters and young ladies who came to keep up appearances might not have enough money to buy the deep-sea dragon stones. However, that didn't mean that they wouldn't have enough money in the future. Now, it was time to make a trip. Familiarizing himself with the process wouldn't do him any harm, and Inkyr and the others would owe him a favor. Why not? Lin Feng said, I also want to buy some deep-sea dragon stones. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Inkyr said, Of course it's not a problem, but do you have enough money? The other party's asking price is ridiculously high. One deep-sea dragon stone for 10 million high-tier immortal stones. That price was indeed too high. After all, 10 million high-tier immortal stones was equivalent to 100 billion ordinary immortal stones. It was enough to buy a saint artifact. The other party really dared to make such a bid. Even if Inkyr had an extraordinary background, it was impossible for her to take out 10 million high-tier immortal stones. So, Lin Feng guessed that Inkyr's family must have helped her gather 10 million high-tier immortal stones. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to gather it. However, this price was nothing to Lin Feng. After all, even Lin Feng didn't know how many high-tier immortal stones he had. 10 million high-tier immortal stones for one deep-sea dragon stone. Cheap. Lin Feng could buy the empty dragon palace. However, there was no need for him to do so. He could buy as much as he needed, or buy a few extra pieces in case he needed them. Lin Feng didn't know how many deep-sea dragon stones the other party was selling, so he would only know how many deep-sea dragon stones he could buy after meeting them. Seeing Lin Feng's indifference towards the price, Inkyr muttered to herself. She felt that since Lin Feng came from the mortal world, he should be quite poor, right? After all, the mortal world couldn't be compared to the heaven realm. The difference in resources was too great. 10 million high-tier immortal stones was a huge sum even in the heaven realm, let alone in the mortal world. Perhaps Lin Feng had some fortuitous encounter that allowed him to obtain so many high-tier immortal stones? Or perhaps, some time ago, he had killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars had a lot of high-tier immortal stones on them. Who cares, it wasn't his money anyway, Lin Feng asked. Is the transaction taking place in the 5th cultivator gathering area? Inkyr replied, No, we need to go to an island in between the central region and the inner region. That island is very special, and there are many transactions between the sea race and foreign cultivators. There are even some transactions between pirates, as well as other transactions that can't see the light of day, all of which take place on that island. Lin Feng asked, When are we leaving? Inkyr replied, 3 days later. Tomorrow I'll bring you to meet my friends. We'll get to know each other, but you can't use your current appearance. Some people might recognize you. Cultivators from overseas. Perhaps very few people had seen Lin Feng's portrait, but most of the cultivators from inland had seen it. Although the portrait might be different from the real person, it was impossible to hide it from everyone. In order to avoid trouble, it was necessary to change his appearance. All right. Lin Feng replied. It's getting late. I'll leave first. I'll come find you tomorrow. Inkyr said. Kyr. Lin Feng called out. This call was very gentle. Inkyr's heart trembled slightly. Her eyes, which were originally filled with killing intent, turned into big watery eyes. It was as if she had turned from a tigress into a docile kitten. Lin Feng said, Stay here. It'll save you the trouble of going back and forth. Inkyr's anger began to rise. She felt that Lin Feng was up to no good. What kind of person do you think I am? Inkyr looked at Lin Feng angrily. That sharp, ear-piercing scream was enough to flip the roof over. Her voice was really loud. She was indeed the hot-tempered and violent beauty Inkyr. Lin Feng said, What I mean is, going back and forth is so troublesome. There are 7 or 8 rooms here. Inkyr knew that she had misunderstood. How embarrassing! Her pretty face immediately turned red. It was so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. She had never been so embarrassed before. Run. Thus, Inkyr turned from a tigress into an obedient kitten once again. Then, she fled in defeat. After Inkyr ran away, Lin Feng revealed a smile. As he got closer to Inkyr, Lin Feng realized that Inkyre's personality was indeed quite likable. The next day, Inkyre once again came to Lin Feng's place. Lin Feng used the great form transformation technique to change his appearance. He was originally handsome enough, but after changing his appearance, he seemed to be even more handsome than before. Inkyre said, "Can't you become uglier? You'll be hated like this." "But this is already my ugliest appearance," Lin Feng said. Inkyre was startled, then laughed. It was a laugh that did not have the demeanor of a lady, and even reached out to hit Lin Feng's chest, saying, "You're really thick-skinned." Lin Feng took the opportunity to grab that slender hand. Inkyre's pretty face immediately turned red. Her gaze became somewhat evasive, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. "What should I do? So shy. Why did he grab me? He likes me? He wants to chase me? What if he confesses to me? Promise him? Reject him? Would it make her seem too unreserved if she promised him? If she rejected him, would he be very angry? Would he ignore me from now on?" It was so hard to choose. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Feng rubbed Inkyre's head with his other hand. Inkyre was a little confused as she forcefully snorted twice. Then, she let Lin Feng hold her hand and walked outside. After arriving outside, she found that many people were looking at them. The man was handsome to the point of being a mess, and the woman was beautiful to the point of being earth-shattering. And they were even holding hands. Thus, who knew how many people looked at Lin Feng with envious and jealous eyes? That gaze was like that of a tiger. It was as if they wanted to eat someone. However, Lin Feng directly ignored those people's gazes. What was this? Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Anyway, you can't do anything to me. However, Inkyre felt a little shy and pulled her hand out. However, her gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with shyness. So, to chase a girl, one must be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. As a man, if he was too shy, he was destined to be a single dog. Lin Feng followed Inkyre to the place of the gathering. The gathering place was at Dushing Building. It was a very famous restaurant. People came and went, and it was very lively. This time, only a dozen young masters and young ladies came. As for the guards they brought, they did not follow. After all, this was a place where cultivators gathered. The more they did not have to worry about encountering too much trouble and danger. After entering the box, the rest of the people had already arrived. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and Inkyre. Previously, Inkyre had already told them that she was going to bring a friend over. However, everyone thought that it was a female friend. Who would have thought that it was actually a male friend? What was going on? Many people muttered in their hearts. Everyone knew that Inkyre did not have much interest in men. Even if it was a young master from a top family like Su Song, Inkyre would not pay attention to him. However, Inkyre's background was also very good, a cultivator from the celestial race. Although Inkyre's lineage was already somewhat declining compared to the past, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. This young master called Su Song was also in the crowd. His expression immediately became a little ugly, but he still had self-restraint. He was born in a big family and was even a direct descendant. If he did not even have the ability to endure, then all these years would have been in vain. "Kyre, who is this handsome guy?" A voluptuous beauty walked over. This woman was very charming, and was clearly very familiar with Inkyre. She kept sizing up Lin Feng, her eyes full of smiles. "This is my friend, Lin Feng," Inkyre said. "This introduction is not official," the charming woman said. "Then how should I introduce him?" Inkyre asked doubtfully. Well, this girl's IQ was really not high. She had been tricked by this charming woman. The charming woman said, "You should say that this is my boyfriend, Lin Feng." "Smelly Xiao Xiao, what are you talking about?" Inkyre extended her hand to pinch the charming woman. After the two of them joked around for a while, the charming woman introduced herself. "Handsome, my name is Qing Xiao Xiao. It's nice to meet you." "It's nice to meet you too," Lin Feng said with a smile. Next, Inkyre introduced Lin Feng to the other cultivators. Naturally, this included Su Song. These women were rather cordial towards Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was very handsome. It was also wrong for a man to be handsome. As for the other young masters, they were not very interested in Lin Feng, nor were they very cordial. They probably felt that Lin Feng had stolen their limelight. Lin Feng even felt some hostility from these people. Lin Feng did not know these people. These people were hostile towards him. Clearly, it was because of the woman. Who could it be? Qing Xiaoxiao? They had just met, so there was no relationship between them. It was definitely impossible. Then it was because of Inkyre. However, Lin Feng did not care about these people's hostility at all. These people did not have the qualifications to be his opponent. In fact, if not for Inkyre's face, Lin Feng would not have bothered to attend such a gathering. Chapter 62-31. After everyone took their seats, they began to talk about buying deep-sea dragon stones. The cultivator in charge of contacting the Dragon Palace was also present. This cultivator was called Fan Tao, and he was a skinny middle-aged cultivator. This person was quite famous in the overseas world, and he had a lot of connections. Therefore, many people in the inland world would look for Fan Tao if they wanted to settle some matters. Inkyre looked at Fan Tao and said, "Senior Fan, this friend of mine also wants to buy deep-sea dragon stones. I'd like to ask Senior Fan to send a message in advance so that the other party can prepare the deep-sea dragon stones. Otherwise, my friend won't get any if we go over." Hearing Inkyre's words, many people couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In fact, many people didn't think much of Lin Feng before. The reason they looked down on Lin Feng was because Lin Feng was a human cultivator. Many cultivators felt that the human race had declined and didn't have many powerful forces. Although the celestial race was a branch of the human race, after the celestial race and the celestial race refused to admit that they were part of the human race, countless years had passed. Even the other races didn't feel that the celestial race and the celestial race were human cultivators. Lin Feng was a young human cultivator. What was a person like him in front of people like them? They weren't even on the same level, okay? But now, the poor Lin Feng in their eyes wanted to buy deep-sea dragon stones. One deep-sea dragon stone cost 10 million high-grade immortal stones. How could someone as poor as Lin Feng afford it? Was this a joke? Fan Tao smiled and asked, "I wonder how many deep-sea dragon stones Lin Gongzi wants to buy? I'll send someone to inform the other party in advance." Lin Feng said, "About 10. Many cultivators who had drunk their spirit tea directly spat it out. Plop, some cultivators who were about to drink their spirit tea were completely stunned. Then, their cups fell on the table, and they didn't even notice it. Even Fan Tao's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that Lin Feng was making fun of him. After all, 10 deep-sea dragon stones were worth 100 million high-grade celestial stones. How could a young human cultivator take out 100 million high-grade celestial stones? Who would believe such a thing? Almost no one believed it. Perhaps only Inkyre believed in Lin Feng's words. Inkyre muttered in her heart, "Could it be that Qi Ming and Yang Tian's golem clones have so many high-tier immortal stones? Lin Feng really made a fortune." Lin Feng sighed. Some people came back to their senses and wanted to say a few words of ridicule to Lin Feng. Running here to pretend to be a big-tailed wolf, it was really laughable. However, before they could speak, Fan Tao spoke first. "Lin Gongzi's joke isn't funny at all." He took a sip of water to hide his displeasure. After all, he was a reputable figure, yet he was being made fun of by Lin Feng. His mood was naturally not good, but in the end, he still had self-restraint and did not directly get angry. Lin Feng said, "What I said is true, I'm not joking with you." Fan Tao spat out the mouthful of tea that he had just drunk. Those cultivators who were about to ridicule Lin Feng immediately shut their mouths, because Lin Feng did not seem to be joking. This guy was so rich? Damn, now that they were compared, everyone felt like country bumpkins. Those male cultivators more or less felt a little embarrassed, but those female cultivators' eyes all lit up. Although they also had some assets, compared to a tycoon like Lin Feng, they were simply paupers. If they could climb up to Lin Feng, wouldn't they have a mountain of gold and a mountain of silver? Thinking of this, some women raised their wine cups and toasted Lin Feng. Lin Feng was brought here by Inkair? So what? Inkair didn't say that Lin Feng was her man. Even if she said it, so what? If she said it, we can compete fairly. Stealing a sister's man? What sister? It was just a plastic sisterhood. Don't take it seriously. She's just like a cat that smelled meat. She's really despicable. Qing Xiaoxiao whispered in Ing Kai-er's ear. As Ing Kai-er's best friend, at this time, she naturally had to stand by Ing Kai-er's side without hesitation and reprimand this evil and shameless woman. But she didn't know why. Qing Xiaoxiao had the feeling that she wanted to drink with Lin Feng as well. Ing Kai said, "What? I don't have any special relationship with him." Although she said that, but looking at Lin Feng's expression, it was obvious that she was gnashing her teeth. However, seeing Lin Feng's cold expression towards those women who toasted him, her mood seemed to have improved a lot. This gathering ended in a strange atmosphere. Those male cultivators, especially those who were hostile towards Lin Feng and felt that Lin Feng was a poor and destitute male cultivator, now felt uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. Their faces were gloomy the whole time. Lin Feng naturally didn't understand this. He was too lazy to pay attention to these guys. As for those female cultivators, they were incomparably enthusiastic towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's cold appearance didn't scare them away. Instead, they felt that Lin Feng's cold appearance was very cool and even more charming. Even Lin Feng was somewhat helpless. He really didn't understand how these women's brains worked. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to set off for the trading island. The island was called Pret Island, a very strange name. It sounded like a name from the Western world. Lin Feng and the others took a ship, and the journey was quite smooth. It took more than half a month to reach Pret Island. Lin Feng and the others found a place to stay. As for Fan Tao, he went to contact the cultivators of the Dragon Palace. In the coastal area, the Middle Sea region, it was rare to see Sea Clan cultivators, because the Sea Clan cultivators were mostly concentrated in the Inner Sea region. The Inner Sea region was rich in resources and the densest in immortal qi. It was the most suitable place for cultivation. But now, the Inner Sea region was ruled by the Dragon Palace, so there were very few foreign cultivators in the Inner Sea region. That night, Fan Tao came to Lin Feng and the others' residence, saying that at noon tomorrow, the cultivators of the Dragon Palace would come to trade with them. The location was set at the Shangri-La restaurant, which was the best restaurant on the island. The name was also a little westernized. After asking around, they found out that the cultivator who built the island was from the Western universe. That cultivator's name was Pratt, so the island was named Pratt Island after that cultivator. Lin Feng and the others were the first to arrive. There were more than 100 people in total, including the cultivators who were in charge of keeping up appearances and the guards they brought. Such a group of powerful cultivators attracted a lot of attention. Many cultivators were privately discussing this group of foreign cultivators who suddenly appeared on Pratt Island. Then they guessed who these cultivators were going to trade with. It was not until the cultivators of the Dragon Clan arrived that the cultivators who were paying attention to the situation here were surprised to find that these people were going to trade with the Dragon Clan. Not everyone was qualified to trade with the Dragon Clan. What did these people want to trade with the Dragon Clan? No matter what it was, it must be extremely expensive. The person in charge of the Dragon Clan was a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. He still looked very young, but in fact, he was a figure from the primordial era. In the Dragon Palace, he was a rather ancient existence. His position in the second level of the Dragon Palace was relatively high. Previously, when they were comprehending the door of everlasting life, this cultivator was not among the cultivators of the Dragon Clan who appeared beside the door of everlasting life. Those cultivators were all from the second level of the Heaven Realm. It was not because this cultivator was not qualified to go. It was because he was in the middle of the life and death threshold. It was very important. How could he come out at such an important time? When he came out, he missed the opportunity to enter the door of everlasting life. This made him very upset. This is Lord Long Tianyi. Fan Tao introduced the leader of the Dragon Clan cultivators. As for the cultivators who came from the mainland, he did not introduce them, but he definitely mentioned the identity of the buyers in private. Did you bring the immortal stones? Long Tianyi narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. Yes. The cultivators who bought the immortal stones nodded. They each took out 10 million immortal stones. Then, they looked at Long Tianyi, waiting for him to take out the things they wanted. Long Tianyi did not hesitate. He took out 5 deep-sea dragon stones and completed the transaction with the 5 cultivators. Apart from Ying Kai'er and Qing Xiaoxiao, the other 3 were male cultivators. They were Su Song, Zhang Dong, and Qin Ziqiong. Lin Feng had a deeper impression of Su Song because he was one of the strongest cultivators in the group. He also had a lot of enmity towards Lin Feng. As for the other 2, they did not have any enmity towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not pay much attention to them. After they finished the transaction, Fan Tao introduced Lin Feng to Long Tianyi. Fan Tao introduced, Lord Long, this is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. I told you that he wanted to buy 10 deep-sea dragon stones. Long Tianyi looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Gongzi, what do you want so many deep-sea dragon stones for? To give them to someone. Lin Feng gave a perfunctory reply. Long Tianyi said, Lin Gongzi is really generous. However, this isn't Lin Gongzi's true appearance, right? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Long Tianyi was indeed not simple. He was actually able to tell that this was not his true appearance. Just this sensing ability alone was enough to shock anyone. Everyone else was flabbergasted. Apart from Ying Kai'er, no one knew that this was not Lin Feng's true appearance. Why didn't Lin Feng show his true appearance to others? Could it be that he was too ugly? Some people could not help but think of this possibility. After thinking of this possibility, they did not feel as envious of Lin Feng as before. Of course, most people felt that there might be more to this. Could it be that he was trying to hide something? Lin Feng said, whether or not this is his true appearance has nothing to do with our deal, right? Long Tianyi said, it doesn't have much to do with it, but I really want to know what Lin Gongzi's true appearance is like. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Tianyi took out a very special mirror. He looked at Lin Feng in a very special mirror. A ray of light shone on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had returned to his original appearance. He's still very handsome. A woman said. Damn, there's no justice in this world. The cultivators who were envious of Lin Feng became gloomy again. He looks like someone. At that moment, a guard said. After hearing his words, many people frowned and pondered. Next, a cultivator who was envious of Lin Feng said. He looks like the person wanted by the heavenly court. Right, that person is also called Lin Feng. It's said that he killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones. Many people ignored the fact that he had killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones, because they felt that it was impossible. Why did they say that? It was because Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones were existences that surpassed their cultivation level. At the very least, one had to surpass their cultivation level to be able to kill Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones. If this person in front of them was really Lin Feng, did he really have the ability to kill Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones? Was this a joke? Who would believe it? That's right, it's really him. He's the Lin Feng wanted by the Heavenly Court. Another cultivator said with certainty. The bounty on the wanted poster was enough to make people go crazy. Right now, the bounty had accumulated to 300 million high-grade immortal stones. That's right, it was 300 million high-grade immortal stones. Ever since Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones were killed, the Heavenly Court's bounty on Lin Feng started to increase greatly. It soared to a price that could make anyone go crazy. Many people started to get restless. They felt that they might be able to take action and suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself was a nouveau riche. If they suppressed Lin Feng, they could take away all the treasures, immortal stones, and other things on Lin Feng's body. Then, if they sent Lin Feng to the Heavenly Court, they would be able to receive an additional 300 million high-grade immortal stones as a reward. These cultivators felt that although Lin Feng was rich, he might not be strong. After all, the human race's bloodline had already declined. In many people's eyes, the current human cultivators were just SOSO, barely enough to carry their shoes. That was all. Not only did some of the cultivators who came with Ing Kai have their eyes on Lin Feng, Long Tianyi also had the same idea. Although the overseas world didn't have much information about Lin Feng, Long Tianyi was a cultivator of the Dragon Palace after all. He still knew a little about the wanted poster issued by the Heavenly Court. When he went to the door of everlasting life, Lin Feng also changed his appearance, so the cultivators of the Dragon Palace didn't know Lin Feng's true appearance. Therefore, the cultivators of the Dragon Palace didn't connect Lin Feng with the human cultivator who appeared at the door of everlasting life. It was precisely because he knew how many benefits were hidden behind Lin Feng that Long Tianyi also wanted to suppress Lin Feng, steal Lin Feng's things, and then hand Lin Feng over to the Heavenly Court. At this time, Su Song and the other 7 or 8 people, the guards they brought, and the cultivators of the Dragon Palace brought by Long Tianyi quietly surrounded Lin Feng. Obviously, they had already planned to take action against Lin Feng. Chapter 62-32. After seeing these cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly, but then he sneered. These people's cultivation was not bad, but it was nothing to him. After all, Lin Feng was really too strong now. If they didn't break through the transcendental realm, it would be really difficult to deal with Lin Feng. Sometimes you can't do whatever you want with a large number of people. Su Song, what do you want to do? Hurry up and come back. Ing Kai said with an ugly face. Because Ing Kai didn't know what Lin Feng's cultivation was. With so many people surrounding Lin Feng, wouldn't Lin Feng be in great danger? In Ing Kai's view, although Lin Feng's body was very strong, his realm might not be particularly high. In a battle between cultivators, the role of the body was actually quite limited. It mainly depended on the spiritual power and the magical skills. And this time, the cultivators of the Dragon Palace also wanted to deal with Lin Feng. If Su Song and the others also wanted to deal with Lin Feng, how could Lin Feng escape? So, she hoped that Su Song and the others wouldn't participate in this battle for her sake. In this way, Lin Feng wouldn't be so stressed. But obviously, Ing Kai took it for granted. Su Song and the others didn't intend to give up at all. Su Song said indifferently, "Under the rule of the Heavenly Court, the 33 heavens are peaceful and tranquil. Since this person is wanted by the Heavenly Court, we naturally have the obligation to catch him and hand him over to the Heavenly Court." Yes, this thief should be killed by everyone. Someone echoed. Among the male cultivators, only 4 or 5 people didn't plan to take action. The female cultivators didn't plan to do anything, but those female cultivators didn't plan to help either. After all, Lin Feng's identity was too sensitive. Their principle was not to take action or help. In their hearts, they hoped that Lin Feng could successfully break out of the encirclement, but the current situation seemed to be a little troublesome. Because Su Song and the others, together with the cultivators of the Dragon Palace, totaled more than 200 people. There were many experts. Lin Feng was a young human cultivator, so it was naturally very difficult for him to break out. "I'll help you," said Inkyre. She had brought 10 guards with her. These guards wanted to persuade Inkyre, but thinking of their status, they didn't open their mouths. Furthermore, they knew that once Inkyre decided on something, it wasn't something they could change. "I'll help you too," Qing Xiaoxiao said, biting her lips. It wasn't an easy decision, after all. Once she was involved in this matter, it would easily cause a lot of trouble, and may even bring great trouble to her family. This matter was a tricky matter. But Qing Xiaoxiao, Lin Feng, was. Inkyre looked at Qing Xiaoxiao, clearly very moved. She thought that Qing Xiaoxiao was helping Lin Feng because of her. Qing Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, felt a little guilty. The reason why she helped Lin Feng had nothing to do with Inkyre. But since Inkyre misunderstood her, Qing Xiaoxiao didn't need to explain. "You're colluding with wanted criminals. You should be killed," Long Tianyi said coldly. Su Song said, "Kyre Xiaoxiao, we've been friends for many years. I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Inkyre and Qing Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sneer. They didn't care about Su Song's words at all. They didn't even want to pay attention to him. Su Song's face suddenly darkened, and a dense killing intent involuntarily emerged in his eyes. At this time Lin Feng said, "Kyre Xiaoxiao, thank you for your kindness. You really shouldn't get involved in my matters. Don't worry, I'm quite confident in dealing with this mob." A motley crew? Hearing Lin Feng's description of them, the group of people was about to explode. They were all lofty figures with noble statuses. Lin Feng actually described them as a mob. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. How could they endure such humiliation? "Brat, I've long found you an eyesore. Why are you still acting like a pretentious prick? You're really courting death." A cultivator who was envious of Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng remembered that this cultivator was called Xia Yang. Apart from his name, he didn't have a deep impression of him. Now that he heard his words, Lin Feng knew that this guy really hated him. Xia Yang stepped forward and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The wind whistled. It sounded like the cry of a dragon or a tiger. It was really astonishing. Xia Yang had cultivated for 350,000 years. In the wasteland world, he had cultivated for 300,000 years, so his cultivation had increased very quickly. He was now at the peak of the saint layer. Although he couldn't be considered a top expert, he couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, after Xia Yang attacked, many people looked at Lin Feng coldly. Because of their first impressions, they didn't think that Lin Feng was that strong. In the outside world, many people didn't really believe that Lin Feng had killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. They thought that maybe Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones had been tricked by Lin Feng. After all, some places in Heaven World were very dangerous. Some places could even trap and kill cultivators who had surpassed their cultivation level. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones hadn't surpassed their cultivation level. If they had been lured into a trap and died inside, it was very possible. Therefore, when Xia Yang attacked Lin Feng, many people looked at Lin Feng indifferently. It was as if they could see Lin Feng being beaten half to death by Xia Yang. However, the cultivators of Dragon Palace and Su Song's side were already ready. Once Lin Feng was defeated, they would immediately take action to snatch Lin Feng. They didn't want to share the treasures on Lin Feng and the 300 million high-grade, immortal stones reward with the other party. Inkyre and Qing Xiaoxiao looked at the two sides of the battle nervously. They had already made up their minds. If Lin Feng was really defeated by Xia Yang, then they would save Lin Feng immediately. Die! Xia Yang's terrifying punch was about to land on Lin Feng's body. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Feng stretch out his right hand and touch Xia Yang's forehead. A beam of light flew out and pierced through Xia Yang's forehead. Xia Yang's body fell to the ground and died miserably. When the crowd saw that, they were astonished. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng had killed a cultivator of the top of the Saint layer in a flash? Wasn't that too terrifying? Lin Feng said coldly. I can kill Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. Do you think I'm afraid of people like you? Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones were killed by you, right? You're actually not that strong. A cultivator said with an ugly expression. A cultivator said with an ugly expression. His thoughts were the same as the thoughts of many others. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Stupid and ignorant. Today, anyone who dares attack me will die here, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Shameless boasting. Even if you have some strength, do you think you can deal with so many of us by yourself? Su Song sneered. Among all of them, Long Tianyi was the strongest. He was an expert who had surpassed his realm. He said in a deep voice, Everyone, let's attack together. Let's suppress him first. The others didn't have any objections. They planned to suppress Lin Feng first. After defeating Lin Feng, they would think about how to split the loot. More than 200 cultivators attacked together, launching powerful attacks at Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying pressure. When that pressure spread, the attacks of more than 200 cultivators dissipated, including the transcendence expert Long Tianyi's attack. One had to know that Long Tianyi was not simple because he was from the dragon race. The dragon race had a powerful bloodline and a powerful body. Therefore, the dragon race cultivators were often able to challenge those of a higher realm. Long Tianyi was a dragon race expert who could do so. Although he was only at the quasi-transcendence realm, many cultivators who were infinitely close to it weren't necessarily Long Tianyi's match. Logically speaking, an attack from such an expert should be incomparably terrifying, right? However, in front of Lin Feng, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. At that moment, everybody realized how strong Lin Feng was. He looked like a harmless young man. He wasn't even 300 years old yet, but he was already so strong. Everybody couldn't believe it. The cultivators who didn't attack Lin Feng immediately rejoiced. If they had attacked, their end would have been miserable. As for the cultivators who attacked Lin Feng, their faces turned pale. In their hearts, Lin Feng was like a demon or a god. He made their souls tremble. Facing such a powerful existence, they only felt despair, unease, fear, and horror. Spare us, we were wrong. Please spare us. We're friends of Kai'er and Xiaoxiao. Give them some face. Don't kill us, okay? These cultivators began to beg for mercy. They brought up in Kai'er and Qing Xiaoxiao, but Lin Feng's expression was still cold. He extended his hand and pointed at each cultivator. Beams of light flew out. Lin Feng didn't even touch a single one, and a cultivator was killed. These people were scared out of their wit. Kai'er Xiaoxiao. Help us beg for mercy, okay? Kai'er Xiaoxiao, we really know we were wrong. Please save us. A few people looked at In Kai'er and Qing Xiaoxiao. In Kai'er and Qing Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Everyone had to choose their own path. Since it was their choice. Even if they were wrong, they could only swallow the bitter consequences. Therefore, In Kai'er and Qing Xiaoxiao didn't want to care about these people. Lin Feng was like a grim reaper from hell. He kept reaping lives. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out unceasingly. Cultivators fell one after another. Some people used their backing to threaten Lin Feng. They wanted to use this to intimidate Lin Feng. That way they might be able to make Lin Feng feel apprehensive and let them live. However, doing so would often backfire. Lin Feng was the least afraid of being threatened. Before long, Su Song and the others were all killed. Before they died, besides being afraid and hating Lin Feng, they were filled with deep regret. If they had known earlier that Lin Feng was so strong, how would they have dared to provoke Lin Feng? However, in this world, there was no medicine for regret. What was the use of regret? After killing Su Song and the others, Lin Feng began to deal with the cultivators of Dragon Palace. They were furious. Dragon Palace was an absolute hegemon in the overseas world. It was even a peak power in the celestial world, second only to the heavenly court. Who would dare to provoke such a hegemon? But today, the cultivators of Dragon Palace were constantly being killed. However, they could not resist. This feeling was too terrible for them. However, these cultivators were unyielding. They did not beg for mercy. Instead, they cursed Lin Feng. For example, they cursed Lin Feng to die a horrible death. For example, they cursed that Lin Feng's fate would be 10 times or even 100 times worse than theirs. However, Lin Feng did not care about their curses. Soon, only the leader, Long Tianyi, was left. The rest were all dead. You know what? Living in this world, we have to abide by some rules. Otherwise, what's the point of making these rules? For example, the deal between you and me is supposed to be a win-win situation. However, you are too greedy. Don't you understand that greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant? Lin Feng looked at Long Tianyi coldly. Long Tianyi had been constantly cursing Lin Feng. However, when he saw the people around him die, he was afraid. It had not been easy for him to cultivate to this point. He did not want to die. His lips twitched as he begged, "Spare me." After saying these 2 words, he felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. In order to live, he put down his dignity. Long Tianyi even felt that the people around him were looking at him with disdain. If they looked down on him, then so be it. Living was the most important thing. When Long Tianyi saw Lin Feng's disdainful expression, he knew that Lin Feng did not intend to let him go. Long Tianyi quickly said, "If you spare my life, I am willing to be young master's most loyal dog. I will bite whoever young master wants me to." Many people had an expression of disbelief. They didn't dare to believe that such a big shot like Long Tianyi would actually say such words. However, after thinking about it, it seemed to be understandable. After all, who did not want to live? You are not even qualified to be my dog. Lin Feng looked at Long Tianyi with a mocking gaze. He then reached out and lightly tapped Long Tianyi's forehead. Pooh! A bloody hole appeared. Long Tianyi fell to the ground dead. His eyes were wide open in anger. He died with his eyes wide open. Chapter 62-33. Dead. All of them were dead. Everyone was dumbstruck. Even now, they still hadn't recovered from the shock. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shaken their hearts. Everyone was looking at Lin Feng with awe. Many of them were even full of worship. At such a young age, so strong, it was indeed easy for him to become an idol-level existence. As for those female cultivators, they were looking at Lin Feng with shining eyes. This guy is too strong. Qing Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter. She felt her heart beating very fast. Beauties love heroes, not to mention Lin Feng, who was young, handsome, confident, and incomparably powerful. That's right, this was the feeling of being moved. It couldn't deceive her heart. But thinking about the relationship between Lin Feng and her best friend, Inkair, which seemed to be quite close, Qing Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a little depressed. How should she face Lin Feng now? How should she face Inkair? She couldn't steal her best friend's man, right? Inkair was now full of joy. Lin Feng had brought her too many shocks. No wonder Lin Feng had so easily subdued her. Previously, Inkair was actually a little unconvinced. She felt that she had been careless and had been subdued by Lin Feng. Only now did she know that it wasn't carelessness. In fact, it was because Lin Feng was too strong that she had been easily subdued by Lin Feng. Inkair thought of the time when she met Lin Feng on the immortal path to heaven. Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't particularly strong. She didn't expect that in just a little over 200 years, he would become so terrifying. In fact, Inkyre's strength was also very strong. After leaving the immortal path to heaven, her family had sent her to the wasteland world. In the wasteland world, she had encountered many fortuitous encounters and her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, compared to Lin Feng, the gap was still quite large. However, Inkyre wasn't unhappy because of this matter. Seeing Lin Feng become so strong, she was extremely happy. What kind of mentality was this? Could it be that she had fallen in love with this guy? Inkyre had mixed feelings. She couldn't help but recall what had happened between her and Lin Feng on the immortal path to heaven. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. Because of this incident, she hated Lin Feng to the bone. Even in her dreams, she wanted to kill Lin Feng. But now that she thought about it, why did she feel shy and sweet? Lin Feng took all of their storage rings and put them away. Lin Feng wasn't a cultivator who liked to kill others for their treasures. He didn't even want to do such a thing. However, sometimes reality would force him to do things he didn't want to do. For example, killing people and taking their things. Lin Feng checked Long Tianyi's storage ring and found that this guy was indeed very rich. There were more than 90 million high-grade immortal stones in total. Apart from the 50 million high-grade immortal stones from selling the deep-sea dragon stones, he also had more than 40 million high-grade immortal stones. This wasn't a wealth that an ordinary person could accumulate. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't be too excited about these high-grade immortal stones. After all, he didn't lack high-grade immortal stones. What interested Lin Feng more was the 10 deep-sea dragon stones in this guy's storage ring. In fact, Long Tianyi also wanted to make a deal with Lin Feng at the beginning. But after discovering Lin Feng's true identity, this guy had evil thoughts. So sometimes, honesty was a very important thing. Since they had agreed to make a deal, they should just do it honestly. If he had to play tricks, he deserved to die. Lin Feng didn't have any sympathy for Long Tianyi. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Inkyre and Qing Xiaoxiao. The two hurriedly nodded and led their people to leave with Lin Feng. The other female cultivators saw Lin Feng call Inkyre and Qing Xiaoxiao away alone. They immediately looked at Inkyre and Qing Xiaoxiao with envy. Why didn't he call them to leave together? At this time, Fan Tao let out a long breath. It was really too frightening. He was still afraid that Lin Feng would kill him, the middleman. If that was the case, wouldn't he be too wronged? But fortunately, Lin Feng didn't do that. Fan Tao said, "We're witnesses to these people being killed. Whether it's the Dragon Palace or the power behind Su Song and the others, they'll definitely ask us what happened. I'm sure everyone has seen Lin Feng's strength. He's so young, but he's already so terrifying. Who knows if the Master of the 33 Heavens or the Dragon Palace can kill him? And the power behind Lin Feng is also extremely terrifying. To put it bluntly, we can't afford to offend either side. Since we can't afford to offend them, we'll just pretend that we're deaf and blind. If they ask us what happened, we'll just say that Long Tianyi, Su Song and the others wanted to kill Lin Feng, but they were killed instead. Don't reveal Lin Feng's true identity." The others thought for a moment and nodded. Not revealing Lin Feng's true identity was because they didn't want to offend Lin Feng. Secondly, it would save them a lot of trouble. After all, Lin Feng's identity was really too sensitive. If they revealed Lin Feng's true identity, they would be in endless trouble. It wouldn't necessarily endanger their lives, but they would definitely be constantly investigated. They didn't want to get involved in that kind of trouble. The ancient starship Xianyuan was flying rapidly above the sea. Its destination was the 5th Cultivators' Assembly Area. Lin Feng planned to go to the 3rd layer of the Heavenly Realm. He didn't know what the 3rd layer of the Heavenly Realm was like, But Lin Feng had heard that the third layer of the heavenly realm was a world dominated by the monster race. The heavenly court's power was quite weak in the third layer of the heavenly realm. Therefore, if he went to the third layer of the heavenly realm, at least he wouldn't be wanted. The monster race didn't care about the heavenly court at all. They even had great conflicts with the heavenly court. After all, the heavenly court was ruled by the monster race in the beginning. Later, they lost control of the heavenly court and became third-class citizens of the heavenly realm. How could the monster race not be angry? Lin Feng talked about this matter with Ying Kai and Qing Xiaoxiao. They knew that Lin Feng had a lot of things to deal with, so when they heard that Lin Feng was going to the third layer of the heavenly realm, they didn't feel strange. They were reluctant to part with him, but Ying Kai was embarrassed to say some words. Qing Xiaoxiao was still in love with Lin Feng at this stage. Qing Xiaoxiao gave Lin Feng a good impression. After all, she was beautiful and righteous, but that was all. Lin Feng and Ying Kai had a close relationship because many things had happened between them, including the deep communication in their mind. However, with Qing Xiaoxiao there weren't so many things. Lin Feng wasn't a pure little boy, nor was he a man who couldn't move his legs when he saw a beautiful woman. He hadn't known Qing Xiaoxiao for long, so how could he fall for her? Lin Feng said, "After this matter, I'm afraid that the second layer of the heavenly realm will be stirred up again. I just don't know if it will involve you. After we part ways, don't stay outside. Go back to your families and stay there." Qing Xiaoxiao said, "Don't worry, we'll be fine." Lin Feng knew that the forces behind Ying Kai and Qing Xiaoxiao were very powerful. Therefore, if they had their families to protect them, they would be fine. When they arrived at the fifth cultivator gathering area, Lin Feng and the others disembarked from the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng put away the ancient starry sky ship. Perhaps because of the parting, Ying Kai took the initiative and boldly hugged Lin Feng, snuggling her body in his embrace. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he gently stroked Ying Kai's hair. Qing Xiaoxiao looked at this scene enviously from afar. The sun was setting in the west. Lovers relying on each other. Such a scene was really beautiful. Unfortunately, the woman wasn't her. Qing Xiaoxiao, who had always been optimistic and cheerful, had become so sentimental? Qing Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Lin Feng boarded the ship to the third layer of the heavenly realm in a very low-key manner. The ship set sail 2 hours later. Lin Feng booked a room and rested in it. This trip to the third layer of the heavenly realm would take more than a month. Therefore, Lin Feng had enough time to cultivate. Lin Feng rested for a day. Next, he entered the time-space. The flow of time was 10 times faster. More than a month in the outside world would be more than a year in the time-space. Cultivating in the time-space was equivalent to cheating. Bibi and the others were still in seclusion recently. The little fellows had reached the critical stage of their transformation. If they transformed again, they would be equivalent to a quasi-transcending realm. Lin Feng was a little envious. The little fellows only ate and ate every day. In any case, Lin Feng had a lot of heavenly treasures. Then, they slept and slept. Sometimes, when Lin Feng obtained something good, he would give it to them. Therefore, their cultivation progressed very quickly. Of course, this was also closely related to the fact that they possessed extremely powerful bloodlines. If not, then, their cultivation progress wouldn't be so fast. Lin Feng discovered that the white jade toad had also completed its 7th transformation. This made Lin Feng very happy, because since more than 100 years ago, the white jade toad sealed its body and went into a deep sleep. It had never woken up. Now, it finally woke up. Now, there was a purple color in the white jade toad's body. This made Lin Feng very surprised. It was rumored that if the white jade toad transformed 9 times, its body would completely turn purple and become a purple jade toad. Its ability would be greatly improved, and it could cure any poison in the world. Of course, there was also a saying that when the white jade toad transformed 9 times, It had the ability to control the color change of its body. It might not really become a purple jade toad. After all, the white jade toad itself was very intelligent. It was used to its white jade body. It might not necessarily like the purple color. Lin Feng planned to refine his life source magic weapon. He now had 10 pieces of deep-sea dragon stones. In theory, he could refine 10 life source magic weapons. Of course, Lin Feng didn't have so many life source magic weapons. He only had 5, but in fact, this number was amazing enough. Lin Feng first took out the chaotic ancient lamp, then took out a piece of deep-sea dragon stone. He melted the deep-sea dragon stone with heaven fire. Then, he tried to melt the deep-sea dragon stone into a special spiritual liquid and integrate it into the chaotic ancient lamp. Time passed slowly like this. The first life source magic weapon was obviously the most difficult to integrate. After all, at this time, Lin Feng was not particularly familiar with the whole process. He was not particularly familiar with the spiritual liquid after the deep-sea dragon stone was melted. At this time, he was still at the stage of exploration. After integrating the spiritual liquid, the chaotic ancient lamp completed its transformation and turned into a real, quasi-transcendent level treasure. This made Lin Feng's face show a happy expression. This was his first life source magic weapon, so in Lin Feng's mind, it had a relatively special position. Seeing the chaotic ancient lamp transform into a quasi-transcendent level treasure, this kind of joy was almost impossible to suppress. Next, Lin Feng began to upgrade the level of the second life source magic weapon, the chaotic stone. For a long time, Lin Feng upgraded the level of his life source magic weapons. It took him 8 months to upgrade all the life source magic weapons to the quasi-transcendent level. This made Lin Feng very happy. Will I break through to the transcendent level in the future? In fact, Lin Feng did not know much about the magic weapons above the transcendent level. For example, was a magic weapon at the ancient level a transcendent level magic weapon? Lin Feng was not clear about this, but Lin Feng knew that a magic weapon at the ancient level was at least a transcendent level magic weapon. In the future, he would know the specific classification of these magic weapons. Lin Feng went to see the Wu sisters. They were still in closed-door training, but he was very happy to be able to quietly admire the beautiful faces of the Wu sisters. After coming out of the time-space, Lin Feng's days became much simpler. Basically, he just read books, such as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Taoist scriptures, and other books about gods and ghosts. Sometimes, he would go to the restaurant of the ancient void ship to have a few drinks. Time passed very quickly. On this day, the voice of the captain came out of the ancient void ship's broadcast array pattern. They would almost reach the 3rd level of the heaven realm tomorrow. After hearing this news, Lin Feng could not help but be very happy. They were finally going to reach the 3rd level of the heaven realm. White Lotus Valley, Heaven Fire. Master Feng is coming. Haha. A day later, the depths of the transmission channel became very bright. Lin Feng knew that every time he left the transmission channel, because the end of the transmission channel was connected to the outside world, it would be very bright. This transmission channel was no exception. 2 hours later, Lin Feng's ancient ship flew out of the transmission channel. Lin Feng found that they had appeared in a valley. There were demon clan cultivators in the valley, maintaining order. The immortal qi in the 3rd level of the heaven realm was about twice as dense as the 2nd level of the heaven realm. Obviously, it was more suitable for cultivation than the 2nd level of the heaven realm. Chapter 62-34. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at Sun Wenqiang, not because he was deliberately targeting him, but because Lin Feng had received some disturbing news from him. It had been 5 days since Lin Feng had arrived at the 3rd level of the heaven realm. He had arrived at an ancient city called Mu City, which was rumored to have been built by the demonic Emperor Mu Chun. However, the demonic Emperor Mu Chun was an early titled god and had fallen a long time ago. After arriving at Mu City, Lin Feng found a place to stay and rested for a while. He then went to the largest trading company in Mu City, the Mu Trading Company, to inquire about the White Lotus Valley. However, Sun Wenxiang knew nothing about the White Lotus Valley. That was not right. He was not completely ignorant. According to Sun Wenxiang's explanation, the White Lotus Valley did exist in the early years and had given birth to a few terrifying Xiantian life spirit. That was how it got its name. However, the White Lotus Valley had disappeared countless years ago. It could also be that someone had deliberately concealed its appearance, so outsiders did not know where the White Lotus Valley was. The reputation of the White Lotus Valley was too great. Therefore, people had been searching for the whereabouts of the White Lotus Valley for a long time. However, the results were not satisfactory. No one had ever found the White Lotus Valley. Therefore, after the immemorial era, the number of people searching for the White Lotus Valley had decreased. Until now, no one had inquired about the news of the White Lotus Valley. Therefore, when he heard the news, Lin Feng's enthusiasm was suddenly doused with cold water. His heart was extremely depressed, but no matter how depressed he was, what could he do? He had to face reality. Sun Wenxiang knew that Lin Feng was a big client because he had tipped him a few hundred immortal stones, not including the consultation fee. Moreover, Lin Feng looked like a rich young master. His gestures were extraordinary, so he naturally had to accompany such a big client well. However, Lin Feng did not get the information he wanted. It seemed that he was not in a good mood. Sun Wenxiang said, "Lin Gongzi, our eldest miss might have more information." "Your eldest miss?" Lin Feng was surprised. Sun Wenxiang hastily nodded and said, "Yes, our miss is in charge of the Zhou Tian Pavilion. The Zhou Tian Pavilion is the place where the Mu clan gathers and distributes information. You can obtain a lot of astonishing information there. Although there hasn't been much news about the White Lotus Valley these past few years, there should still be some clues." Lin Feng asked, "Where is your eldest miss?" Sun Wenxiang said, "Our eldest miss is in the Mu City. However, if you want to meet her, you will have to pay a higher fee." "That's not a problem. Tomorrow at noon I'll meet your miss here. You'll be in charge of informing her," said Lin Feng. Sun Wenxiang's left. Sun Wenxiang opened his mouth. He wanted to say that whether or not the eldest miss could meet Lin Gongzi would depend on whether or not she had the time. However, he didn't know why, but he didn't dare to say that in front of Lin Feng. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Lin Gongzi seemed to have an indescribable temperament that influenced his thoughts. The next day, Lin Feng went to the Mu clan's trading company again. When he heard that Lin Feng was coming, Sun Wenxiang personally came to welcome him. When he saw Sun Wenxiang, Lin Feng asked, "Is your eldest miss here?" Sun Wenxiang said, "She's already here. Please follow me." Lin Feng nodded and followed Sun Wenxiang to a drawing room on the third floor of the Mu clan's trading company. When he entered the drawing room, he saw a woman wearing a purple dress sitting there and drinking tea. She was tall and had fair skin. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was outstanding. Even with Lin Feng's taste, he couldn't help but sigh. What a delicate and beautiful woman. Obviously, this woman was the eldest miss that Sun Wenxiang had mentioned. Sun Wenxiang brought Lin Feng here and left. While Lin Feng was observing the eldest miss, she was also observing Lin Feng. Yesterday, Sun Wenxiang had come to see her. He had said that someone wanted to see her and ask for some information. Actually, she didn't want to see him, but Sun Wenxiang had said that he wanted to ask about the White Lotus Valley. This was because she was very curious about the White Lotus Valley. However, she hadn't expected that the person asking about the White Lotus Valley would be such a young cultivator. Of course, besides being young, he was also very handsome. However, she had seen too many handsome men. Naturally, she wouldn't look at Lin Feng differently just because he was handsome. She stood up and introduced herself. This servant is Mu Xianyu. May I know your name? This servant is Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi, please have a seat. Both sides exchanged some pleasantries. After the host and the guest were seated, a maid served Lin Feng some spirit tea. Mu Xianyu smiled and said, "Yesterday, I heard that you were looking for information about the White Lotus Valley? It's like that. I wonder if you know anything about the White Lotus Valley?" Lin Feng asked. Mu Xianyu didn't answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, she asked, "What do you know about the White Lotus Valley?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. This woman was really strange. He had spent money to get information, but he hadn't gotten any useful information. Instead, she asked him how much he knew about the White Lotus Valley. How could she do business like this? She could roughly guess what Lin Feng was thinking. Mu Xianyu said, "I'll use some information I know in exchange for some information you know." It seemed that she didn't want to sell information about the White Lotus Valley. She wanted to use information in exchange for information. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "My knowledge about the White Lotus Valley is limited. I only know that there are a few Xiantian lifeforms there, and there's also a very powerful heavenly fire. Apart from that, I don't know anything else." There's really a powerful heavenly fire? Mu Xianyu's eyes lit up. Her actions made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Could it be that this woman also wanted the heavenly fire? Had a competitor appeared out of nowhere? However, Mu Xianyu's next words dispelled Lin Feng's worries. Mu Xianyu said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the heavenly fire. I'm actually interested in something else, but I'm not sure if the White Lotus Valley really has that thing. However, that thing is more or less related to the heavenly fire. Since it's confirmed that there's a heavenly fire in the White Lotus Valley, there's a high probability that it's also in the White Lotus Valley." Mu Xianyu didn't say what it was, and Lin Feng didn't ask. Lin Feng said, "Now you can tell me what you know." Mu Xianyu said, "Some time ago, I found out something." Mu Xianyu paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm sure you know that the Xiantian lifeforms that were born in the White Lotus Valley were extremely powerful. Later on, it was said that they died in a great battle between Xiantian lifeforms." "I've heard about it," said Lin Feng. Mu Xianyu continued, "Later generations wanted to find the White Lotus Valley, but they couldn't find it. Some people suggested that if they could find the descendants of the Xiantian lifeforms, they might be able to find some clues about the White Lotus Valley. However, after many years, there was no news about the descendants of the Xiantian lifeforms. Therefore, many people thought that maybe the Xiantian lifeforms didn't have any children." Said Lin Feng, "The stronger you are, the more difficult it is to have children. Therefore, it's normal that they didn't have any children." Said Mu Xianyu. "Yes, so many people thought that maybe they didn't have any children. Therefore, the clues were cut off. As time passed, the White Lotus Valley gradually became a legend. A few days ago, I accidentally found a descendant of a Xiantian lifeform. After a series of investigations, I was able to confirm that he really was a descendant of that Xiantian lifeform. Maybe he knows something about the White Lotus Valley. I've already sent people to bring him here. He'll be here soon. When he arrives, we might be able to find out more about the White Lotus Valley from him. Even if we can't find out the exact location, we should be able to get some useful information." After hearing Mu Xianyu's news, Lin Feng was very happy. He had thought that the clues about the White Lotus Valley would be cut off, and that he wouldn't be able to find the celestial flames in the White Lotus Valley anymore. But now, it seemed that there was always a way out. Said Lin Feng, "Maybe we can go to the White Lotus Valley together when the time comes?" Mu Xianyu nodded and said, "Of course, that's not a problem." Lin Feng didn't stay for long and left. After Lin Feng left, the space distorted and an old woman appeared. She was Mu Xianyu's protector. Asked the old woman, "Miss, why did you agree to explore the White Lotus Valley with him?" Said Mu Xianyu. "This person isn't simple." Yes. The old woman nodded and said, "That's why we have to be on guard against him." Said Mu Xianyu. "We're both taking what we need. Maybe we can use him." The old woman thought for a moment and said, "Should we send someone to investigate his identity?" "There's no need," said Mu Xianyu. The old woman thought about it and agreed. After all, they had only worked together once, and they probably wouldn't interact much in the future. There was no need to find out who Lin Feng was, and knowing too much might not necessarily be a good thing. Moreover, if Lin Feng found out that they were investigating him behind his back, there might be some unpleasant things. After leaving the Mu clan's trading company, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that Mu Xianyu had agreed too quickly. Was there some sort of scheme behind this? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. There was no need to think so much. Moreover, with his current strength, even if she had some sort of scheme, it would be very difficult for her to succeed. So, there was no need to worry. He just had to wait patiently. The next afternoon, Mu Xianyu came to Lin Feng's residence to visit Lin Feng. She brought a piece of news that made Lin Feng feel extremely depressed. This was because the descendant of the Xiantian realm cultivator had secretly run away on the way here. "What's going on?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Mu Xianyu smiled bitterly and said, "I heard that guy made all sorts of excessive demands on the way here and was reprimanded by the guard commander. Then, he ran away." "All sorts of excessive demands? For example?" Lin Feng looked at Mu Xianyu. Mu Xianyu said, "For example, at the beginning, this guy was clamoring for women. My subordinates had no choice but to take him to some brothels. But later, that guy made even more excessive demands. He didn't want to go to those brothels anymore. He even ordered my subordinates to help him snatch the good girls he had taken a fancy to. My subordinates naturally didn't agree, so a conflict broke out. This was the fuse that caused him to run away." Lin Feng was speechless. This guy didn't look like a good person at first glance. Back then, his ancestor had been a peerless hero. He had made a great name for himself, and his legacy had been passed down to his generation. But now, he had become like this. It really made people sigh. Lin Feng said, "Don't blame your subordinates. I think they did the right thing. Although we really want to get information about the White Lotus Valley, we can't make mistakes in our principles. We can't do things that are completely heartless." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Mu Xianyu looked deeply at Lin Feng. She probably didn't expect Lin Feng to say something like this. After all, people nowadays only cared about benefits. How many people cared about the life and death of others? Or was this matter against morality? Mu Xianyu said, "Don't worry, young master. I don't blame my subordinates for this. I've already sent people to look for that guy. I'm sure they'll find him soon." "I hope so." Lin Feng nodded. Mu Xianyu said, "Recently, there's news that Dong Tai's reincarnation has appeared. There's a gathering tomorrow, and some demonic cultivators will be coming. They'll probably bring news about this. Are you interested in attending?" Lin Feng had already known about Dong Tai's reincarnation from Gu Shaoling, but Lin Feng didn't know much about what had happened after Dong Tai's reincarnation. Originally, the news of Dong Tai's reincarnation had only spread to a small circle in the mortal world. From the looks of it, the cultivators of the Heaven Realm also knew that the Eastern Emperor Tai had returned from his tribulation. The Eastern Emperor Tai was a powerful figure who had once single-handedly created the Heavenly Court. It could be seen just how powerful he was. Who knew what kind of attitude he would have when he returned from his tribulation? Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm interested in attending. May I know where the gathering is tomorrow?" Mu Xianyu said, "It's at Shepherd God Restaurant. I'll bring you there tomorrow." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, fairy." Mu Xianyu smiled and said, "You're welcome, young master." Mu Xianyu didn't stay with Lin Feng for long. She stayed for 15 minutes before leaving. Chapter 6235. The Shepherd God Restaurant was the most high-end restaurant in Mu City. It was backed by the Mu family, so Mu Xianyu was considered the owner of the Shepherd God Restaurant. The cost of living here had always been high, but there was no lack of rich people in this world. It was said that the private rooms in the Shepherd God Restaurant had been reserved for 3 years. Of course, a top restaurant like the Shepherd God Restaurant would definitely reserve a few private rooms in case of emergency. Whether or not one could get a private room would depend on one's ability. However, this was obviously not a problem for Mu Xianyu. After all, the restaurant was owned by someone else. Choosing a private room was a simple matter. There were quite a number of people who came to the gathering this time, about 100 or so. Mu Xianyu had prepared the largest private room. Although there were many people, it could accommodate them all. In fact, not to mention 100 or so people, the largest private room could even accommodate 200 or 300 people. In the past few days, Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of the Mu family. It was said that the Mu family had always been prosperous because they were close to the ancient demon shrine. The ancient demon shrine was not a simple force. It was the force left behind by the Eastern Emperor Tai. When the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor Di Jun joined forces to establish the Heavenly Court, the ancient demon shrine was one of the main forces. Countless years had passed. The force left behind by the Demon Emperor Di Jun had long collapsed and was even forgotten by the world. However, the ancient demon shrine had remained. Its status and strength had grown. Now, it had become the leader of the demon race. It was said that Dong Wang Tai's descendants were still in the ancient demon shrine. However, it was not clear whether this was true or not. Since there was such a legacy, it might be true. It had to be said that Dong Wang Tai was indeed a golden signboard. The demon race respected Dong Wang Tai greatly. However, respect was respect. If the demon race were to submit to Dong Wang Tai again, it might not be easy to achieve. After all, the various clans of the demon race had their own social circle and their own sphere of influence. They could form alliances, but they would not easily become the subordinates of others. Who would be willing to be a slave? Were they born to be cheap? Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu arrived together. He took the lead and walked towards the carriage. Mu Xianyu put her hand on Lin Feng's wrist. Then, they got off the carriage. This was etiquette. It was also the demeanor of a man. There were many people waiting outside. Some of them were cultivators who were attending the party, and some were employees of the Shepherd God Restaurant. When they saw Mu Xianyu arrive, they all came to welcome her. Although Mu Xianyu was only a woman, she was very powerful. Her position in the family even surpassed her brothers. All of them were cousins. "Xianyu, you're here." "They Mu Xianyu." Seeing that Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu's relationship wasn't ordinary, they couldn't help but feel jealous of Lin Feng. "This is Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi. He's a friend of mine." Mu Xianyu introduced Lin Feng simply. Because she hadn't investigated Lin Feng's background, she didn't know who Lin Feng was. Even though she was very curious about Lin Feng, she knew what she should do and what she shouldn't do. She should suppress her curiosity and not show it easily. Mu Xianyu had always followed this principle. Regarding her friends, there were too many of them, so Mu Xianyu didn't introduce them to Lin Feng. Besides, Mu Xianyu had the impression that Lin Feng didn't want to get to know those people. The reason why Mu Xianyu said that was because she had the impression that even though Lin Feng looked like an easygoing person, he was actually extremely arrogant. Not everybody was qualified to be friends with him. Seventh sister actually brought a man here. Could it be that this brat is in a relationship with seventh sister? Heh. I've already told the elders in the family that women will eventually marry. So, prepare to be a good wife. Why do you have to come out and do things? Now it seems that seventh sister has gradually figured out this matter. At this time, a strange voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw more than 10 cultivators. There were men and women. The leader was a young cultivator who looked a little pale. He wasn't injured. Lin Feng saw that his qi and blood were weak and his footsteps were weak. It was obviously caused by a lack of kidney qi. Simply put, kidney deficiency. This guy obviously didn't get along with Mu Xianyu, so his words were sarcastic. He was probably envious of Mu Xianyu's identity, status, and the power in her hands. Many people were shocked. They knew that this second young master had always disliked Mu Xianyu. The relationship between the two was quite bad. As for the reason, they were very clear. However, this second young master only dared to talk. He didn't dare to make a move. Firstly, his strength didn't allow it. Secondly, his status didn't allow it. His status in the family was much lower than Mu Xianyu's. If he made a move, he would be looking for a beating. Moreover, if he was beaten, no one would stand up for him. Mu Xianyu smiled faintly and said, "The elders said that the family can't raise so many good-for-nothings. Second cousin, you should be clear about the situation of our family. Among the direct descendants of the family, there is already a good-for-nothing. Moreover, there are several people who are developing into good-for-nothings. As a capable person, I do more work." "Don't you think so, second cousin?" After hearing Mu Xianyu's words, this second cousin's face instantly became extremely unsightly. Mu Xianyu had called him a piece of trash left and a piece of trash right. Wasn't she scolding him, Mu Yunfei? He wasn't stupid. Of course he could tell. The rest of the people could also tell that Mu Yunfei was about to explode. However, he didn't dare to vent his anger in front of Mu Xianyu. Therefore, his face turned red. Seeing Mu Yunfei's expression, many people wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. After all, Mu Yunfei was still a direct descendant of the Mu clan. They didn't want to provoke him. It wasn't necessarily that they were afraid of him. The main reason was that if they provoked him, who knew if he would play dirty tricks behind their backs? It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to dodge a stab in the dark? Sometimes one had to be careful. As for Lin Feng, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng also didn't hold back, because when Mu Yunfei came here, he also mocked Mu Xianyu. This made Lin Feng a little unhappy. If you want to step on others, then use your own ability. Don't drag others into it. Therefore, when he saw Mu Yunfei suffer, Lin Feng laughed very happily. It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he was laughing. Quite a few people began to mutter to themselves, "This dear brother is so daring. He's about to make a pig's voice from laughing, right? Is he really not afraid of offending Mu Yunfei? Haha, brother, you're awesome. You're the big brother. Kid, what are you laughing at?" Mu Yunfei angrily looked at Lin Feng. He didn't dare to offend Mu Xianyu, but he wasn't afraid of Lin Feng. After all, he was one of the top young masters in Mu City. There weren't many people who could make him afraid. And among those people, Lin Feng wasn't one of them. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng laughing, he was furious. A pretty boy dared to laugh at him? If he tolerated it, he would lose all his face. "I'm laughing. What does it have to do with you? If you have nothing better to do, then go play in the mud." Lin Feng curled his lips as he spoke. Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people burst out laughing. They really couldn't help it. No matter what, Mu Yunfei was still a top young master. How could he ask him to play in the mud? Moreover, he was already past the age of playing in the mud. That wasn't right. Even a top young master like Mu Yunfei didn't play in the mud when he was young. Was he looking down on Mu Yunfei's intelligence? "You motherf asterisk cur," Mu Yunfei cursed loudly. But just as he cursed, everyone saw it. A slap. It fiercely slapped Mu Yunfei's face. Slap. Everybody heard Lin Feng slap Mu Yunfei's face. Mu Yunfei's face was distorted from the force of Lin Feng's slap. Blood and teeth spurted out. The force was too great. He couldn't bear it. Therefore his body was moved horizontally. There was a thump. Mu Yunfei fell to the ground and fainted. How savage! Lin Feng murmured. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Mu Yunfei was a bit of a bastard, not everyone dared to hit him, right? But Lin Feng dared to do so. And he beat Mu Yunfei so badly. Many people muttered in their hearts, this Lin Gongzi. Did he have a powerful background? Was that why he dared to send Mu Yunfei flying with a slap in the Mu family's territory? Mu Yunfei still hadn't woken up. It seemed that the slap was really heavy. He probably wouldn't wake up in a short time. Brat, you even dared to hit young Master Mu. You're too daring. Are you looking down on the Mu family? Mu Yunfei's followers shouted. Some of these followers were from the side branches of the Mu family, while others were from small and medium-sized families that depended on Mu Yunfei. They were now angrily looking at Lin Feng, but they didn't dare to come forward. They only dared to talk. If they really attacked, they would immediately become cowards. In short, they were a group of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Take Mu Yunfei and get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself here. Mu Xianyu looked coldly at these people. When Mu Yunfei's followers felt Mu Xianyu's cold gaze, they were all scared pale. Mu Xianyu was in charge of the Mu family's intelligence agency. Could she be a simple person? Of course not. So don't be fooled by her gentle appearance. That was just on the surface. What kind of person was she behind the scenes? Many people knew a little about her, so when they faced Mu Xianyu, their hearts were filled with fear. Mu Yunfei's followers quickly carried the unconscious Mu Yunfei, whose head was swollen like a pig's head, and left quickly. Let's go in, Mu Xianyu said with a smile. She was once again as gentle as water. The previous Mu Xianyu, who was cold, indisputable, intimidating, and terrifying, seemed to be a different person. Lin Feng and the others nodded and walked in with Mu Xianyu. Lin Feng also returned to being low-key, but even so, many people were looking at Lin Feng with deep respect. They probably thought that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, and that he had a strong background. That was what they thought. But it was understandable. When they arrived at the private room, there were already dozens of people inside. Men and women were chatting in small groups. These people didn't know what had happened outside, and nobody had told them what had happened outside. Many people greeted Mu Xianyu, but there were also people who didn't greet her. Those who didn't greet Mu Xianyu were divided into two groups. The first group was that they weren't familiar with Mu Xianyu, so there was no need to greet her. The second group was that they had a good relationship with the young masters of the Mu family. Those young masters were mainly Mu Xianyu's cousins. They were overshadowed by Mu Xianyu's brilliance. Since young, they were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Mu Xianyu. Their friends were naturally aware of this, so they were naturally enthusiastic towards Mu Xianyu. Lin Feng found that several people were looking at Mu Xianyu with cold eyes, and there were also some people surrounding them. Lin Feng's heart slightly moved. It seemed that the few cultivators who were hostile towards Mu Xianyu should also be from the Mu family. It was impossible for Mu Xianyu to not sense their hostility, but she acted as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng was very impressed by her ability to maintain her composure. It seemed that Mu Xianyu wasn't a simple woman. More and more people arrived one after another. About an hour later, all the sky prides of the Mu city had arrived. However, the people from the ancient demon shrine had yet to arrive. Many people started to complain in private. They felt that the people from the ancient demon shrine were too arrogant. Everyone had been here for so long, but they still hadn't shown up. They didn't take the geniuses of Mu City seriously at all. But no matter how sullen they were, they had to endure it. After all, the ancient demon shrine was extremely powerful. And recently, there had been a rumor that the Eastern Emperor Tai's reincarnation had returned. If that was true, then the ancient demon shrine's strength would increase greatly again. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, we're late. Sorry. After waiting for another half an hour, many people cursed the cultivators from the ancient demon shrine countless times. Finally, there was laughter from outside. Although the cultivators from the ancient demon shrine were apologetic, they obviously didn't have any sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 cultivators entered the hall. The 7 cultivators looked very young, but their chi and blood were vigorous. They were clearly the strongest of the younger generation of the ancient demon shrine. P.S. Looking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, and official subscriptions. Old Steamed Bun is about to starve. Remember to come to QQ to read the official subscriptions of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. Chapter 62-36. Of the 7 cultivators who had entered, 5 were men and 2 were women. The cultivator who had just spoken was a tall and burly cultivator. This cultivator had an extremely ferocious appearance, giving off a heavy and powerful pressure. His bloodline was as vigorous as the sea. He was the incarnation of a heavenly dragon. The dragon palace of the heavenly realm was completely unrelated to the dragon tribe of the demon race. This was because although the dragon tribe of the heavenly realm had the bloodline of the divine dragon, they were actually the offspring of the divine dragon tribe and the flood dragon tribe. They were not pure-blooded divine dragons, nor were they pure-blooded flood dragons. Although the dragon palace was powerful, some of the pure-blooded dragon tribe, such as the divine dragon and the heavenly dragon tribe, looked down on the dragon palace. Hence, the conflict between the two sides erupted. After a long time, the conflict grew deeper and deeper. Now it was impossible to resolve it. Such a situation had occurred. It was not surprising that the dragon tribe, which valued bloodline inheritance, would do this. Among the other 6, there was a cultivator in a long golden robe. The bloodline in his body was also very powerful. His body seemed to contain an endless sea of fire. This cultivator was not simple. He was a golden crow. The golden crow was the descendant of the demon emperor Di-Jun. As time passed, the forces established by the demon emperor Di-Jun were destroyed. The Kinwu people naturally could no longer rely on the great power brought by their ancestors. Later, some of the Kinwu people sought refuge with the ancient demon shrine, while some of the Kinwu people went to other places to live and reproduce. In fact, Lin Feng was a little confused when he saw the Kinwu people and the ancient demon shrine together. He was confused because there had been a rumor in the outside world that Dong Wangtai was killed by the demon emperor Di-Jun. Logically speaking, if this rumor was true, the ancient demon shrine, the force left behind by Dong Wangtai, should not have harmed the Kinwu people. It was already good enough that they did not kill them. However, since they accepted the cultivators of the Golden Crow clan, it meant that the rumors should not be true. After all, a lot of the news in the world did not seem to be true. However, as more and more people spread the news, the false news would become true news. Perhaps this was the reason why Dong Wangtai was killed by the demon emperor Di-Jun. Of course, there might be other reasons, but Lin Feng, an outsider, would not know the specific. The third cultivator was actually a child of about 8 or 9 years old. Although he looked very young, Lin Feng did not believe that this person was really that young. The flickering gaze in this child's eyes made people feel very uncomfortable. It was a gaze that was incomparably indifferent to life. The fourth cultivator was a cultivator with 12 wings on his back and a thunderous mouth. This cultivator looked a little strange. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a creature, so he didn't know what kind of creature it was. The fifth cultivator was a Kuan Pung tribe cultivator. His bloodline power was also incomparably strong. Kuan Pung tribe cultivators were rarely seen in the outside world. They could even be described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, in the heaven realm, there were obviously some Kuan Pung tribe cultivators. For example, the Kuan Pung tribe cultivator in front of them must have some members of his tribe. As for the two female cultivators, one of them should be a female cultivator from the Snake clan. Her figure was incomparably enchanting, and her face was also quite beautiful. The other female cultivator, on the other hand, looked much more ordinary. The other party's aura was hidden very well, so it was difficult to determine what race they were from. And it was precisely this female cultivator who looked the most ordinary that gave Lin Feng the most special feeling. Her cultivation should be very extraordinary. Among the 7 people, this seemingly ordinary female cultivator was definitely one of the strongest, if not the strongest. Haha, brother is too polite. We just arrived. Seeing the arrival of these monster clan cultivators, the cultivators who were originally cursing these people in their hearts became very enthusiastic. It had to be said that these fellows were also one person in front of others and another behind others. None of them were simple characters. Thinking about it, it was normal. These people were all outstanding disciples nurtured by various major powers. How could there be a simple character among them? The group sat down. Mu Xianyu introduced the 7 monster clan cultivators to everyone. The Heavenly Dragon tribe cultivator was called Long Sha. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that he was a character that was not to be trifled with. The Heavenly Dragon tribe's bloodline was powerful, and the tribe had passed down many heaven-defying techniques, so this Long Sha was indeed very powerful. The Qinwu people's cultivator was called Jin Yenshu. His bloodline was said to be the direct descendant of the monster emperor, Di Jun. Of course, no one knew whether this was true or not. The childlike cultivator was called Tong Sheng. Tong Sheng was indeed young, about 700 or 800 years old. It was said that he was someone who had walked out of a divine stone. No one knew who his father was, but he must be a heaven-defying character. The cultivator with 12 wings on his back was from the multi-winged race, which was also an extremely powerful race within the monster clan. It was also extremely ancient. This race was extraordinary, and even now, its status in the monster clan was extremely high. The multi-winged race cultivator was called Wu Mukun. Among the younger generation of the multi-winged race, he was not the strongest, but he was definitely a top expert. The Kuanping race cultivator was called Lu Zihao. He looked arrogant. After all, the Kuanping race was indeed an extremely powerful race. Because of this, the cultivators of this race also appeared to be a cut above the rest. Among the 2 female cultivators, the snake female cultivator was from the Snake Beauty tribe, an extremely rare tribe. The cultivators of this tribe were very special. It was said that the women of this tribe were extremely beautiful, hence their name. However, the men of this tribe were extremely ugly and had an extremely low status. If it was to reproduce the race, the women of this race would often cling to the experts of other races, and reproduce with the cultivators of other races instead of with the men of their own race. It sounded strange, but that was indeed the case. The woman was called Su Yuju. Her name was like her. Her name was pleasant and she was beautiful. The ordinary-looking woman was called Lu Li. She was also a cultivator who had broken out of a divine stone, just like Tong Sheng, but Tong Sheng was much more famous than her. She had always kept a low profile and never fought with others, but the monster clan cultivators seemed to respect her. As for what race she was from, no one knew. After introducing the identities of the 7 people, Mu Xianyu, as the host, raised her cup to toast everyone. Mu Xianyu was naturally very good at handling such matters at gatherings. Everyone drank and chatted. Mu Xianyu knew that everyone was more interested in the topic of Donghuang Tai, so she asked about Dong Huangtai. Long Sha revealed an extremely shocking matter. At the moment, this matter should still be a secret. Outsiders did not know about it. This matter was related to Dong Huangtai. According to Long Sha, Dong Huangtai had not yet returned to the ancient demon shrine, and it was said that Dong Huangtai's reincarnation might not have awakened the memories of his previous life. This news shocked many people. There was naturally a reason why everyone was shocked. After all, if Dong Huangtai's reincarnation had not awakened, then there were too many things that could be done. For example, they could capture Dong Huangtai's reincarnation and forcefully search for the soul seed in his mind. Then, they could steal Dong Huangtai's memories. They could even control Dong Huangtai's reincarnation. When Dong Huangtai's soul awakens, Dong Huangtai would be under their control. Subduing Dong Huangtai was like subduing half of the monster clan. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Logically speaking, the cultivators of the ancient demon shrine should not have released this news, right? However, the cultivators of the ancient demon shrine had released this news. Wouldn't that mean that many people were plotting against the reincarnation of the Dong Huangtai? Could the cultivators of the ancient demon shrine not see how this matter would develop? Of course not. Of course they knew how this matter would develop, but they still chose to release the news of Dong Huangtai. This meant that some people did not want to see Dong Huangtai return to the ancient demon shrine. Thinking about it, it made sense. Some people had been in power for a long time. Suddenly, a retired emperor had appeared. What would these people think? However, Lin Feng remembered another piece of news. Wasn't Dong Huangtai's descendant also in the ancient demon shrine? It seemed like the ancient demon shrine was not as united as before. Was there a lot of internal strife? The 7 people in front of him were probably cultivators who stood against Dong Huangtai. A new power. A power struggle with the old powers? Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed like no influential group could resist internal strife and power struggles. Do you have any news of Dong Huangtai's reincarnation? A cultivator asked. This was a very sensitive topic, and they should not have asked directly. However, the other party clearly did not care so much. Long Sha grinned and said, I have some news. For example, Dong Huangtai's reincarnation should be in the 3rd level of the heaven realm. After hearing Long Sha's words, many people's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng thought to himself, the news of Dong Huangtai's reincarnation came from the mortal domain. This means that Dong Huangtai's reincarnation should be in the mortal domain. However, Dong Huangtai's reincarnation has appeared in the 3rd level of the heaven realm. Could it be that Dong Huangtai's reincarnation has begun to recover his memories? But he knows that it will be very difficult for him to return to the ancient demon shrine and regain his power. Is that why he hasn't shown himself? Lin Feng felt that his speculation was quite likely. Dong Huangtai's reincarnation was probably secretly accumulating power. As a top expert in the past, he had experienced life and death. He had returned from the reincarnation. He had the memories and experience of his previous life, and he might have known many opportunities in his previous life. These were the great advantages of a cultivator who had returned from the reincarnation. Therefore, it was not difficult for Dong Huangtai's reincarnation to raise his cultivation level. People continued to ask about Dong Huangtai, and the cultivators of the ancient demon shrine would answer as much as they could. Lin Feng shook his head. He felt that these people were being too obvious. How could they harm Dong Huangtai's reincarnation for the sake of power? It was despicable. Therefore Lin Feng had a bad impression of the 7 cultivators of the ancient bestial shrine. Actually, he didn't have a good impression of them. After all, they had come late on purpose. Even though it wasn't a big deal, he could tell what kind of people they were by looking at small things. Lin Gongzi, is there anything you want to ask? asked Mu Xianyu when she saw that Lin Feng remained silent. She couldn't help but be curious. Lin Feng said, "This has nothing to do with me. I don't want to get involved." "Heh. If you want to get involved, you have to be qualified first," Jin Yenshu said with a fake smile. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "Regardless of whether I'm qualified or not, I won't get involved. Some people, on the other hand, are living under someone else's roof, but still act high and mighty. Their skin is not something I can compare to." Everyone could naturally tell who Lin Feng was mocking. Qinwu people had joined the ancient demon shrine. If they were not living under someone else's roof, then what were they? However, some things, even if they were done, they did not want others to say it out loud. Therefore, Lin Feng's words angered Jin Yenshu. Lin Feng smiled faintly and did not say anything else. From Jin Yenshu's point of view, Lin Feng's smile was a mockery of him. Jin Yenshu was furious. He suddenly stood up as if he wanted to attack, but Long Sha held him back. Long Sha smiled and said, "Brother Jin, don't be angry over such small matters." Jin Yenshu nodded and looked coldly at Lin Feng before sitting down again. A dog that bites does not bark. Therefore, Jin Yenshu's performance made Lin Feng stay for a while. This person was not simple. However, that was all. In the face of absolute strength. After all schemes and tricks were useless. After the banquet ended, many people left in a hurry because they had received a lot of shocking news. They could not wait to tell the upper echelons of their families about the reincarnation of the Dong Huang Tai. To the families behind them, this was an extremely important matter. It was also very important to them, because their families would definitely reward them with many good things. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng planned to deduce the fate of the reincarnation of the Dong Huang Tai. The Great Fate technique and the Fate bloodline had similar effect. However, if they were used alone, the effect would be weaker. If they were used together, the effect would be greatly increased. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Deducing the fate of others, Lin Feng was still a little afraid. After all, this was going against the heavens. However, Lin Feng felt that the reincarnation of the Dong Huang Tai was too important. It was worth taking the risk to deduce. Lin Feng used the Great Fate technique, as well as the Fate bloodline awakening technique, to peek into fate. After some deduction, Lin Feng saw a hazy white fog in front of him. He could vaguely see a cultivator. It was a young man. His back was facing him, so he could not see his appearance clearly. Was he the reincarnation of the Dong Huang Tai? Lin Feng continued to deduce to see if he could determine his exact location. Chapter 62-37. Doing such a heaven-defying thing was actually very exciting. While he was trembling with fear, he was also looking forward to it. He was looking forward to creating some miracles. As time passed, Lin Feng seemed to have parted the layers of clouds. He saw a majestic mountain peak. That mountain peak was too huge. It stretched for hundreds of miles, and the mountain ridge was like a dragon. At the peak of the mountain, there was an incomparably huge palace. That palace was like the legendary Thousand Immortals Palace. It was sacred, glorious, immortal, and ancient. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation was trying to get close to the main peak of the mountain. He should be trying to climb up. This palace is so extraordinary. This mountain is so huge. Where is this? Lin Feng was very surprised. Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation should have recovered some of his memories. Therefore, he found some opportunities. This place was not simple. There must be many amazing things. However, after trying many times, Lin Feng could not determine where this place was. It was quite mysterious. Perhaps it was blocked. If his means were strong enough, he might be able to forcefully deduce where this place was. Lin Feng felt that his current level was not enough. Since he could not deduce where this place was, he could only deduce the future of Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation. Suddenly, the scene changed. Planets were decaying one after another. Even the void was decaying. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be about to be destroyed. In the depths of the universe, it was entrenched in darkness. Countless cultivators charged into the darkness in the depths of the universe. Countless cultivators were never able to come out. Could it be one of the battlefields of the Doomsday Battle? Lin Feng's heart trembled. He felt that this time, he had really gone overboard. It seemed that he had used the divination of Dong Huang Tai's future to deduce some terrifying things. Foreseeing the future was not necessarily a good thing. Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation appeared. His back was still facing Lin Feng, so Lin Feng could not see his appearance clearly. He was surrounded by endless holy light and charged into the darkness in the depths of the universe. He killed 7 in and 7 out. In the end, he was bathed in blood in the darkness. It was inspiring and tragic. It was sad and lamentable. A peerless hero of a generation. From then on, they were completely strangers. Lin Feng sighed. The fate of Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation should be the fate of countless people. However, could the future be changed? Lin Feng believed that man could conquer nature. Perhaps some seemingly irreversible destinies can be reversed if we work hard enough. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue deducing the events of this period, something terrifying happened. Lin Feng's lifespan began burning madly. In just one breath, he was burning away 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to burn more than 10 million years of his lifespan. Although Lin Feng's lifespan had reached 1 billion years, it still couldn't withstand this kind of burning. It wouldn't take long for his lifespan to run out. Backlash, divine retribution. This was a side effect of divining the future and divining fate. Perhaps he had gone too far this time, so the backlash and divine retribution he received were much more severe than normal. Damn it, what should I do now? Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. His lifespan was burning madly. In just a short while, Lin Feng had lost more than 100 million years of his lifespan. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Feng's lifespan loss was still accelerating. Even 1 billion years of lifespan couldn't withstand this kind of loss. He had to save himself. If he didn't think of a way to save himself, he would really die. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly activated his Great Fate art. Perhaps he could use it to resist the backlash and divine retribution. When the Great Fate art was activated, a powerful fate energy shrouded Lin Feng's body. Then, this fate energy tried to cut off the damage caused by the backlash and divine retribution on Lin Feng. However, it failed. Damn it. What a scam. At this critical moment, he couldn't drop the ball. However, despite the failure, Lin Feng realized that the speed of his lifespan loss had slowed down a lot. This meant that it wasn't useless. In fact, it was effective. However, the effect wasn't as great as he had imagined. But since it was effective, he could continue using this method. Hence, Lin Feng continued using this method to resist the divine retribution and backlash. As more and more fate energy surged in, these fate energy produced a shocking effect. Finally, these fate energy dissipated Lin Feng's divine retribution and backlash. Lin Feng had lost 230 million years of his lifespan. Even Lin Feng felt like cursing and swearing in the street. This time around, he had lost too much lifespan. He would need to spend a lot of time to replenish the essence, spirit, and vitality that he had lost. However, he had finally obtained some clues about the reincarnation of the Dong Huang Tai. This could be considered as a blessing in disguise. He didn't know where that place was. Where was it? If he could find that place, he might be able to obtain a great fortune. Lin Feng planned to go and check it out tomorrow. Who knew, he might be able to find out more about it. The next day, the earth shook violently. The energy between heaven and earth also became extremely chaotic. No one knew what had happened. The earth could be seen collapsing and cracking everywhere. It was as if an unprecedented earthquake had occurred. The sudden change made many people puzzled. They didn't know what had happened. One day later, a shocking piece of news spread out. It was said that a huge mountain range had appeared out of thin air 30,000 miles to the northwest. The mountain range was shrouded in white mist, and the main peak of the mountain range was 100,000 meters tall. The mountain ridge was majestic, and it looked like the body of a winding dragon. Some people even saw a huge palace at the top of the mountain. No one knew who had left the palace behind. It's said to be Mount Wangu that had disappeared for countless years. A shocking piece of news spread out. Mount Wangu was an extremely mysterious mountain range. It was said that this mountain range wasn't actually a mountain range of the Nine States universe, but a mountain range of the Kunlun universe. It was said that Mount Wangu had survived many eras. It was one of the most mysterious and ancient mountain ranges in the world. Such a mountain range hid a huge secret. If one could find out some of the secrets, the benefits would be endless. Even though Mount Wangu had disappeared for countless years, there were still all kinds of rumors about Mount Wangu. One of the most famous stories went like this. It was said that a long time ago there was an old man whose name was Yugong. There were two very tall mountains in front of Yugong's house. One mountain was called Taihang, and the other mountain was called Wangu. The two mountains just happened to block the entrance of Yugong's house. Every day, Yugong had to take a long detour to enter and exit his house. One day, when Yugong was eating, he suddenly said to his family, "Let's work together and move the two mountains that are blocking the entrance so that the road at the entrance can lead to the main road outside." What do you think? When his son and grandson heard this, they nodded in agreement and said, "Good, good." However, Yugong's wife shook her head and said, "Impossible. You don't even have the strength to move a mound, and you want to move a mountain? Even if you can move it, where are you going to throw the dirt and stones that you dug out?" When Yugong and his children heard this, they all laughed loudly. "What's so difficult about that? We can throw it into the sea." The next day, Yugong, his son, and his grandson carried a hoe and a shoulder pole to the side of the mountain and began to dig. Yugong's neighbor, Jingqing Shi, and her youngest son also excitedly helped Yugong with the work of moving the mountain. At this time, an old man called Ji Lao couldn't help but laugh at them and say, "Yugong, you're really too muddle-headed. You're already so old, why do you still want to move the mountain? Even if you move until the day you die, you won't be able to move the mountain." When Yugong heard this, he smiled and said, "Ji Lao, you're the muddle-headed one. Although I'm very old, I still have a son who can continue to do it. My son will give birth to a grandson, and my grandson will give birth to another son. Our children and grandchildren can keep on moving. As long as we move one layer of the mountain, there will be one less layer. One day we will move these two mountains away. Is there any difficulty in the world that we can't overcome?" Ji Lao didn't have anything to say, so he could only walk away. Later, when the mountain god and the sea god found out about Yugong's plan to move the mountain, they were afraid that Yugong's family would never stop moving the mountain and would move all the mountain and fill up the sea. They ran to tell the god of heaven. When the god of heaven heard this, he said, This Yugong is really persistent. Let me help him." The god of heaven sent two deities to carry Mount Wangu and Mount Taihang away and put them somewhere else so that they would no longer block Yugong's door. This story was now recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It was called Yugong Moving the Mountain. And now, the mythical Mount Wangu actually appeared. Many people didn't know why Mount Wangu appeared. However, it was the end of the world now, and countless opportunities would appear. Even the Supreme Divine Court and the Gate of Everlasting Life had appeared. Many people had also obtained opportunities from the Supreme Divine Court and the Gate of Everlasting Life. After Lin Feng heard the news about Mount Wangu, his expression was a little strange because he felt that the appearance of Mount Wangu might have something to do with him. After all, when Lin Feng was divining the future of Dongwang Tai, he saw Mount Wangu. The appearance of Mount Wangu stirred up the clouds in all directions. Countless forces and countless cultivators went crazy because of it. There were countless shocking secrets hidden there, and many of them were even related to the Kunlun universe. There was also the mysterious palace at the top of the mountain. What was inside? Many cultivators headed in the direction of Mount Wangu, including Mu Xianyu. Mu Xianyu sent someone to tell Lin Feng that if her people brought the descendant of the Khanate lifeform, she would inform him as soon as possible. Mu Xianyu, on the other hand, went to Mount Wangu with her family members. No one knew when that guy would be brought to Mu City. Moreover, even if that guy really came, he would have to wait for Mu Xianyu to come back before he could ask him about some information about the White Lotus Valley. Now Lin Feng also planned to go to Mount Wangu to see if he could get an opportunity. In Lin Feng's opinion, the appearance of Mount Wangu had an inseparable relationship with him. Did this mean that he and Mount Wangu were fated? If that was the case, maybe he could really get a great opportunity from Mount Wangu. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. After making the decision, Lin Feng quickly flew in the direction of Mount Wangu. On the way, he saw many people. Cultivators from various forces, rogue cultivators, and so on. There were even many forces that were rushing over from other layers of the world. There were also cultivators from overseas. News of all kinds of things in the heaven realm spread too quickly. Lin Feng estimated that the heavenly court would probably send experts over. Although the lords of the 33 heavens couldn't leave the heavenly court now, some of them had refined powerful doppelgangers. These doppelgangers, with the power of the heaven realm, could reach a battle strength that surpassed the realm for a certain period of time. Only this point. It was enough to wipe out countless cultivators. When Lin Feng flew towards Mount Wangu, he didn't expect to meet the 7 young experts of the demon race. However, there were many people around them now. After all, they were cultivators from the ancient demon shrine. Everywhere they went, many people would seek refuge with them and treat them as the center. It was the same after they came to Mu City. Many cultivators came to curry favor with the 7 of them. This even included some cultivators from large forces. Therefore, in a short period of time, the 7 of them had gathered 200 to 300 experts around them. It just so happened that Mount Wangu appeared. The 7 demon clan members felt that these cultivators could still be of great use, so they brought them along. The 7 of them didn't have any grudges with Lin Feng. However, Jin Yenshu had a verbal conflict with Lin Feng before. Now that he saw Lin Feng rushing to Mount Wangu alone, Jin Yenshu said sarcastically, "What? Mu Xianyu didn't bring you along? I thought you were following Mu Xianyu to live off her. Now it seems like you don't even have the right to live off her." Lin Feng said with a smile, "Mu Xianyu's living off her doesn't taste good. However, if it's your mother, your elder sister, or your younger sister's living off her, it'll probably taste better. Why don't you introduce them to me? I won't refuse anyone." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were in disbelief. They thought to themselves, is this kid crazy? He's alone outside and met such a large group of people, yet he dares to say such things to Jin Yenshu? He wants to live off the women in Jin Yenshu's family? Wouldn't Jin Yenshu be angered to death? Jin Yenshu wasn't a kind person. Anyone who offended Jin Yenshu would definitely not have a good ending. Everyone looked at Jin Yenshu. Indeed, they saw a murderous look in his eyes. Chapter 62-38. Jin Yenshu looked coldly at Lin Feng. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel it. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although the other party had more people, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, if he summoned those undead, Lin Feng's side wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The only thing that made Lin Feng a little uncertain was the very ordinary-looking female cultivator. She seemed to be called Luli. She didn't look strong or ostentatious, but she gave Lin Feng an extremely dangerous feeling. Logically speaking, her cultivation shouldn't be so strong. After all, Lin Feng probably had the battle strength of a surpassing realm expert now. Therefore, generally, only some experts who had surpassed their realm could give him such pressure. However, this person also gave him such a dangerous feeling. What did this mean? Lin Feng guessed that this woman might have some hidden killing move. She was a person who came out of the Divine Stone. He didn't know who her father was. The only thing he knew was that someone like her might have a terrifying father. Therefore, it was normal for someone like her to have some extremely heaven-defying means. Let's go. We still have to give face to Mu Xianyu, Luli suddenly said. Now, Jin Yanxu wanted to attack Lin Feng. He even fantasized about how to torture Lin Feng to vent the hatred in his heart. But now that Luli had spoken, he couldn't help but frown slightly. If it was someone else who asked him to leave, he might not necessarily listen. However, since it was Luli, he had to be very careful because Jin Yanxu knew how powerful Luli was. No, to be precise, Jin Yanxu didn't know how powerful Luli was. Among these people, Luli was the one he was most afraid of. Consider yourself lucky. Jin Yanxu coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Before Luli left, she looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. Then, she flew away. The others didn't stop either. Very quickly, they all left. Jin Yanxu initially wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his anger. However, because Luli interfered, he didn't get what he wanted. This made him feel quite sullen. He said, "Luli, why did you stop me from killing that pretty boy?" Luli said, "You're not his match." When the others heard Luli, they were astonished because they knew that Luli wasn't a person who spoke without thinking. Since she said that Jin Yanxu couldn't compete with Lin Feng, there must be some evidence. She wouldn't say such things irresponsibly. Jin Yanxu was not to be underestimated. He had been cultivating in the wasteland world for 430,000 years. During this time, he had obtained the remains of a dead golden crow sacred ancestor. He then refined it into his body, completely fusing it with his body. To the dragons, his cultivation base was extraordinary. In addition, after the world changed, Jin Yanxu had seized several great opportunities. Therefore, he was now a powerhouse who surpassed his cultivation level. Countless experts of the older generation couldn't even compare to Jin Yanxu. Of course, the most important thing was Jin Yanxu wasn't just a powerhouse who surpassed his cultivation level. He was also a top genius. Challenging someone of a higher cultivation level wasn't difficult for him. Jin Yanxu couldn't be treated as an ordinary top genius. Therefore, how powerful was someone like Jin Yanxu? Luli actually said that Jin Yanxu wasn't Lin Feng's match. This was unbelievable. He was just a human cultivator, and he was so young. Although his cultivation level wasn't bad, his battle prowess should be very different from a top genius like Jin Yanxu. Jin Yanxu was naturally not convinced. He sneered and said, "Luli, you're too arbitrary." Luli smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. There were some things that others might not believe even if she said it out loud. Luli was very clear about this. Since that was the case, why waste time to explain it? However, Lin Feng's appearance appeared in Luli's mind. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Luli had a feeling that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. Although he looked harmless, didn't seem to be a threat, and many people thought that Lin Feng was just a pretty boy, Luli had a strong intuition that the real situation wasn't like that. However, Luli didn't think too much about this matter. They had already separated from Lin Feng, hadn't they? There shouldn't be any more interactions between them, right? If possible, Luli hoped that she wouldn't meet Lin Feng again. Otherwise, these idiots in front of her would think that they could deal with Lin Feng. At that time, wouldn't they need help? Luli's thoughts were very simple. Don't cause trouble. At this stage, he should seize the time and find opportunities to improve himself. Breaking through surpassing realms isn't easy. Luli couldn't help but mutter to herself. She felt that this matter was somewhat troublesome and urgent. Although the end of the era was incomparably dangerous, due to the great changes in the world, countless opportunities had appeared. Therefore, the end of the era should be the easiest time to break through. However, until now, Luli felt that her chances of successfully breaking through to the Transcendence realm were less than 1%. It was really a pitifully low success rate. Luli was now thinking of finding all kinds of powerful opportunities to increase her savings. She was too lazy to participate in other things. Lin Feng frowned as he flew in the direction of Mount Wangu. He transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, don't you feel that the woman called Luli is very special? Yes. The Demon Lord responded and said, that woman is very scary. The Demon Lord then added, however, I don't know what methods she's hiding. It's best not to provoke someone with a trump card like that. It won't do us any good. Lin Feng nodded. He thought so too. However, Lin Feng wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. This time, he actually gave Luli face and didn't deal with Jin Yenshu. If that guy dared to provoke him again, it didn't matter if they had many experts on their side. He would definitely kill Jin Yenshu. Lin Feng was very fast. 2 days later, he saw Mount Wangu. Mount Wangu stretched for hundreds of miles. It was indeed huge. Just as he arrived at the outer region, Lin Feng felt that Mount Wangu was extraordinary. For example, Lin Feng heard the sound of the great Tao, and felt the rhythm of the Tao, the rhythm of the immortals, and so on. These were some phenomena that appeared when the great Tao laws appeared. Therefore, Mount Wangu was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Lin Feng entered the range of Mount Wangu and found that many cultivators were sitting cross-legged among the mountains. They had actually entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. Once they finished their enlightenment, they would definitely obtain great benefit. When these cultivators were in enlightenment, the laws of Mount Wangu would protect them. Therefore, no one could hurt them. This way they could be completely at ease and cultivate. Lin Feng even saw some cultivators being swallowed by Mount Wangu. Several cultivators disappeared not far from him. Lin Feng went over to check and found that there was nothing special about that place. Lin Feng was very sure that he hadn't seen wrongly. This meant that those people had also obtained some opportunities, so their bodies had been swallowed by Mount Wangu. Next, they would probably be rich. However, he didn't know what kind of amazing opportunities they would obtain. Lin Feng heard that Mount Wangu hid many secrets of the Kunlun universe. Therefore, the opportunities obtained from this place were not comparable to those from other places. Lin Feng wouldn't envy others. Everyone had their own opportunities, especially at the end of the era. It was simply the time when heroes were fighting for hegemony. Who knew how many heroes would rise? Lin Feng continued to fly deeper. The deeper he flew, the richer the energy became. The immortal qi was almost liquid. Lin Feng even saw such a holy land for cultivation for the first time. It was really a heaven-defying place. Cultivating in this place would increase one's cultivation by more than 10 times or even dozens of times. However, when he was about to reach the central region of Mount Wangu, Lin Feng found that he couldn't fly. What's going on? Lin Feng had a puzzled expression on his face. He was puzzled because this area wasn't a forbidden area. If it was a place where magic power was restricted, it would make sense that he couldn't fly. However, this place didn't restrict magic power, so he couldn't fly. Naturally, he was puzzled. The Demon Lord said, the laws of order in this place should have changed the situation. Therefore, although the cultivator's magic power isn't restricted, he can't fly. This situation was more common in some famous mountains during the era of the titled gods. Because at that time, the titled gods would often choose famous mountains to build their own palaces and halls. These titled gods were all high and mighty figures that the world looked up to. Therefore, in order to show that they were different from others, they would often use some artificial means to change the influence of the laws of order on the world. Think about it. If someone were to come to his place and fly directly to his palace, wouldn't that make this titled god feel very embarrassed? What if they walked over? This is often able to maintain the supreme dignity of the titled god. It's equivalent to a psychological hint, and often, psychological hints are extremely important to cultivators. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Indeed, it was as the demon lord had said. Many times, psychological hints were indeed very important to cultivators. For example, if someone came to find trouble with the titled god, it would be hard to say who would win if the two of them were evenly matched. However, because they were in the titled god's territory and were restricted by the laws of order, the experts who came to find trouble with the titled god had no choice but to walk over. Along the way they would be sullen, and it would have a great impact on their state of mind. When the real battle started, the state of mind would be extremely important to the outcome of the battle. Along the way, after a huge change in one's state of mind, one's combat power would probably decrease greatly. At that time, wouldn't one lose without a doubt? Lin Feng walked into the depths of the mountain and saw many cultivators entering the central region. Because the mountain range was relatively large, the cultivators were more scattered. Naturally, it was impossible that there were all kinds of opportunities here without any danger. In fact, this place was still extremely dangerous. Some places had terrifying restrictions. The restrictions in this place were relatively strange. Many of them were hidden in the void and were very difficult to discover. When these restrictions were touched, these restrictions would be revealed. At this time, it was very difficult for cultivators to solve the threat brought about by the restrictions. Therefore, many people died under the attacks of the restrictions. Of course, if they had stronger means, they might be able to escape successfully. In addition to these restrictions, there were many ant colonies living in Mount Wangu. These ants were not ordinary ants, but a kind of extremely terrifying jungle killer ant. They were densely packed and there were countless of them. Wherever they passed, everything would be destroyed. Cultivators who were targeted by the jungle killer ant often found it difficult to escape. In fact, no place could only have opportunities without any danger, including Mount Wangu. Lin Feng saw a cultivator climbing up a mountain in the depths of the mountain. This mountain was extremely steep and was almost vertical. If one could fly, it would be easy to go up. However, the key was that one could not fly. There was almost no place on the mountain that could be climbed. It was too difficult to climb up. The cultivator climbed more than 300 meters and then fell down. With a thump, he fell to the ground. He was a little embarrassed, but fortunately, he did not suffer too serious injuries. The cultivator stood up and then wanted to continue climbing this steep mountain. Lin Feng stopped and stood there to watch. The young cultivator ignored him and continued climbing. He failed again, but this time, he climbed more than 600 meters before falling down. This mountain was not particularly high, about 1,200 meters. It was a relatively low mountain in Mount Wangu. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and said, "Why are you so persistent in climbing this mountain?" The cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Because I want to." Fine. He seemed to have a little temper. Lin Feng did not see anything special about this mountain. Could it be that the cultivator saw it? With that thought, Lin Feng also walked towards the mountain and began climbing. His movements were much faster than the cultivator's. Seeing Lin Feng quickly climb up, The cultivator's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and increased his speed. Lin Feng took the lead and climbed up. There was a huge platform at the top of the mountain, and there were many plants growing on it. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked into the depths of the mountain. His eyes suddenly focused. Chapter 62:39. Lin Feng saw a plant shrouded in purple mist. That plant was simply too extraordinary, and its divine splendor was resplendent and holy as it gently swayed. Purple mist from the east was an auspicious sign. After seeing this, Lin Feng sped up and headed deeper. At that moment, the young cultivator also climbed up. He was very young, probably in his 30s, but because cultivators had long lifespans, he looked like he was only 18 or 17. In reality, Lin Feng looked like he was in his 20s, and perhaps his appearance would remain the same for a very long time. This time, he managed to climb up rather smoothly. Perhaps because he saw Lin Feng, his fighting spirit was stimulated, and he managed to climb up smoothly. When he reached the top, he saw the plant shrouded in purple mist. His face immediately lit up, and he quickly headed deeper. Lin Feng was the first to reach his destination. At that moment, he clearly saw what the plant was. It was actually a purple fruit, and it was very special. Lin Feng didn't know what it was, so he transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "This should be the legendary Violet Moon Fruit." Violet Moon Fruit? Lin Feng was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and he didn't know what kind of fruit it was. What was its use? The Demon Lord said, "The Violet Moon Fruit absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, and it's rumored to be a top-grade sacred fruit for tempering one's body. Moreover, it's not as simple as tempering one's body. It's said that it can also reshape one's body, and even change one's genetic composition." Genetic composition? That was a new term. Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean by genetic composition?" The Demon Lord said, "The human body is made up of microscopic substances, and experts who surpass their realm call these microscopic substances genes. Different genes contain different powers. For example, some genes can increase one's speed, some can increase one's strength, some can increase one's hearing, and some can allow one to be born with the ability to fly. It's like a human's blood, it's formed by countless genes. Blood formed by different combinations of genes will naturally have different abilities. Obviously, gene combinations can be improved unceasingly. However, it's extremely difficult to improve gene combinations. That's why countless cultivators think about how to improve their gene combinations. However, it's obviously very difficult for cultivators below the level of surpassing their realm, because they can't change their gene combinations. They can only rely on external items to improve their gene combinations, but things that can improve gene combinations are extremely rare. Violet Moon Fruit is something that can only be found by chance. After hearing the Demon Lord's explanation, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In that case, the Violet Moon Fruit was absolutely heaven-defying. The ability to reconstruct a body was already heaven-defying, not to mention that it could also improve a cultivator's gene combinations. If a cultivator's gene combinations were improved, all kinds of abilities could become even more powerful. For example, Lin Feng's immortal rebirth technique, recorded in his immortal bloodline, had a success rate of about 10%. If the gene combinations were improved, would the success rate increase again? This was a very likely thing. Lin Feng wanted to take the purple moon fruit, but at that moment, a terrifying qi filled the air and locked onto Lin Feng. A gigantic eagle was flying towards him. That eagle had a wingspan of 12 meters and was coldly looking at Lin Feng. Immediately after, a gigantic black python that was 7 or 8 meters long crawled towards Lin Feng. It was sticking out its tongue and coldly looking at Lin Feng. Immediately after, a third creature appeared. It was a gigantic ant. It was a black ant, a devil ant. It was 3 to 4 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long. Its chi was also very terrifying. It couldn't be underestimated. It was probably because the violet moon fruit had ripened that these 3 terrifying existences were attracted. The 3 terrifying existences locked onto Lin Feng. They didn't pay attention to the young cultivator behind him. They obviously felt that Lin Feng was a huge threat. As for the young cultivator behind him, they didn't care about him at all. What a terrifying chi! Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. These 3 creatures were absolutely terrifying, and Lin Feng felt that their state was a bit strange. They didn't break through to the next realm, which was certain. However, they seemed to be able to exert this level of combat strength. Could it be because of Mount Wangu? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. Mount Wangu was indeed worthy of being a divine mountain in the Kunlun universe. It was one of the most mysterious mountains, and the secrets it hid were enough to shock the world. The 3 terrifying creatures attacked Lin Feng at the same time. The giant eagle's wings vibrated, and hundreds of millions of wind blades slashed toward him. The black python opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying poison. The poison was so strong that even the void could not withstand it. The void collapsed. The poison quickly swept toward Lin Feng. The devil ant's body emitted waves of death ripples. Those death ripples all surged toward Lin Feng. The attacks of the 3 terrifying creatures were so powerful that even Lin Feng felt that it was very troublesome. However, Lin Feng wasn't really afraid of these 3 existences. There is no self, there is no other. Everything is illusory, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng displayed the top magic recorded in the Space Dao. This was the top secret technique that Lin Feng comprehended after his Space Dao had reached perfection. This secret technique was indeed incomparably powerful. When Lin Feng displayed this secret technique, his body suddenly became illusory. All kinds of attacks blasted toward him, but none of them caused any harm to Lin Feng. This was the first time Lin Feng displayed this secret technique. The power displayed by this secret technique made Lin Feng extremely excited. This kind of power was really quite amazing, and he was very satisfied. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this secret technique couldn't actually resolve all attack. It should be different from person to person. If the opponent was too strong and surpassed Lin Feng by too much, this secret technique would probably be broken by the opponent's attack. However, Lin Feng's fighting strength had surpassed his level with the help of the 9 orifices Stone Man clone. The 3 terrifying creatures in front of him had just reached a similar level of fighting strength. They were on par with Lin Feng, so Lin Feng was able to resolve their attacks. Human King Fist. Immediately after, Lin Feng started attacking the 3 monstrous beasts. Lin Feng threw 3 punches in a row. Each punch contained an incredible amount of energy. His punches tore through the atmosphere and shook the earth. His punches were monstrously powerful. The Human King's Fist was worthy of being called a peerless skill. Violent, invincible, unstoppable. Who could resist it? Who could compete with it? After the 3 terrifying creatures felt Lin Feng's attack, they couldn't help but be shocked. During this period of time, many people had entered the range of Mount Wangwu. They had fought with many experts and even many experts who had transcended eras. However, those experts were far inferior to them. Lin Feng. It was indeed unbelievable that a young human cultivator could be so powerful. He was the strongest person they had ever seen. The 3 terrifying creatures didn't dare to be careless. The giant eagle clawed at him. The black python's tail lashed at him fiercely. The ant demon formed a shield in front of him. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's 3 punches formed a terrifying fist intent and collided with the 3 powerful creatures. The 3 powerful creatures couldn't resist Lin Feng's fist intent. They were all sent flying. However, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He knew how powerful the human king fist was. However, the human king fist couldn't defeat the three creatures. Lin Feng felt that it shouldn't be a problem to defeat the three creatures. Even if their battle strength was similar, the human king fist was too powerful. Could definitely destroy everything in its way. What did it mean that it couldn't seriously injure the three creatures? Lin Feng felt that it might have something to do with Mount Wangwu. Was it because Mount Wangwu protected the three creatures and the laws of Mount Wangwu helped the three creatures to dissolve part of the power of the human king fist? If that was the case, that would be too deceptive. Lin Feng didn't attack the three terrifying creatures again because there was no need to. He should snatch the purple moon fruit first. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the purple moon fruit. However, an extremely strange and powerful energy was produced around the purple moon fruit. That strange and powerful energy sent Lin Feng flying. You need a token to take the purple moon fruit. At that moment, the young cultivator said, "You have a token?" Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator. Yes. He took out a branch. It was the branch of the purple moon fruit tree. With that branch in hand, he could get close to the purple moon fruit. At that moment, the three terrifying creatures attacked again. Their target was the young cultivator, not Lin Feng. Obviously, the three creatures saw that the young cultivator had a way to get close to the purple moon fruit, so they panicked. Go get the purple moon fruit. I'll deal with these guys, Lin Feng said. The young cultivator nodded and quickly rushed toward the purple moon fruit. At that moment, Lin Feng launched a powerful attack. The first order. Lin Feng used a heaven-defying technique. In the void, countless chains of order appeared. These chains of order formed the first order and sealed the world. When the attacks of the three terrifying creatures came crashing down, all of them were blocked by the chains formed by the first rank. Then, the chains formed by the first order swept toward the three terrifying creatures. Bang! 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 3 consecutive violent collisions were heard. The 3 terrifying creatures were all sent flying. Got it! At that moment, the young cultivator had successfully plucked the purple moon fruit. He was very excited. Damn it, the 3 creatures were furious. Their killing intent was monstrous. Their aura began to rise crazily. Moreover, what surprised Lin Feng was that the 3 creatures began to absorb the power of Mount Wangwu. Seeing this, Lin Feng grabbed the young cultivator and quickly rushed outside. He couldn't stay any longer. The creatures of Mount Wangwu were at a great disadvantage. It wasn't because of their battle strength, but because these creatures could continuously absorb the power of Mount Wangwu. Moreover, they could use the order of Mount Wangwu to dissolve the attacks. Moreover, the purple moon fruit had already been plucked by them. There was no need to continue fighting with these guys, was there? Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He grabbed the young cultivator and rushed toward the mountain peak. It was only a mountain peak of more than 1,000 meters. Even if Lin Feng couldn't fly now, he wouldn't be injured if he jumped from this height. The 3 terrifying creatures' killing intent was monstrous. They quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. With a thought, the first order chains in the void swept toward the 3 terrifying creatures. The 3 terrifying creatures attacked to break the first order chain's attack. After the 3 terrifying creatures broke the first order chain's attack, they realized that Lin Feng had long disappeared. This infuriated the 3 terrifying creatures to no end. The 3 terrifying creatures roared angrily. They scanned the surroundings with their divine consciousness, but they still couldn't find Lin Feng and the young cultivator. In a cave, Lin Feng was looking at the gigantic eagle flying away, but he looked calm and unperturbed. He had set up a restriction here to isolate their auras. Therefore, the giant eagle couldn't find them at all. After the giant eagle left, Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator. "What's your name?" Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator and asked. My name is Xia Donghuang, the young cultivator said. He felt a little uneasy. He knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Now, he was very worried that Lin Feng would kill him. Xia Donghuang? The Donghuang from Eastern Emperor Tai? Lin Feng asked. Xia Donghuang said, No, Huang has the word Hua next to it. Xia Donghuang, Lin Feng read this name. He felt that this name wasn't that simple. The two words, Dong Huang, attracted Lin Feng's attention. He was also suspicious. Dong Huang. Dong Huang. It sounded like a homophone. Now that the reincarnation of Eastern Emperor Tai had appeared, Lin Feng guessed that the reincarnation of Eastern Emperor Tai should have come to Mount Wangu. Then, this guy called Xia Donghuang had a homophone in his name. Was it really a coincidence? Why not search his soul? Maybe he could find something shocking? Look into my eyes. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang and said. Xia Donghuang looked into Lin Feng's eyes. When his eyes met with Lin Feng's, Xia Donghuang's eyes suddenly became confused. Lin Feng's divine consciousness surged into Xia Donghuang's mind. This is the next moment, Lin Feng exclaimed. Chapter 6240. A Soul Seed. Lin Feng found a soul seed in Xia Donghuang's mind. This discovery shocked Lin Feng, but Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. After all, he had guessed that Xia Donghuang was Donghuang Tai's reincarnation. Now that he found out that Xia Donghuang was really Donghuang Tai's reincarnation, it wasn't too surprising. Lin Feng now had two paths in front of him. The first was to control Xia Donghuang. The second was to act as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng felt that he didn't have any grudges with Xia Donghuang. He couldn't control Xia Donghuang just because he knew that Xia Donghuang was Donghuang Tai's reincarnation, right? Doing so, it was a little immoral. It went against Lin Feng's principles. However, Lin Feng found that Donghuang Tai's soul seed was a little special. It didn't have any memories of the past, only various inheritances and clues to secret places. What was going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Logically speaking, a soul seed should have memories of the soul. When the soul seed recovered, its memories would be reset. At that time, it would devour the host's soul and complete the last step of reincarnation. However, the situation before him only had inheritances and secret places. There were no memories of the soul. Lin Feng couldn't understand. Then, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Could it be that there was trouble during the reincarnation? Was there a problem because of that? That was indeed a possibility. There was another possibility. When Donghuang Tai reincarnated, he might not want his past self to revive. He just wanted his inheritances not to be destroyed, so his soul and memories didn't go through the reincarnation together. However, no matter what, Lin Feng knew that Xia Donghuang would never become Donghuang Tai. Although he was Donghuang Tai's reincarnation, he was Xia Donghuang, not Donghuang Tai. Lin Feng's consciousness returned. Xia Donghuang's eyes recovered. He looked at Lin Feng and asked warily, What did you do to me? Lin Feng said, I wanted to see if you were a bad person. Xia Donghuang scolded in his heart, You're the bad person. However, he didn't dare to say those words out loud. Lin Feng continued, Xia Donghuang, you're a good person. How about this? I'll take you as my disciple? Really? When Xia Donghuang heard Lin Feng, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had already seen how strong Lin Feng was. He knew that even though Lin Feng wasn't very old, his cultivation level was incredible. If he could become Lin Feng's disciple, it would be extremely beneficial for Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang had already seen Lin Feng's strength. Xia Donghuang. Naturally, he was more than willing. Of course. Yes, disciple Xia Donghuang greets master. Xia Donghuang hastily knelt down and kowtowed 10 times in front of Lin Feng. His forehead was bruised. Lin Feng sighed. Donghuang Tai's reincarnation had become his disciple. Once Xia Donghuang fully awakened his memory seed, he would be able to recreate Donghuang Tai's glory. Wait. In Lin Feng's opinion, Xia Donghuang was going to become even stronger. He might even surpass Donghuang Tai. Having such an awesome disciple seemed to be a good thing. Get up, Lin Feng said. Yes, master. Xia Donghuang quickly stood up. He said, Master, there are 5 violet moon fruits here. Please accept them. Lin Feng took 4 and gave the last one to Xia Donghuang. He let Xia Donghuang refine it. Xia Donghuang was overjoyed. It seemed that his master was quite generous. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang and said, Since you've become my disciple, I have to tell you some things. Lin Feng told him about his history and his enmity with the Heavenly Court, the Dragon Palace, the lost races of the epoch, and the imperial family. He also told him what he wanted to do. After hearing this, Xia Donghuang was very excited and said, Before I came to the Heaven Realm, I had heard of Master's reputation, but I didn't expect to become Master's disciple. In the future, I will definitely cultivate well, and in the future, I will definitely fight side by side with Master. Lin Feng patted Xia Donghuang's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. I think highly of you. Now go and cultivate. Yes. Xia Donghuang quickly replied. He found a place to sit down in the cave and ate the violet moon fruit. He quickly entered a state of cultivation. Lin Feng thought to himself, Xia Donghuang was a good cultivator. Lin Feng refined one of the 4 violet moon fruits and gave one to the demon lord. Lin Feng stored the remaining 2 violet moon fruits for the time being. A cultivator could only refine 1 violet moon fruit. Therefore, he kept 2 violet moon fruit. They might be of great use in the future. It was a good choice to trade with others or give them to others. Lin Feng also ate a violet moon fruit. Lin Feng then began to refine the violet moon fruit. The violet moon fruit turned into pure energy. Lin Feng absorbed all the pure energy. After absorbing the pure energy, Yi Zichen's body began to tremble. Lin Feng immediately felt it. His body seemed to be transforming. The first effect of the violet moon fruit was to rebuild a cultivator's body. Therefore, the transformation of the body was not particularly shocking. A large amount of impurities were expelled from Lin Feng's body. These impurities were very sticky and emitted a foul smell. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would find it difficult to expel the impurities from his body. He would not even notice that there were impurities in his body. However, the violet moon fruit was too extraordinary. The pure energy contained in the violet moon fruit penetrated into every inch of his skin, bones, and marrow. Lin Feng's body was under this kind of deep level of refinement. It was constantly strengthening. The transformation of the body. It could greatly stimulate a person's potential. For a cultivator, it was very important. Lin Feng's body had completely completed a major transformation. In addition to his body breaking through from the 10,000 saint realm to the divine realm, the most important thing was that Lin Feng's body had expelled a large amount of impurities, which made Lin Feng feel unprecedentedly relaxed. His cultivation speed seemed to be much faster. The further refinement of the body brought about many benefits to him. He needed to gradually feel these benefits. Then Lin Feng found that a rather wonderful change was taking place in his body. It was like the recombination of microscopic substances, which was also the recombination of genes. This was a more perfect transformation. With the optimization of the gene combination, Lin Feng felt that his bloodline and body seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes. His understanding of Tao. It seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. This change was undoubtedly important to Lin Feng. Optimizing the gene combination. Although the term was very novel, some of the hidden benefits were enough to make people go crazy. After all the medicinal power of the violet moon fruit was absorbed, Lin Feng immediately found that his several bloodlines seemed to have become purer and stronger. This was the benefit after the gene combination was optimized. In addition, Lin Feng felt that the ability of the bloodline awakening was more powerful. Not to mention other things, for example, the success rate of the immortal rebirth technique had increased from 10% to 15%, which was a full 5% increase. The improvement this time was truly astonishing. Apart from that, Lin Feng also realized that his thinking abilities had become much stronger. His understanding of Tao, life, and everything else had become much clearer. Obviously, this was one of the benefits of the gene combination optimization. Therefore, the effect of this violet moon fruit was really amazing, which made Lin Feng very happy. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he used the body cleansing talisman to clean the dirt on his body. Xia Dongwang was still cultivating. Lin Feng waited for a few days before Xia Dongwang came out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, he also used the body cleansing talisman to clean the dirt on his body and then walked out. Master. Seeing Lin Feng standing in the forest outside, Xia Dongwang hurried forward and bowed to Lin Feng. Looks like you've improved a lot. Lin Feng looked at Xia Dongwang in surprise, because Xia Dongwang's speed of improvement was too fast. He had increased by more than a dozen levels by a small realm. The key was, the violet moon fruit could not increase a cultivator's cultivation level. It seemed that Xia Dongwang was not a simple person. There must be other reasons for his great increase in cultivation level, as expected of the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai. The cultivation of the reincarnations of these experts increased so quickly that it was unbelievable. Xia Dongwang said, "Yes, the improvement this time is not small. Even I did not expect such an improvement. Let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. Isn't there a main peak? There might be something good in the palace at the top of the main peak," Lin Feng said. Xia Dongwang naturally had no objections. And so, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang went deeper into the mountain. On the way, Xia Dongwang asked Lin Feng many questions about cultivation. Although he was the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, he was still not the Eastern Emperor Tai, so there were many things that he was confused about. These questions were not a problem for Lin Feng. Lin Feng answered them one by one. There were many things that Xia Dongwang did not understand. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang arrived at the main peak. They walked towards the top of the main peak. It was not easy to reach the 100,000-meter main peak. They also had to guard against restrictions and attacks from mutated beasts. When they reached a height of about 10,000 meters, Xia Dongwang had a strange expression on his face. Lin Feng sensed the change in Xia Dongwang's expression. He looked at Xia Dongwang and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Could it be that you have discovered something?" Xia Dongwang said, "Master, I feel like something is calling me." "Something is calling you?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Xia Dongwang was the first person to arrive at Mount Wangu. At that time, Mount Wangu hadn't been born yet. Therefore, Xia Dongwang, or to be precise, Dongwang Tai, probably had a deep relationship with Mount Wangu. As the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, Xia Dongwang might encounter many opportunities here. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It seemed that he was going to get rich with Xia Dongwang, his cheap disciple. For example, he had obtained the purple moon fruit because of Xia Dongwang. Another example was the opportunity that might appear in the near future. These were all things that could make people go crazy. Lin Feng said, "Let's follow this call and take a look." "Yes, master, follow me," Xia Dongwang said. Lin Feng followed behind Xia Dongwang. Xia Dongwang walked towards the mountain forest on the left. This main peak was not easy to walk on, and danger lurked everywhere. Even Lin Feng was more careful. They walked for a long time, went around a cliff, and then entered a mountain stream. This mountain stream appeared at a height of 10,000 meters. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. Lin Feng saw that outside the mountain stream, there was a stone tablet with the words, Hidden Sword Valley, written on it. The thing that is calling me is in the mountain stream, Xia Donghuang said excitedly. Xia Donghuang said excitedly. After coming here, the feeling was too strong. He felt that there was something amazing in this place, and the name, Hidden Sword Valley, was very meaningful. What secrets were hidden here? Let's go in and take a look, Lin Feng said. Xia Donghuang nodded and walked into the Hidden Sword Valley with Lin Feng. As soon as they entered the Hidden Sword Valley, Lin Feng saw 13 swords stabbed into the ground. Lin Feng didn't recognize some of the swords, but the aura they emitted was very terrifying. They were all swords that surpassed cultivation. In addition, there were 3 stone swords. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. They were actually the Skydark Sword, Skyswift Sword, and Skyleisure Sword of the 36 stone swords. The sword in the middle emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It was an ancient treasure. The Grand Orient Sword is rumored to be ranked 3rd among the 72 divine swords of this epoch, second only to the Xianyuan Sword and Tianhuang Sword. Chapter 6241. The Grand Orient Sword. This opportunity clearly didn't belong to Lin Feng, but to Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang was the reincarnation of Donghuang Tai, so if the Grand Orient Sword appeared here, didn't that mean that Donghuang Tai had been here before? Could all the swords here have been left behind by Donghuang Tai? In other words, Donghuang Tai was actually a collector of swords? That was a pretty good hobby. Lin Feng was now thinking about how to collect the stone swords and the other sword. Lin Feng felt that it wouldn't be easy to collect them because he sensed great danger in this place. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang and said, Donghuang, the sword in the middle is the legendary Grand Orient Sword. It's a supreme treasure forged by Donghuang Tai, and it's the strongest treasure in his possession. It's equivalent to an ancient weapon. It's fated to be with you, so quickly go and collect it. Master, I feel that there's something wrong with this place. We shouldn't rashly go and collect the Grand Orient Sword, right? Xia Donghuang voiced his worries. It was normal for him to be worried because this place was indeed very dangerous. Even Lin Feng himself didn't want to try it, but Lin Feng felt that Xia Donghuang was fated to be with this place, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem for him to give it a try, right? Lin Feng said earnestly, with me here to hold the fort for you, what are you afraid of? If you really encounter danger, I'll immediately save you and guarantee that you won't be hurt. Xia Donghuang cupped his fists and said, Yes, I'll go and collect the swords now. Xia Donghuang was quite sensible and knew to collect the other swords, which saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Xia Donghuang walked towards the depths of the Hidden Sword Valley. When he was about 300 meters away, Lin Feng felt an incomparably terrifying killing intent spread throughout the valley. It seemed to be the killing intent that emanated from the Grand Orient Sword and the other 12 swords. It was so terrifying that even Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. One must know. Traditionally speaking, an ancient artifact's full power was equivalent to a transcendent powerhouse. The Grand Orient Sword had been here for countless years, and it had become even more powerful after absorbing the power of Mount Wangu. Not to mention, the Grand Orient Sword was supported by 12 other swords. The power of the other 12 swords had long been connected to the Grand Orient Sword, so it was much more powerful than he had imagined. If the Grand Orient Sword went berserk, it could even kill someone above its level. Therefore, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the Grand Orient Sword and the other supreme treasures acting up. Xia Donghuang's complexion was incomparably solemn. He could feel the aura of death. This feeling made his heart incomparably heavy. Xia Donghuang felt that if he continued to move forward, he might be killed by the murderous aura emitted by the treasured sword in the depths. However, when he recalled that his master, Lin Feng, had said that he would hold the line for him, Xia Donghuang felt a lot more at ease. His master was such an amazing figure, so with him controlling the situation, what was there to worry about? He didn't have to worry, so he just had to move forward boldly. As he approached the depths of the valley, the killing intent emitted by the Grand Orient Sword became more and more terrifying. Buzz! A terrifying killing intent slashed out from the Grand Orient Sword. It was so terrifying that it instantly pierced through the void. After sensing the terrifying might of the killing intent, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It was too terrifying, and it made his hair stand on end. Furthermore, this was only the first wave of killing intent. How could it be like this? He had just accepted Xia Donghuang as his disciple, so he didn't want to see Xia Donghuang die here. After all, Xia Donghuang was the reincarnation of Donghuang Tai. Was he really going to die here? Just as Lin Feng was about to go and save Xia Donghuang, Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. Xia Donghuang's body swayed slightly, and the terrifying sword aura actually brushed past him. After that, the sword aura dissipated. "This brat is amazing!" Lin Feng exclaimed. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A moment before, his sword had clearly locked onto Xia Donghuang, but Xia Donghuang had managed to dodge it. Actually, Lin Feng was also astonished. He hadn't thought that Xia Donghuang would be so strong. Just a moment ago, Lin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to save Xia Donghuang. After all, Lin Feng was the one who tricked Xia Donghuang into taking the treasured sword. Now that he saw that Xia Donghuang was fine, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Xia Donghuang continued walking inside. At this moment, the aura of the Grand Orient Sword was even stronger than before. Lin Feng was worried that Xia Donghuang would really be killed by the sword, so he wanted to call Xia Donghuang back. However, at that moment the Demon Lord stopped Lin Feng. He seems to have entered a mysterious state. "Let's keep watching." "Let's continue watching," said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng nodded when he heard the Demon Lord's words. However, he was always ready to lend a helping hand if Xia Donghuang was in danger. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, the Grand Orient Sword released sword aura that slashed towards Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang seemed to have really entered a mysterious state. He moved forward with a special footwork, and when the sword aura slashed towards him, Xia Donghuang dodged them all. The other 12 treasured swords also released terrifying sword aura. The Grand Orient Sword also released terrifying sword aura, and all the sword aura gathered together to form thousands of sword auras that slashed towards Xia Donghuang. Lin Feng couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. This was a peerless killing move. How could he block it? What shocked Lin Feng was that when the dense sword aura was about to slash Xia Donghuang, an illusory world suddenly appeared behind Xia Donghuang. Within that illusory world was a monstrous cultivator dressed in imperial robes and wearing a crown. The monstrous cultivator was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. When he saw the monstrous cultivator, Lin Feng was shocked. The monstrous cultivator was none other than Donghuang Tai. Was this the manifestation of a divine ability? Or was it a special ability that Donghuang Tai had passed on to Xia Donghuang through his soul seed? Regardless, this ability seemed to be extraordinary. Donghuang Tai opened his eyes, and the dense sword aura quickly flew towards the illusory world. The sword aura floated beside Donghuang Tai, and the sword aura seemed to transform into a peerless divine sword that shook the void. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Whoosh! Xia Donghuang took advantage of this rare opportunity to rush to the Grand Orient Sword, grab it and pull it out. A terrifying power surged from the Grand Orient Sword in an attempt to send Xia Donghuang flying. The terrifying power instantly cracked the web between Xia Donghuang's thumb and forefinger. Xia Donghuang spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't let go of the sword's hilt. The Grand Orient Sword didn't kill Xia Donghuang immediately, so it wanted to launch a second attack to kill Xia Donghuang. However, the sword absorbed a lot of Xia Donghuang's blood, and the power that it was about to unleash dissipated. This scene attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Pour your magic power into the Grand Orient Sword." Xia Donghuang came back to his senses and didn't dare to hesitate. Powerful magic power surged into the Grand Orient Sword, causing it to struggle. A powerful force formed within the Grand Orient Sword that wanted to erase Xia Donghuang's blood and magic power. If it was just his blood or magic power, the Grand Orient Sword would be able to easily erase them. However, the Grand Orient Sword didn't just contain Xia Donghuang's blood, it also contained Xia Donghuang's magic power. Facing enemies from both sides, the Grand Orient Sword was branded with Xia Donghuang's aura. It let out a series of sword hums and became Xia Donghuang's ultimate treasure. After Xia Donghuang refined the Grand Orient Sword, Lin Feng felt the terrifying killing intent in the surroundings dissipate. Lin Feng quickly went forward and put away the 3 stone swords and the other 9 weapons that transcended cultivation. He had obtained so many treasures. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard the hums of the stone swords. Including the 3 stone swords he had just obtained, he had already collected 17 stone swords. There were still 19 stone swords whose whereabouts were unknown. There was no need to mention the power of the 36 stone swords. They were extremely effective against the lost races of the epoch, and they were also effective against otherworldly lifeforms. Therefore, in Lin Feng's plan, the 36 stone swords were important treasures to kill the top experts of the world's imperial clan. They could even be relied on to kill the world ruler behind the scenes. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't sure if the 36 stone swords could really kill the world ruler behind the scenes. After all, no one had tried before. However, Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. Everything in the world had a counter. For example, the world ruler behind the scenes was almost immortal, but he was also restrained by some things. The 36 stone swords were the treasures that restrained the world ruler behind the scenes. "Master, why do I feel as if this sword is a part of my body? It's as if it was my treasure in my previous life. I've obtained other treasures, but I've never felt this way." Xia Donghuang looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Clearly, Xia Donghuang didn't know that he was the reincarnation of Donghuang Tai. That was normal. After all, Donghuang Tai hadn't stored his memories of his previous life in his soul seed. Lin Feng said, "That's because you're fated with it. As for the deeper reason, it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Otherwise, I'll reveal the secrets of heaven. You'll know in the future." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Donghuang's heart trembled. Master is truly an unfathomable figure. Xia Donghuang couldn't help but respect Lin Feng even more. Lin Feng continued, "The Grand Orient Sword has great implications. If the cultivators of the ancient demon shrine find out about this treasure, they'll definitely come to snatch it. So, try not to expose the Grand Orient Sword in the future. If you really have to, do your best to kill your enemies because the dead won't reveal your secrets." "Yes, disciple will remember Master's teachings," Xia Donghuang hurriedly said. "All right, let's go." Lin Feng nodded and took the lead to rush outside. Xia Donghuang put away the Grand Orient Sword. After leaving the hidden Sword Valley, Lin Feng found a secluded place for Xia Donghuang to heal. Xia Donghuang's injuries weren't too serious, and he was as good as new after 6 hours. Since it was already night, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang didn't continue their journey. Under the cover of night, Mount Wangu wasn't safe. Therefore, it was better to be cautious. Woo-woo. Late at night, Lin Feng heard the sound of sobbing. It was a very soft sound, and not only did Lin Feng hear it, but Xia Dongwang also heard it. Xia Dongwang got up and looked at Lin Feng. Master, I'll go check. Lin Feng nodded. Xia Dongwang went to check, but he didn't return. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Could something have happened to Xia Dongwang? Damn it, can't Master be less worried? Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. The sound of sobbing could be heard in the distance, and Lin Feng quickly arrived at the place where the sobbing was coming from. Lin Feng saw a woman appear in the forest in front of him. She was wearing a cyan dress. She was tall and graceful and had a beautiful face. She looked delicate and pitiful. She was crying. He didn't know why she was crying. Where was Xia Dongwang? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xia Dongwang had just come here to find out what had happened, but now he was gone. Could it be related to that woman? A woman crying in the middle of the night on Mount Wangu. Was she really that simple? It was hard to say whether that woman was a human or a ghost, although she was indeed very beautiful. Sometimes ghosts could be charming. One couldn't be attracted by the other party's appearance just because they were beautiful and forget about the potential threats around them. If that was really the case, one would most likely die. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators rushed over from the distance. So it's a beautiful fairy crying here. A young master said. It's true. This woman is really beautiful. She's so captivating that even the moon and flowers would be ashamed. Let's go and see if we can help this fairy. The rest of the people also talked at the same time. These people saw that the woman was beautiful, so they pitied her and wanted to help her. The group of people walked towards the woman. Fairy, why are you crying here in the middle of the night? We are not talented, but we are willing to help you. A young master said. At that moment, the woman raised her head, and the group of people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely stunned. They were a bit far away, and it was night, so they couldn't see the woman's face clearly. Even if they couldn't see clearly, because cultivators had night vision, they could roughly see the woman's appearance and knew that she was very beautiful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people who described her as captivating that even the moon and flowers would be ashamed. Now that they came to the woman's side and saw her face up close, they finally understood how beautiful she was. This woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times could one see her in the mortal world? Perhaps this was the best way to describe this woman. Chapter 62-42. The woman said charmingly, "Gentlemen, do you really want to help me?" At this moment, these young masters' hearts were bursting with joy. Such a peerless beauty was now asking for their help. If they helped the other party, they might be able to embrace the beauty. Thinking of this, the group of people suddenly felt their hearts warm up. Of course, we're willing to do anything for you, fairy. Climb a mountain of blades, dive into a sea of flames, as long as you say the word, we won't even frown. One by one, they patted their chests and promised. Lust was the price of a knife. Obviously, these people had been bewitched by the woman's beauty. Lin Feng hid in the dark, frowning as he watched what was happening. He wanted to see what would happen next. The woman said charmingly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, gentlemen. It's like this, I want to borrow something from you." "What is it?" the group of young masters asked curiously. "Your lives." The woman still spoke coquettishly. However, at that moment, in the ears of this group of young masters, her voice was filled with murderous intent and icy cold coldness. "There's something wrong with this woman. Hurry up and retreat," said a cultivator. The others nodded and planned to retreat, wanting to put some distance between them and the woman. In fact, it wasn't the first time they had suspected that there was something wrong with the woman. They had been suspicious for a long time. However, this woman was simply too beautiful. Although they felt that this woman might not be simple, these people still deliberately ignored this point. Of course, there might be another reason for this. There were more than 10 people on their side, and there was no lack of experts. With so many people together, if something really happened, they could take care of each other. The woman in front of them was indeed a bit strange, but these people were strong and daring. They also relied on their numbers, so they didn't think too much of it. But now they wanted to retreat, but it was too late, because at this moment, the woman gently waved her sleeve. Suddenly, an invisible force surged out and instantly enveloped all the cultivators. These cultivators instantly disappeared. Whirled in the sleeve? Lin Feng was startled. This woman's understanding of the Tao of space had reached an extremely profound level. Even someone like Lin Feng, who had cultivated the Tao of space to the Great Circle, would find it difficult to use the heaven and earth sleeve technique. But this woman had actually succeeded. She was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. What did this woman want to do with those cultivators? Also, Xia Dongwang had also disappeared. Was he also suppressed by this woman's heaven and earth sleeve? Now that he thought about it, there was indeed such a possibility. This woman was definitely scheming something, although Lin Feng did not know what she was planning. However, Lin Feng could roughly guess that this person was definitely up to no good by suppressing so many experts. Could it be that he wanted to kill those experts to achieve some sort of goal? The current situation seemed to be somewhat complicated. But no matter what, Lin Feng had already decided to make a move. He could not watch Xia Dongwang die in this woman's hands. Dongwang Tai's reincarnation had not even gotten the chance to show off before dying. That would make people speechless. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place and quickly walked towards the woman. At this moment, the woman's back was facing Lin Feng as she cried softly. This move again, but it had to be said that this trick was actually very useful against male cultivators. After all, men knew how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Seeing such a delicate beauty crying there, even if they suspected that the matter might not be so simple, after hearing the sound of her crying, their hearts would soften. Therefore it was normal for them to go up and comfort her. But once they got close to this woman, bad luck might come knocking. Who asked this woman to be so powerful? Lin Feng came behind the woman and pretended to ask, "Fairy, why are you crying here alone?" In fact, Lin Feng had wanted to suddenly attack the woman, but Lin Feng realized that he had been locked onto by her. In other words, although the woman's back was facing Lin Feng had no chance of succeeding in a sneak attack. Therefore, Lin Feng did not attack the woman. Instead, he first talked with her to make her lower her guard. Then, he would look for an opportunity to attack. The woman raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Her face was indeed beautiful. Looking at it up close, the shock it brought to him was even more intense. However, what kind of peerless beauty had Lin Feng not seen before? Therefore, he was not like the others who were completely mesmerized by this woman. "Young master, do you really want to help me?" The woman looked at Lin Feng pitifully. If it were anyone else who saw this woman's weak and helpless appearance, even if they had a heart of stone, their heart would probably melt at this moment, right? Lin Feng sneered inwardly. This woman's words were exactly the same as what she had said to the others. Lin Feng was speechless. He really wanted to say, "Beauty, can you change your lines?" Lin Feng said, "Of course. I'm willing to do anything for you." The woman said, "Thank you for your kindness, young master. It's like this, I would like to borrow something from you." Damn, it was the exact same line again. Lin Feng said, "Let alone one thing, I can even borrow 10 things from you." The woman said sweetly, "You're so nice, young master. Take a look and see what this is." Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. The woman was slightly stunned. It was just a palm. There was nothing special about it. What do you want me to see, young master? The woman asked, puzzled. Ha 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 ha. This is. Eat my fist, said Lin Feng while laughing loudly. He threw a punch at the girl. The woman's gaze turned cold. She hadn't expected the person in front of her to suddenly attack her. However, her reaction speed was too fast. Just as Lin Feng's punch was about to land on her body, however, at that moment, the woman's body suddenly turned into a red cloud and disappeared. Lin Feng's punch hit nothing but air. What was going on? Lin Feng was stunned at such a close distance. The woman had actually dodged his punch. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This woman's methods were truly strange and terrifying. A moment later, the woman appeared behind Lin Feng. Her gaze was cold. She waved her sleeve, and a strange energy surged towards Lin Feng. The heaven and earth sleeve was still a powerful technique. She wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally felt the terrifying aura coming from behind him. He sneered and used Space Dao. The surrounding void was imprisoned. The energy that wanted to devour Lin Feng also dissipated. First Order. Lin Feng attacked. Chains of order appeared and sealed the earth and sky. Lin Feng knew that this woman wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, he first used the First Order to completely seal off the woman's path of escape. First trap, then kill. That was Lin Feng's strategy. Then, Lin Feng used the Human King Fist. An invincible punch. Then, he charged towards the woman. The woman wanted to retreat, but the chains formed by the First Order swept over. The chains formed by the First Order were not as simple as sequence chains. They were supreme techniques that could compete with the 6 realms of reincarnation and the Human King Fist. Therefore, their power was incomparably terrifying. The woman did not dare to resist the sequence chains formed by the first rank either. She avoided the sequence chains formed by the first rank. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had already charged over. She had no choice but to resist Lin Feng's Human King Fist. With a wave of her sleeve, a distorted spatial world appeared in front of her body. She wanted to use this distorted spatial world to block Lin Feng's attack. However, she failed. This distorted spatial world couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack at all. Lin Feng's invincible punch shattered the distorted world. That punch continued to blast towards the woman. The woman slapped her palm at Lin Feng. Bang! Accompanied by the violent sound of collision, the woman was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. As a divine ability with unparalleled attack power, the power that erupted from the Human King Fist was indeed unimaginably powerful. Even someone as powerful as this woman suffered a great loss. As her body flew backward, the chains of order swept towards her. Bang bang bang! The woman slapped her palm out one after another. She slapped her palm on the sequence chains one after another, but she still couldn't avoid all of them. She was sent flying by one of the sequence chains. Then, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her face became extremely pale. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng hatefully. Then, she turned into a red cloud and quickly flew into the distance. The red cloud was very special. She quickly rushed out of the sequence chains that Lin Feng condensed. Then, she rushed towards the forest in the distance. Naturally, Lin Feng wouldn't let this woman go. He quickly chased after her. The red cloud that the woman turned into was very fast, but Lin Feng was also very fast. Although Lin Feng couldn't fly now, in reality, whether he could fly or not didn't affect Lin Feng's speed much. He didn't need to fly to chase after the red cloud that the woman had turned into. He could just use ground shrink. The woman entered a canyon and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng also came here and searched carefully, but he didn't find anything. How strange! Where was she? Where did she go? Lin Feng frowned. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, she should still be here. Look carefully. Lin Feng didn't immediately search for the woman's whereabouts. This was because he knew that using normal methods wouldn't be able to find her. Since normal methods wouldn't work, he would have to use other method. For example, could he make some deductions? After thinking about it, Lin Feng rejected this idea. He hadn't recovered from the backlash from before, and Lin Feng didn't want to suffer another backlash. What should he do? How about asking Great Sage Martin to help him search? Lin Feng took out the heart compass and said, Great Sage Martin, help me find the woman I was chasing before. Great Sage Martin appeared and said, This is Mount Wangu, and it has an unimaginably powerful magnetic field. I don't dare to use any techniques here, or the magnetic field will destroy the compass needle. That was true. Magnetic fields had a great effect on compasses. Although the heart compass was extraordinary, it was still a type of compass. Magnetic fields could also cause serious damage to it. Great Sage Martin said, Actually, if you want to find that woman, you don't need to use the heart compass. Oh? How do you do that? Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Great Sage Martin's words. Great Sage Martin said calmly, Find that woman's aura. Wherever she's hiding, there must be some aura left behind. Lin Feng said, I've already used this method before, but it didn't work. No, it's actually useful. I know that she's hiding her aura very well, but in essence, no matter how well she hides her aura, it's impossible to completely hide it. You were looking for her aura before, but you couldn't find it. I'm guessing that she must have used some sort of technique to change her aura. Great Sage Martin said. Lin Feng nodded. He had thought of this possibility before, but what could he do? He still couldn't find a way to deal with this technique. Great Sage Martin's hand flashed, and a bottle appeared. What's this? Lin Feng looked at the bottle in Great Sage Martin's hand with a puzzled expression. Why was Great Sage Martin taking out a bottle at a time like this? Great Sage Martin said, There's a spirit bug in this bottle called a source spirit bug. This source spirit bug is very special. It's the source, and it can find the source of many things. Although that woman's aura has changed, what's the source of her aura? It's her aura from before. Using that aura and a special technique to change it, we can use the source spirit bug to find where she's hiding. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, Then quickly release the source spirit bug. Great Sage Martin nodded and released the source spirit bug from the bottle. The source spirit bug began to search for traces of the woman's aura. 15 minutes later, the source spirit bug was lying on a large tree. Then, it raised its tail. The source spirit bug's tail kept wagging. Found it, said Great Sage Martin. Said the great immortal Martin, taking the spiritual insect back. Lin Feng looked at the ancient tree. There was nothing special about the ancient tree. Lin Feng searched for a while, but he didn't find anything special. Could there be something else inside the ancient tree? Thinking of this, Lin Feng put away the heart compass. Then, his divine will enveloped the entire ancient tree, and he began to search. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 10 times. After searching 10 times, he still didn't find anything. Could he have found the wrong place? Lin Feng frowned and continued to use his divine will to search the ancient tree. Suddenly, Lin Feng discovered a faint fluctuation. That was Lin Feng was surprised. A faint fluctuation was sometimes enough to make one's imagination run wild. Lin Feng locked onto the place where the faint fluctuation was coming from. He discovered that there was actually a hidden spatial node. It was hidden too deeply. He had searched so many times before, but he still hadn't found this spatial node. Lin Feng felt that. It was probably because he had searched the entire ancient tree again and again. Although he hadn't found the spatial node before, the energy that had escaped from his divine will had very likely come into contact with this spatial node. Therefore, this spatial node had finally revealed itself. Looking at this spatial node, Lin Feng was elated. Spatial nodes were usually connected to independent spaces. Evidently, that woman must have entered a space that was connected to this spatial node. Lin Feng did not linger as he entered the spatial node. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in a valley. Humph! A cold snort rang out. Lin Feng raised his head and saw that woman standing on top of a mountain peak, looking at him coldly. Looking at this woman, Lin Feng frowned. She seemed to know that he would definitely be able to find his way here. I have no grudges with you. Neither do I wish to have any grudges with you. My disciple from before should have been suppressed by you. Release him and I'll leave this place immediately. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said, To think that you would dare to bargain in the territory of I, Fairy Hongyun. What a fool's dream. Even you will die here today. The woman replied coldly. Fairy Hongyun? You're saying that you're Fairy Hongyun? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Ever since the beginning of this era, Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Lu Ye and Old Master Hun Kuan were born. After that, a number of horrifying existences were born. Of these existences, there were 7 that had to be mentioned. Why did he have to mention them? Because it was rumored that the 7 of them had obtained the Khanate Purple Qi. One must know that the first living being of this era, Hong Meng, was born from the Khanate Purple Qi. Now that the 7 of them had obtained the Khanate Purple Qi, one could imagine how frightening their cultivation states would be with the help of the Khanate Purple Qi. Among the 7 of them, there was one called Fairy Hongyun. Chapter 62-43. Generally speaking, cultivators would not give themselves names that were taboo. For example, the name Fairy Hongyun was a taboo to begin with. Therefore, this name could not be given casually. Who knew what sort of calamity might befall them if they were to give themselves such a name? Therefore Lin Feng had the feeling that this celestial Hongyun was really related to the legendary celestial Hongyun, but Lin Feng didn't think they were the same person. There was a reason why he didn't think so. After all, how strong was the legendary Fairy Hongyun after obtaining the Khanate Purple Qi? Even though this Fairy Hongyun was extremely strong as well, she was clearly nowhere near the level of the legendary Fairy Hongyun. However, on second thought, Lin Feng wondered if there was some reason why Fairy Hongyun's cultivation state had dropped significantly. If that were the case, then this Fairy Hongyun before him could very well be the legendary Fairy Hongyun. There was another possibility as well. Lin Feng felt that this was more likely. That was, this Fairy Hongyun before him was actually a reincarnation. Furthermore, she had awakened the memories of her past life, and her cultivation state was growing at a steady pace. Lin Feng looked at the woman and asked, You mentioned that your name is Fairy Hongyun. What is your relationship with the legendary Fairy Hongyun who obtained the Khanate Purple Qi? Fairy Hongyun replied proudly, I am the reincarnation of that Fairy Hongyun. Seems like I guessed it right. Lin Feng was taken aback. Back in the day, Fairy Hongyun had participated in the Great War between the Xiantian lifeforms. This was something that was recorded in the legend. There was a high chance that she had fallen in the Great War. It was said that when Fairy Hongyun fell, many Xiantian lifeforms were heartbroken. This was because back then, in the eyes of many Xiantian lifeforms, Fairy Hongyun was equivalent to a goddess. Was there a lack of suitors around a goddess? Of course there were. Every single goddess would be surrounded by many bootlickers. The era of Xiantian lifeforms was no exception. The original body of Fairy Hongyun was merely formed from the first red cloud of this era. What's more, you're just a reincarnation. Do you think that you can do anything to me? Lin Feng sneered. Fairy Hongyun wasn't angry at all. She continued, The formation that I've set up is the great formation of the 12 capitals heaven demons. Do you really think that you can stand a chance against such a formation? What? Lin Feng's expression changed. The 12 Heavenly Baleful Formation was one of the most powerful formations born in this era. It was even more powerful than the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation of the Age of the Gods. In the past, countless Sciention life forms had died under the attacks of this Grand Formation. Lin Feng had naturally heard of this kind of formation before. However, Lin Feng had never seen such a grand formation before. It was rumored that after the end of the Sciention era, the 12 Heavenly Fiends formation had been lost. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. To think that there were still people who knew of the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation. Fairy Hongyun was indeed someone who knew a lot of tricks up her sleeve. However, Lin Feng soon thought of something else. It was said that this 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation was set up by dozens of top-class spirit formation masters back in the day. With a certain heavenly master as the anchor, the formation could only be activated after expending countless precious materials. And right now, Fairy Hongyun was just a single person. How could she activate a formation as such? Wasn't that just bullsh*t? Lin Feng felt that the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation here was at most a simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation. If it was the complete 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation, there was no doubt that it would be extremely powerful. However, if it was the complete 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation, Lin Feng would have nothing to worry about. After all, Fairy Hongyun wouldn't be able to activate it at all. As for the simplified version, its power would be greatly reduced. In fact, he didn't have to worry too much about it. At the thought of this, Lin Feng was relieved. Humph! Trying to trap me with a simplified 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation? Today, I'll let you know how strong I am. Lin Feng snorted coldly as he dashed towards Fairy Hongyun. Fairy Hongyun laughed coldly. A simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation? Killing you won't be an issue at all. The moment she finished her words, she activated the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation. Rise of the Fiend Gods. Annihilate the heavens and earth. Countless formation runes intertwined with one another. Within the formation runes, one after another, frightening fiend gods were formed. These fiend gods let out a low growl. Following which, these fiend gods pounced towards Lin Feng one after another. Each and every one of these fiend gods seemed as though they could shatter the heavens and earth with just a wave of their hands. A fighting strength of this level was truly shocking. The strength of these fiend gods was truly formidable. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be taken aback by this. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the attacks of these fiend gods at all. Human King Fist. Bam! Bam! Lin Feng's godly fist was invincible as he sent a fiend god flying with a single punch. These fiend gods couldn't do anything to Lin Feng at all. 12 Citadel Heavens. Suppress. Annihilate. Break. Destroy. Activating the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation, Fairy Hongyun unleashed an even stronger attack. The 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation formed 12 illusory heavens. Legend had it that back in the Great War between the Khanate beings, the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation didn't form illusory heavens, but real heavens instead. When the 12 Citadel Heavens came crashing down, countless living beings couldn't withstand it and their bodies exploded as their essence spirits were destroyed. Some of the living beings that didn't die were devoured by the 12 Citadel Heavens before being trapped and killed within. Naturally, Fairy Hongyun's simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation couldn't form real heavens. All she could do was form illusory heavens. However, in reality, even these illusory heavens were extremely frightening. Feeling the vibrations from the illusory heavens, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but turn grim. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't dare to hold back at all. Panga's imprint, armor of the gods, true dragon runes, sage bone, the magic lotus, golden dwarf, stone golem clone and immortal lotus all surged into Lin Feng's body. Instantly, Lin Feng's strength reached the pinnacle. At the same time, Lin Feng executed his human king fist with all his might, breaking the heavens with a single punch. Lin Feng's body shot up into the sky as he punched out towards the 12 citadel heavens. A bedazzling radiance surged out from Lin Feng's fist. This pinnacle punch of Lin Feng's could be described as destroying the heavens and earth. Poof! Lin Feng's single punch tore through layer after layer of heavens as he charged out of the 12 citadel heavens. However, the 12 citadel heavens were completely destroyed by Lin Feng. Following that, Lin Feng leaped through the forest swiftly as he headed straight for Fairy Hongyun. How could this be? Fairy Hongyun's face was filled with disbelief. Even though this was just a simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation, it was more than enough to deal with some cultivators who were above their cultivation state. Evidently, Lin Feng's cultivation state wasn't all that high. In Fairy Hongyun's opinion, Lin Feng might be able to make use of certain things to raise his fighting strength to a state that was above his cultivation state temporarily. However, a fighting strength that relied on external means like that wasn't enough to break through the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation. However, it was only at this moment that Fairy Hongyun realized how wrong she was. Lin Feng had broken through her 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation. Not only that, he had done it in a rather relaxed manner. Shock. Inconceivable. Unbelievable. All sorts of emotions were intertwined within her. However, Fairy Hongyun snapped back to her senses quickly. Even though Lin Feng was charging at her aggressively, there was no way she could take on Lin Feng's sharpness head-on. Therefore, she turned around and darted into the depths of her cave. This was the place where she had secluded herself after her reincarnation. As long as she entered her cave, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to her. However, Lin Feng didn't give her the chance to do so. His speed was simply way too fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Fairy Hongyun and sent out a punch towards her. Sensing the horrifying aura behind her, Fairy Hongyun's face changed immediately. This punch of Lin Feng was a huge threat to her. Therefore, she had no choice but to stop in her tracks and take on Lin Feng's attack head-on. Fairy Hongyun retaliated with a punch of her own. Bam! Accompanied by a loud collision sound, Lin Feng and Fairy Hongyun's attacks collided violently. Lin Feng was unscathed. However, Fairy Hongyun was sent flying by Lin Feng. After all, she was already injured previously, causing her fighting strength to drop significantly. Therefore, it was naturally tough for her to take on Lin Feng in his peak condition. First Order. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Lin Feng struck out once more. The First Order formed a frightening chain of order that locked down the heavens and earth. Fairy Hongyun had nowhere to run. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation formed 6 mysterious stone doors that descended from the heavens and suppressed down. First Order and 6 Paths of Reincarnation, coupled with the human king fist that you've mastered previously, to think that you would know so many heaven-defying skills. But I, Fairy Hongyun, am not to be trifled with. Fairy Hongyun glared at Lin Feng coldly. She started chanting. Red clouds swirled. Purple clouds rumbled. Red clouds and purple clouds mixed together. Thereafter, a lotus formed by the fusion of red and purple appeared. This was an energy lotus. A lotus infused with the connate purple chi. Lin Feng was taken aback. Even though this Fairy Hongyun was a reincarnated body, she had mastered the connate purple chi as well. At the beginning of this era, there were only 7 strands of connate purple chi. Therefore, the connate purple chi could be used in many different ways. Evidently, Fairy Hongyun's usage of the connate purple chi had reached a godly state. The red-purple immortal lotus rose into the sky. Then, it bloomed instantly. Bam! following which, a frightening amount of energy rippled out as the red-purple immortal lotus exploded. This method was equivalent to harming one's enemy while harming oneself. After the explosion of the red-purple immortal lotus, Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation and First Order weren't completely destroyed. However, the power of the 6 stone doors and the chains of order were greatly reduced as they were pushed back. Grabbing this opportunity, Fairy Hongyun dashed out of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the chains of order. This woman's methods were truly incredible. Fairy Hongyun didn't dare to stay any longer as she raised her speed to the maximum and dashed towards the depths of the 9 paths of reincarnation. However, at this moment, ERGH. Suddenly, Fairy Hongyun let out a cry of agony before collapsing onto the ground headfirst. Apparently, when Fairy Hongyun was creating the red-purple immortal lotus to break through Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation and First Order, Lin Feng had already attempted to activate the Great Curse Art. The success rate of using the Great Curse Art against someone like Fairy Hongyun wasn't high. Lin Feng had to activate it dozens of times before he succeeded. The Great Curse Art had damaged Fairy Hongyun's soul. This was the reason why Fairy Hongyun was in so much pain. She knew that she was in a dangerous situation. Bearing with the intense pain in her head, she dashed forward. However, Lin Feng had already caught up to her. Instantly, he sent out a series of talismans towards Fairy Hongyun. Fairy Hongyun wanted to retaliate. However, she eventually failed and was suppressed by Lin Feng. You. Fairy Hongyun was stuttering. Fairy Hongyun was starting to get a little incoherent. She had not expected that she would one day become someone's prisoner and end up in a situation as such. Her state of mind was in a mess right now. How could she resolve this crisis before her? Fairy Hongyun's heart was in a mess right now. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, you're the reincarnation of a powerful being from the Xiantian era indeed. If not for the fact that my methods are stronger, I might not have been able to suppress you. Behind me, there's a bunch of Xiantian lifeforms who have returned from their tribulations. I'm sure you don't want to offend them, right? I can release that disciple of yours. Let's both take a step back. How about that? Fairy Hongyun tried her best to calm herself down before stating her terms. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. Before the war, she thought that she had everything under her control and was high and mighty. Now that she was a prisoner, she still dared to make such arrogant demands. There was only one sentence that could describe her. That was, a person like her had no self-awareness at all. This left Lin Feng speechless. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Do you think that you have the right to make such demands in front of me right now? Fairy Hongyun's face darkened. What do you want then? Kill me? Do you know who my master is? Who is it? Lin Feng was puzzled. Hongjun. Fairy Hongyun replied. Hongjun? Lin Feng could not help but furrow his brows. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that after Hongjun became a saint, he would preach about the Tao in the Jade Firmament Palace. Countless living beings would head over to listen to his preaching. For example, the 3 pure ones, Kun Peng, and many other existences would head over, including Fairy Hongyun. Initially, he had thought that it was just a legend, but now it seemed like things weren't that simple. There was a high possibility that it was real. Since it was real, then Fairy Hongyun could indeed be considered as Hongjuan's disciple. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Hongjun has been missing for God knows how many years. Do you think that Hongjun can intimidate me? Fairy Hongyun replied. My master isn't missing. He's merely roaming the universe in search of a new breakthrough. He'll be returning soon. I'm one of the 7 legacy disciples of my master. Think about it. If you were to kill me and my master were to find out, how would he feel? Are you threatening me? Lin Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Fairy Hongyun. Fairy Hongyun replied. I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you the truth. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I don't think that there's a need for us to fight to the death, right? What do you think? Lin Feng laughed coldly. Yes, you're threatening me. I hate it when people threaten me. So what if it's Hong Jun? No matter how strong Hong Jun is, there are many things that he has to be wary of. Furthermore, in the eyes of the sovereign race, Hong Jun is nothing much. He's just someone who was born in this era. Compared to our sovereign race, his background is way too weak. If not for the fact that my ancestor, the primogenitor sovereign, had awakened him back then, would he still be where he is today? Even if Hong Jun were to appear now, it's hard to say whose side he would stand on. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fairy Hongyun's face changed slightly. She had already discovered that Lin Feng was a descendant of the sovereign race. She had also heard of the stories between the primogenitor sovereign and Hong Jun. However, no one had verified these stories, and Hong Jun had never mentioned anything about it either. But now that this was mentioned by the descendant of the sovereign race, it seemed like it could be verified. Therefore, Fairy Hongyun could not help but feel uneasy in her heart. However, it's true that I don't want to kill you anymore. I've thought of another way to deal with you. Lin Feng changed his tone. What are you trying to do? Fairy Hongyun's face changed. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Seems like you know fear as well. And here I thought that you didn't. You'll know what I'm going to do very soon. Chapter 6244. Fairy Hongyun gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Feng. Actually, she did have someone she liked back then. However, due to various reasons, she missed out on that person. She thought that perhaps she could wait for him to appear once more. If that person were to appear once more, she would definitely take the initiative and boldly express her feelings for him. In the past, she was a little shy. Furthermore, women were usually reserved. Therefore, she did not do so. But right now, there was no need for her to care so much anymore. Life was long, really long. But it was short. Whatever one wanted to do, they would do it. She did not want to have any regrets. She did not want to leave any regrets behind. In fact, even for a peerless being like Fairy Hongyun, it seemed like she could not break free from the entanglement of emotions. The emotions of humans were way too mysterious. Who could cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires? It was way too difficult. In fact, there were times when even Buddhas would develop emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, Buddhas had to meditate in order to cut off all the thoughts in their hearts. But now Fairy Hongyun felt extremely sad. She was already an impure person. If that person were to appear once more, how could she still have the face to say those words? All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. Fairy Hongyun. She hated Lin Feng so much that she could only grit her teeth. At this moment, Lin Feng was strolling around the cave of Fairy Hongyun. Naturally, a cave located at the main peak of Mount Wangu was not simple at all. The immortal qi in this place was almost 100 times more than the outside world. Cultivating in a place like this would indeed yield twice the results with half the effort. Furthermore, Lin Feng realized that there were many murals within the cave. All of them were murals of cultivators cultivating. Looking at the murals, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. What was up with those murals? Could it be that there were many supreme martial arts recorded within? Thinking about it, that was indeed a possibility. At this moment, Fairy Hongyun walked out. She looked both seductive and pure. To think that 2 completely different auras would appear on a single person. That was strange indeed. However, Fairy Hongyun was able to control these 2 different auras perfectly. However, Fairy Hongyun looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Cold. Cold. It was a very cold chill. Lin Feng replied, "If you do something wrong, you'll be punished." Fairy Hongyun's face was cold as she ignored Lin Feng. "I've always treated my women well. You can choose to submit to me, and I won't mistreat you," Lin Feng said. Fairy Hongyun gritted her teeth and replied. Dream on. You and I are irreconcilable. Also, remember this. I'm not your woman. Lin Feng did not continue on this topic with Fairy Hongyun. Lin Feng said, Who painted these murals? If my guess is correct, the contents of these murals should be some inheritance, right? Fairy Hongyun replied, I don't know who left behind these murals. That's because these murals were already here when I arrived. Furthermore, I did not manage to find any clues regarding these murals. However, Mount Wangu was originally a godly mountain of the Kunlun universe. Therefore, these murals might have been painted by some powerful beings of the Kunlun universe. Lin Feng frowned slightly. For Lin Feng, the Kunlun universe was an extremely mysterious place. Anything that was related to the Kunlun universe, be it people or things, would seem to have an additional layer of mystery to them. Lin Feng did not continue asking about the contents of these murals. Perhaps these murals might contain some supreme martial arts or skills. However, Lin Feng did not have the time to spend on them. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Hongyun and asked, How long have you been cultivating here? Fairy Hongyun replied, Ever since the ancient era, I've been fully awakened. Then, I came to Mount Wangu by chance. Since then, I've never left this place. However, most of the time, I've been in a deep sleep. Lin Feng said, Seems like you've recovered quite a bit of your cultivation. Furthermore, Mount Wangu is a very special place. I'm sure you must have obtained a lot of benefits from this place. Fairy Hongyun did not reply. She seemed to have acknowledged Lin Feng's words silently. Lin Feng continued, Do you know who left behind the palace at the peak of the main peak? Fairy Hongyun replied, No. Lin Feng continued asking, Have you entered it before? Fairy Hongyun replied, No. That palace has always been shut. However, it has trembled a few times. When the palace trembled, I went to check it out. However, it has never opened. Perhaps it won't open this time either. Lin Feng replied, No. I think it's the exact opposite. This is because we're already at the end of the ancient era. Therefore, some opportunities that might not appear in the past will appear now. For example, that palace at the peak of Mount Wangu. Perhaps it might open this time around. Fairy Hongyun continued, That palace might very well be related to the Kunlun cosmos as well. If that palace were to be opened up, there might indeed be many treasures within. At this point in time, countless powerful beings would definitely start killing one another over the treasures within. By then, there would definitely be a lot of people who would die. At this point, Fairy Hongyun's eyes lit up. Lin Feng was speechless. Fairy Hongyun. What the hell was she thinking? Was she clinging on to the dead? Lin Feng suddenly recalled that Fairy Hongyun had captured quite a number of people previously. What was her motive? Lin Feng asked, What are you trying to do by capturing so many people? Cultivate the blood spirit skill. Fairy Hongyun replied. Perhaps she did not know what sort of mystic skill the blood spirit skill was. She continued, The blood spirit skill is an extremely heaven-defying mystic skill. This mystic skill can form a blood spirit. This blood spirit can continuously devour the souls of others to increase its own strength. At the same time, this blood spirit can also unleash extremely terrifying soul attack. This is definitely a heaven-defying mystic skill. Are you interested? I can impart this blood spirit skill to you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Based on Fairy Hongyun's description, Lin Feng could roughly guess that this blood spirit skill should be an extremely evil mystic skill. This mystic skill required a large amount of blood, flesh and essence of cultivators to cultivate. Therefore, Fairy Hongyun used all sorts of methods to suppress these foreign cultivators. Lin Feng had no interest in a mystic skill like this. It was way too evil. Even if he cultivated it, it wouldn't do him any good. Said Lin Feng. I advise you to give up. If you really manage to condense a blood soul, it will become stronger and stronger. Will your soul be able to suppress it then? Perhaps in the early stages, the blood spirit might be able to help you. However, in the later stages, when you can no longer suppress the blood spirit, it might just devour your soul and take over your body. By then, it would be too late for you to regret. Fairy Hongyun replied, "Since I dare to form a blood spirit, I naturally have a way to deal with it. You don't have to worry about that." Tsk. Her words were full of thorns. However, Lin Feng could understand her intentions. "Let my disciple out now," Lin Feng said. Fairy Hongyun nodded her head and released Xia Donghuang. The moment he saw Lin Feng, Xia Donghuang became emotional. However, he soon felt a little guilty. His master had sent him here to check out the situation. Yet, he was plotted against and suppressed by someone. Xia Donghuang wasn't doing this out of pity. It was because he pitied Fairy Hongyun. However, who would have thought that there would be a trap waiting for him? In the end, he even had to trouble his master to come and rescue him. This made Xia Donghuang feel too ashamed to show his face. Lin Feng waved his hands dismissively. "If you have anything to say it later." Xia Donghuang nodded his head and said nothing more. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Hongyun and said, "Fairy Hongyun, think about what I've said to you previously. If you agree to be my concubine, you will realize that this is the best decision you've ever made in your entire life." Fairy Hongyun laughed coldly, ignoring Lin Feng's words completely. Right now, she hated Lin Feng so much that she could only grit her teeth. She had to agree to Lin Feng's request. Wasn't that a joke? It was already good enough that she didn't rush up to Lin Feng and fight him to the death. She would endure it for now. Once she recovered and broke through her shackles, she would look for Lin Feng for revenge. Fairy Hongyun had already made up her mind long ago. Looking at the cold expression on Fairy Hongyun's face, Lin Feng did not say anything more. Lin Feng knew what Fairy Hongyun was thinking about. Therefore, it was better not to provoke her. Lin Feng walked out of the room. Xia Donghuang followed closely behind Lin Feng. Soon, they left Fairy Hongyun's place. After they came out, Lin Feng patted Xia Donghuang on the shoulders and said, "Some things don't need to be explained. Just be more careful in the future. Especially when you meet beautiful women. You have to be careful. Beautiful women are often hard to grasp. It's hard to determine what kind of person they are." Xia Donghuang nodded his head and replied hurriedly, "I'll definitely remember your words, master. From now on, I'll hide as far as I can from any woman I see." Lin Feng laughed bitterly. "You don't have to do that. Just interact with each other as you should. It's just that there are many times when you have to be more careful." Judging from Xia Donghuang's expression, he did not seem to have heard the last part of Lin Feng's words. However, Lin Feng did not say anything else. The most important thing right now was to cultivate. He had to let the various godly skills of the Donghuang Tai reappear in the world once more. As for women, it was better not to think about it for now. After this incident, women were probably as ferocious as tigers in Xia Donghuang's heart. There was an 80% chance that he was traumatized. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found a place to rest. Next day, the two of them continued their journey, heading towards the peak of Mount Wangu. Along the way, they saw many people heading towards the peak as well. However, there were many places that were extremely dangerous. Many people had died here. However, there were also people who had obtained opportunities. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang headed towards the peak of the mountain. Everything went smoothly for them. They did not meet with any dangers. However, they did not meet with any opportunities either. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at the peak of the mountain that was 100,000 meters tall. When they arrived, there was already a large number of cultivators gathered here. Lin Feng saw a group of people from the demon race. Those cultivators from the demon race also saw Lin Feng. Among these cultivators from the demon race, some of them sneered. For example, Jin Yenshu's gaze towards Lin Feng revealed a dense killing intent. There were also some people who looked indifferent. They did not want to provoke Lin Feng. For example, Lu Li did not want to provoke Lin Feng. In addition to these people from the demon race, Lin Feng also saw some familiar faces. For example, Mu Xinyu had also arrived here. There were dozens of experts around her. They should be the top experts of the Mu family. Now that Mount Wangu had appeared, these experts could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. They had all come to Mount Wangu, wanting to fight for the opportunities here. P.S. In the past week, Mantu's son has caught a cold and has been coughing badly. He is only 8 months old. Mantu is very upset. His wife is also having a high fever. This chapter was rushed out by the hospital. There is no table. I wrote it on my lap for a few hours, from 7 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. I am so tired that I can't lift my head. Life is not easy. Please subscribe to the original version. Everyone, come to QQ to read or subscribe to the original version of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. Chapter 62-45. The foreign beings, the lost races of the epochs, the cultivators of the world of the mastermind, the cultivators of the sky court, the hidden families, etc. There were quite a number of forces that were gathered here. When the Great War began, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Who knew how many people would die by then? Some would be buried, while others would rise. This was the case whenever a great opportunity was born. Not long after, Fairy Hongyun arrived as well. Other than Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, no one else knew who Fairy Hongyun was. Therefore, even if they caught sight of Fairy Hongyun, they would probably only think that this woman before them was pretty. However, they did not know just how powerful this woman was. More and more people arrived. All of them had their eyes fixed on this palace of the Outerverse. The palace was more than 300 meters tall, and took up an area of tens of mu. With such a gigantic palace, everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen within. However, there were no signs of the palace opening up. There were powerful seals around it. If this were to carry on, who knew when it would open up? It was only after 3 days that a cultivator arrived. This was a young cultivator. Emperor Qi circled around his body, and he looked extremely valiant, just like a young king of immortals. The moment he arrived, he took out a crystal treasure sword. Arriving before the palace, he inserted the crystal treasure sword into a groove within the palace. Rumble! 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 The entire palace started to shake violently. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Since this person was here with a token, this meant that the cultivator in front of him, whose body was surrounded by the aura of an emperor, was the one who had the deepest connection with this palace hall on the summit of Mount Wangu. Who was he? Countless people were curious and envious. If there was truly a heaven-defying opportunity here, this person would have the greatest chance of obtaining it. None of them wanted to see a top-tier genius stepping on them to rise up. This was especially the case for those powerful beings of the older generation. They had been fighting for so long, and had even crossed epochs after epoch. Yet none of them could truly rise up. It would be strange if they didn't lose their composure when they saw those young cultivators soaring up into the skies. "Who are you?" an old cultivator asked. This was a cultivator from the lost races of the epoch. His aura was deep and frightening. Evidently, he was a top-tier powerful being. "I am the Taoist, born to uphold the heavenly Tao," the cultivator said proudly. Previously, Lin Feng had seen people like the Evil Child and the Underworld Child. Now, another Taoist had appeared. Since he dared to say that he was born from the great Tao, he naturally had a lot of confidence. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to say these words. However, his luck was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the crystal sword. With the token in hand, he would definitely be the first to enter. The probability of him obtaining the greatest fortune inside was too high. Many people's eyes turned red with jealousy. The gate of the palace was about 200 meters tall. Now, the gate was shaking violently. Then, the sound of intense friction could be heard. The gate began to slowly open. As the gate continued to open, many people began to approach the Taoist. Someone was about to attack the Taoist. After all, in many people's opinion, the Taoist might have obtained a lot of great fortune inside. If they took the opportunity to kill the Taoist, it would be hard to say who would obtain the fortune inside in the end. The Taoist looked indifferently at the cultivators who were gradually approaching him. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Lin Feng clearly captured the expression on the Taoist's face. It was obvious that the Taoist was not afraid at all. It would not be easy for these cultivators from the major factions to kill the Taoist. Meanwhile, terrifying light beams were fired from the enormous palace. The light beams felt like they were capable of destroying the heavens and earth. They locked onto the cultivators and rapidly scanned them. The cultivators sensed the terror of the light beams and retreated in horror. However, they realized that even if they retreated, they could not avoid the light beams. They could only choose to take them head-on. Bang bang bang, along with the violent collision sounds, many cultivators and the light beams collided fiercely. Some of the stronger cultivators were able to withstand the light beams, but most of the cultivators seemed to be struggling in the face of the light beams. Immediately, many cultivators suffered serious injuries. The second light beam quickly blasted over. In the face of the second light beam, many people's faces turned extremely ugly. This was because they were already exhausted from the first light beam, let alone the second light beam. Therefore, many cultivators died under the second light beam attack. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 cultivators died. Some extremely powerful cultivators successfully resolved the light beam attack and escaped. Even so, many people's faces were still extremely pale. The scene just now was really too frightening. He has the right to enter first. It seems that the greatest fortune in this place is very likely to be his. A cultivator said in a deep voice. His tone was very unpleasant, but there was nothing he could do. The cultivator in front of him was really too terrifying. He had a great connection with this place, so others could not do anything to him. Perhaps they could only be envious and jealous? Daozi was the first to enter the palace. After Daozi entered, the cultivators of the other major forces also flew into the palace. Many people even fought to be the first to enter the palace, and people kept dying. Lin Feng had already expected this situation, so he did not compete with the cultivators of the major forces to enter first. It was not because he was afraid of these people, but because there was no need to. In Lin Feng's opinion, whether they entered first or later, the result would be the same. After all, Daozi had already entered first. If they were not the first to enter, there was no harm in entering later. After most of the people had entered, Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang walked towards the palace. After entering the palace, the first thing that appeared in front of them was an empty hall. This was the first hall. There were many corridors in the hall. Lin Feng took a look and saw 70 to 80 corridors. These 70 to 80 corridors led to different places. Many cultivators had entered the corridors to look for opportunities. Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang chose a corridor and entered it. At the end of each corridor, there was a hall. However, many of the halls were sealed by restrictions. Many people were trying to crack the restrictions of the halls. Some of the restrictions were cracked, while others were not. Deep in each corridor, there was a staircase. The staircase led to a higher level. Lin Feng was not particularly interested in the halls below, so he did not crack the restrictions of those halls. However, it was obvious that most of the cultivators were cracking the restrictions below. That was because many cultivators were self-aware. They knew how strong they were, so they did not think about some of the top opportunities. Even if they obtained them, they probably would not be able to get out alive. Therefore, it was better to look for opportunities in the halls below. There were many people who had such thoughts. The higher they went, the fewer people there were. However, during this period, countless cultivators had rushed to Mount Wangu, so Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the 10th floor. They felt that there were a lot of people, and the number of people only decreased when they arrived at the 20th floor. Don't tell me this hall has a total of 33 floors? Xia Donghuang said. Lin Feng estimated the height of the floor they were on. He felt that this huge hall was indeed about 30 floors, but it was hard to say if it was the 33rd floor. After all, Lin Feng did not study architecture, so he could not make a specific judgment. However, if it was really the 33rd floor, then this number was too sensitive. This was the heaven realm. The heaven realm had 33 heavens. If this hall really had 33 floors, it would have formed a resonance with the heaven realm's 33 heavens. Was there any special connection between the two? Lin Feng didn't believe that there was no connection between the two of them. Lin Feng did not dare to guarantee the specific situation. Lin Feng said, "Perhaps there are a total of 33 floors." This hall is more special than we imagined. We can't let our guard down. Hearing this, Xia Donghuang nodded. This place indeed needed to be treated with caution. Although the number of people on the 20th floor was much lower than the ones below, it was only relative. In reality, there were still many people. Therefore, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang did not stop at the 20th floor. They continued to go up until they reached the 26th floor, where there were fewer people. Lin Feng decided to look around here and see if he could find some opportunities. Not long after, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang saw a large hall. There was a plaque in the hall with the words "Great Desolate Hall" written on it. When Lin Feng saw the words "Great Desolate," he frowned. The Great Desolate seemed to be related to too many things. For example, it was related to the Great Desolate in the first layer of the celestial world. For example, it was related to the Great Desolate scriptures that Lin Feng had studied. Lin Feng's Great Desolate Sutra was a supreme immortal sutra created by Taiyuan. It was definitely an incredible unique skill. Lin Feng had only acquired a part of it. It was the only incomplete sutra among all the immortal and demon sutras that Lin Feng had acquired. It was said that the Great Desolate Sutra recorded the Taiyuan exalted soul-killing skill, created by Taiyuan. This was an extremely incredible soul-attacking skill. It was different from Luya's star-observing map that Lin Feng cultivated. Although Luya's star-observing map was also a soul-attacking skill, actually, Luya's star-observing map was more about suppressing. By contrast, Taiyuan exalted soul-killing skill was mainly about attacking. Lin Feng had cultivated some powerful soul skills. Some of them were very powerful. However, they could not reach the level of 6 paths of reincarnation, human king fist and first order. It was too rare to find a soul god art of this level. However, this Taiyuan exalted soul-killing skill had reached such a level. This was the most terrifying point. Therefore, it was very important for Lin Feng to complete the Great Desolate Sutra. Lin Feng studied the deployment spells of the Great Desolate Hall. Even though the deployment spells were extremely powerful, because they had been there for a long time, it was much easier to break them than it used to be. Of course, it was only for Lin Feng. If someone else tried to break the restrictions of the Grand Desolate Hall, there was an 80% chance that they would fail. In the following time, Lin Feng began to crack the restriction of the Great Desolate Hall. It took Lin Feng 6 hours to crack the restriction of the Great Desolate Hall. After that, Lin Feng revealed a smile. Now, he could enter the Great Desolate Hall to see what was inside. Lin Feng was actually looking forward to it. Xia Dongwang hurried forward and pushed the door of the great desolate hall open. Then, he stood aside and waited for Lin Feng to enter before following Lin Feng into the great desolate hall. The moment they entered the great desolate hall, Lin Feng was attracted by a painting. The painting was hung on the wall of the hall. On the top of the painting were the words, "Great Desolate Painting." The content of the painting was actually very simple. It was a painting of mountains and rivers. However, the painting gave people a feeling of boundless grandeur. Lin Feng took a closer look and found that there seemed to be a boat in the depths of the river. There seemed to be a woman on the boat. Could it be Fairy Shuejian? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. The Taiyuan Immortal Lord and Fairy Shuejian were in love. However, due to some misunderstanding, Fairy Shuejian hated the Taiyuan Immortal Lord even before she died. She didn't know the truth of what happened back then, nor did she know that the Taiyuan Immortal Lord had sacrificed himself for her. It was a sad love story. However, no matter how sad it was later, at least in the beginning, from their meeting, acquaintance, mutual understanding, and love, it was all happy. Lin Feng tried to sense the painting with his spiritual will. Instantly, Lin Feng found that he seemed to have entered an ancient world. In this ancient world, he saw a young and handsome cultivator. That cultivator was none other than the Taiyuan Immortal Lord. When he was young, he passed by a certain place and saw Fairy Shuejian riding a boat downstream. One of them was a heaven's pride that didn't appear in millions of years. The other was the daughter of the everlasting hatred demon lord. That was the beginning of their relationship. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng found that he was still in the palace. Apparently, this scroll painting was specially drawn by the Taiyuan Immortal Lord in order to recall the scene when he met Fairy Shuejian in the past. Is the other part of the Great Wilderness Sutra in the scroll painting? Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. He tried to circulate the Great Desolation scripture. At that moment, something astonishing happened. It seemed like the Great Desolation map had some sort of resonance with Lin Feng. Surprisingly, it was flying towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw that, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like the Great Desolation map really contained another part of the Great Desolation scripture. That was great. If he could comprehend the Taiyuan Immortal Soul slaying skill, it would be a great opportunity. Lin Feng grabbed the Great Map of Desolation. He then started to think, why would the Great Wilderness map appear here? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it anymore. Lin Feng was never a person who would worry about nothing. When he was about to leave with Xia Dongwang, many cultivators entered the palace. At the sight of the Great Wilderness map in Lin Feng's hand, they slightly raised their eyebrows. Some of them seemed to want to fight for it. However, at the thought that Lin Feng and Xia Dongwang were young cultivators who dared to come here, they were afraid that they were not simple. Perhaps there was a powerful figure behind them. That was why they were so fearless. Many people were afraid of them, so they didn't make a move. Lin Feng ignored them and walked out with Xia Dongwang. However, at this moment, several cultivators walked in from outside. They were Lu Li, Jin Yanxiu, Long Sha, Tong Sheng, and the others of the monster race. When they saw Lin Feng, some of them looked indifferent while some looked hostile. This map is good. Show it to me. Jin Yanxiu looked at Lin Feng and said, "It's mine. I have the right not to show it to you," said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, he put the map away. Jin Yanxiu's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his eyes turned incomparably cold. He raised his voice and said, "I said, show me the scroll. Do you want me to repeat myself a third time?" Jin Yanxiu's voice was filled with arrogance and unquestionable authority. It seemed that if Lin Feng dared to disobey him, he would deal with Lin Feng. This time, Lu Li didn't stop Jin Yanxiu from going against Lin Feng. After all, this kind of thing could be done once. There was no need to constantly interfere in other people's affairs, right? As for the other cultivators of the monster race, they were also very interested in the great wilderness map in Lin Feng's hand. Although they didn't say anything, it was obvious that they supported Jin Yenshu. It was obvious from their cold expressions. As for Jin Yenshu previously, he was worried that Luli would stop him. However, seeing that Luli didn't say anything, he immediately relaxed. Previously, Luli said that he was no match for Lin Feng, which made Jin Yenshu very angry. He felt that Luli had underestimated him. Later, he would let Luli know how wrong she was. At this moment, Lin Feng was speechless. Where did this guy get his sense of superiority from? Did he really think that he was very powerful? He was too arrogant. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Since that's the case, I don't mind teaching you a lesson today. Jin Yenshu looked at Lin Feng silently and then walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A powerful aura suppressed Lin Feng. Chapter 62-46. Lin Feng looked at Jin Yenshu mockingly. He stood there without moving. He didn't even need Lin Feng to deal with someone like Jin Yenshu. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master? At this moment, Xia Dongwang stepped forward and stood between Lin Feng and Jin Yenshu. He respected Lin Feng's master very much. Seeing Jin Yenshu being so disrespectful to his master, Xia Dongwang was furious. His eyes were spitting fire. Jin Yenshu was slightly stunned. The others were also stunned. Lin Feng wasn't even 300 years old, but he had already taken in a disciple? Many people murmured. Wasn't this misleading the disciple? Then, everyone looked at Xia Dongwang strangely. They thought that Xia Dongwang must be blind to have a young cultivator like Lin Feng as his master. However, after a short moment of being stunned, Jin Yenshu came back to his senses. Jin Yenshu's eyes flashed with coldness. Xia Dongwang dared to question him. Xia Dongwang only had a few decades of life. In the eyes of countless people, he was probably the age of a child. After all, any cultivator in the world of cultivators could have cultivated for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Moreover, since the great changes of the world, many beings who had transcended epochs came into being. Not to mention a cultivator with a few decades of life, even a cultivator with a few hundred years of life or a few thousand years of life was still a child in the eyes of those who had lived for a long time. No matter what, Jin Yenshu had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the peak of the younger generation, he couldn't be underestimated. But now, a cultivator with a few decades of life dared to provoke him? Wasn't this looking down on him? Wasn't this slapping his face? If he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he would lose all his face. How could Jin Yenshu tolerate this? An ant dares to compete with a dragon? A firefly dares to compete with the moon? Jin Yenshu looked at Xia Dongwang coldly. He stepped forward and walked towards Xia Dongwang. He looked at Xia Dongwang with cold eyes as if he was looking at a pitiful worm. Jin Yenshu's cultivation wasn't bad, so he didn't put Xia Dongwang in his eyes. Seeing Jin Yenshu's arrogant look, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think that Xia Dongwang is an ordinary person? This fellow is the reincarnation of the great emperor of the demon race, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Although he is only a few decades old, the opportunities he has obtained, and some of the inherited memories in his mind are unimaginable to ordinary people. Kneel. Jin Yenshu's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent a palm strike towards Xia Dongwang. Jin Yenshu wanted to humiliate Xia Dongwang and trample on his dignity. Only in this way could he vent his anger. Xia Dongwang's expression was cold. Facing Jin Yenshu's attack, he also made a move. Xiaodonghuang's right hand actually turned golden, and then he blasted a palm towards Jin Yenshu. Heavenly Demon Palm! Heavens, it's a long-lost divine ability of the demon race. It's a supreme technique created by the Great Demon Emperor, Crimson Cloud Great Emperor. It's rumored that this technique was lost after the Great Emperor Tai's death. Now it's reappearing in the world. Exclamations rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. There were indeed many lost techniques in the demon race. Once these techniques reappeared in the world, they would definitely shock the world. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, Xiaodonghuang and Jin Yenshu exchanged blows. Jin Yenshu was pushed back by Xiaodonghuang's palm. Jin Yenshu's expression changed abruptly. Then, he felt a burning pain on his face. Regardless of what divine ability Xiaodonghuang had used, one thing was undeniable. He, Jin Yenshu, a cultivator who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, was pushed back by a cultivator who had less than 60 years of life. It was a slap in the face. What a disgrace. I must kill him. Or else, when people talk about me in the future, they'll be full of disdain. Mockery. Jin Yenshu's heart was full of hatred. Great Sun Immortal Breaking Technique. Jin Yenshu shouted coldly. Behind him, a vast world appeared. At the end of the vast world, there was a sun. At this moment, the sun slowly rose into the sky. After feeling the terrifying power contained in the sun, many people's faces turned pale with horror. This power! How terrifying! Jin Yenshu was naturally very confident in his technique. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. He believed this was the ultimate technique that he had kept hidden for so long. It would definitely have an amazing effect. Demon suppressing the 8 Baron. Just as the sun was about to attack Xiaodonghuang, Xiaodonghuang made his move. Demon suppressing the 8 Baron, who could compete with him. In an instant, Xiaodonghuang seemed to have become the master of the demon race. He was indeed the reincarnation of the great Emperor Tai. Although there was still a big gap between him and the great Emperor Tai's peak combat strength, he had already displayed the dominance of the master of the demon race. The moment demon suppressing the 8 Baron was used, it instantly broke Jin Yenshu's divine ability. After that formless energy slammed into Jin Yenshu's body and sent him flying. Barf! This time, Jin Yenshu directly spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong, many people sucked in a breath of cold air, mainly because Xiaodonghuang was too young. He was so young, but he was already so terrifying. It was really inconceivable. How strong was his talent? Kneel. Xiaodonghuang's voice was cold. The invisible force suppressed Jin Yenshu's body. Thump. Jin Yenshu directly knelt on the ground. Jin Yenshu felt endless humiliation. His face was contorted with rage. Trash like you dares to boast in front of my master? What a joke. You're not even qualified to carry my master's shoes. Xiaodonghuang looked at Jin Yenshu with contempt. When had Jin Yenshu ever been humiliated like this? He felt like he was about to go crazy. A series of low growls came from his throat. Anger, aggrieved, hatred, resentment, all kinds of emotions intertwined. But now there was nothing he could do. This kid is too strong. I don't understand. How did he become that guy's disciple with such a strong cultivation? That guy probably can't beat him, right? If this kid becomes the disciple of a top expert, he will definitely soar in the future. He might even be able to use the opportunity at the end of the era to surpass his cultivation level. That's right, but now it seems like he's casting pearls before swine. Around them, many people were discussing. Everyone was shocked when they saw how strong Xiaodonghuang was. Thinking that Xiaodonghuang's master was a young cultivator like Lin Feng, many people felt sorry for Xiaodonghuang. Many people felt that Lin Feng might have used some despicable means to trick Xia Donghuang, so Xia Donghuang had no choice but to become Lin Feng's disciple. Xia Donghuang might be unwilling, but the world of cultivators had always respected their masters. Since Xia Donghuang had already become Lin Feng's disciple, naturally, he had to respect his master. "Little friend, how should I address you?" At that moment, an old man stepped forward. He looked at Xia Donghuang with a smile. "That's Dugerhai from the Celestial Clan, right?" Some cultivators exclaimed when they saw the old man. "What? Dugerhai? He's the one who transcended 3 epochs? I heard that he once broke through to the Transcendence realm, but because he had a life-or-death battle with a mortal enemy, he managed to kill his enemy, but because his injuries were too severe, his cultivation fell from the Transcendence realm." That's right. Dugerhai was indeed a Transcendence realm expert in the past, but now his cultivation has fallen. However, it's said that after an epoch of hibernation, Dugerhai is planning to break through to the Transcendence realm again. After all, Dugerhai has experience in breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Besides, his clan has a celestial master, Xian Ming Gong Huatian. That celestial master should be able to get some good things for him to break through to the Transcendence realm again. That's why Dugerhai has a high chance of breaking through to the Transcendence realm again. It's been 3,000 epochs since the Great Reincarnation era. One expert after another is breaking through to the Transcendence realm, while we can only watch. How envious! Many cultivators whispered to each other and discussed. At the same time, Xia Donghuang cupped his fists in response to Dugerhai's question. "Junior is Xia Donghuang." Dugerhai smiled and said, "Young friend, I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" Heavens, Dugerhai wants to take that kid as his disciple? That kid is going to be lucky. It's just that he already has a master. So what if he has a master? With Dugerhai backing him up, what can't he solve? That's true. If he can take an expert like Dugerhai as his master, he'll really be rich. Many people said enviously. However, there were some things that couldn't be envied. "Sorry, I already have a master," said Xia Donghuang. Dugerhai said, "Young friend, that so-called master of yours shouldn't be qualified to be your master, right? I don't know what kind of tricks he used to become your master, but as long as you say the word, I'll make the decision for you today." Xia Donghuang was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about? Being able to become a master's disciple is the fortune of my past life." What was going on? Why did this kid say that? Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. Everyone had already witnessed Xia Donghuang's strength and talent. Such a person, perhaps only those old antiques who had fallen from a higher realm and crossed several eras, as well as those who had surpassed a higher realm, were qualified to take him as a disciple, right? As for his current master, what was he? Was he worthy? Could it be that guy had some leverage over this kid? So, he had to say something against his will? It had to be said that a cultivator's ability to imagine things was really strong. Many people felt that this should be the case. Dugerhai also thought so. Dugerhai directly swept past Xia Donghuang and looked at Lin Feng. He looked down at Lin Feng with a condescending gaze and said, "I want you to remove your master-disciple relationship with this young friend, and then this young friend will become my disciple. You don't have any objections, right?" Although it was a discussion, however, his tone didn't have the slightest intention of discussing with Lin Feng. It was a completely commanding tone. Xia Donghuang's nose was about to become crooked from anger. It was his ancestors' good fortune to be able to become his master's disciple, but this old guy actually came to cause trouble. Just as Xia Donghuang was about to say something, Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that Xia Donghuang should remain silent. Xia Donghuang didn't dare to disobey Lin Feng, so he didn't say anything. Lin Feng looked at Duguhai with a speechless expression and said, "Are you crazy? Why did you come to me to feel superior?" "Junior, what did you say?" Duguhai's expression immediately became extremely unsightly. What kind of powerful person was he? Yet, he was being mocked by a junior like this. This was something that he couldn't accept. Naturally, this was something that he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Lin Feng said, "Are you old and muddle-headed? Can't your ears work? You should go home and enjoy your old age. Don't mess around outside." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Wasn't this too much of a mockery? But then, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Lin Feng had offended a strong cultivator like Du Guhai. Wasn't that the same as trying to kill him? Many people felt that Lin Feng was most likely going to die this time. You simply don't know life from death. Today, this old man must teach you a lesson and let you know that as a person, you should be humble. Duguhai coldly looked at Lin Feng, only to see his body sway slightly. In the next moment, he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Next, Duguhai's palm slapped towards Lin Feng. "Damn, what kind of speed is this? Teleportation? This is too fast." As expected of an expert who has fallen from a higher realm. It's really too terrifying. I can't keep up with his speed at all. That kid must be scared silly now, right? He's going to be unlucky. Many people cried out in alarm. Everyone couldn't help but mutter, thinking that this brat wouldn't be killed by Duguhai's palm, right? Many people felt that there might be such a possibility. Facing Duguhai's tyrannical attack, Lin Feng said speechlessly, "Do you still have to swallow your anger after being stepped on? I don't like others speaking to me in such a high and mighty tone." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people curled their lip. "Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words so shamelessly? What a joke! What a clown!" At this time, Lin Feng punched. A punch swept towards Duguhai. Bang! Everybody could see that Lin Feng's punch wasn't fast, it didn't look powerful either, but it was faster than the other's punch. A punch landed on Duguhai's chin. Kacha! Duguhai's chin shattered. Duguhai's body flew out. Duguhai actually couldn't even take a single move from Lin Feng. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too inconceivable. Everyone felt that their minds were unable to think. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.